been a flurry of attention about Bitcoin and MIT due to the MIT Bitcoin project, which I'm sure is why many of you are here today.
If you haven't heard, this fall, every undergraduate at MIT will receive $100 in Bitcoin through the MIT Bitcoin project. Yeah. When this happens, we will create the world's first geographically concentrated Bitcoin economy, an environment where you can assume access to Bitcoin much in the same way that MIT was hooked up to the internet long before it was common in every household. We're holding this expo today to teach the community about Bitcoin in advance of the fall, to provide MIT students with access to the leading thinkers and doers in the Bitcoin arena to spur our own innovation and invention. The resources we are giving students today is not going to be just $100 in Bitcoin, but access to a platform and community which will serve as a testing bed for their innovations. It will be the opportunity to participate in new interactions with an eye on how they might shape the future.
Today, we have an amazing lineup of speakers who are here to have a dialogue with you about this future. 6 hours is a lot of time to sit inside on a beautiful Saturday afternoon, maybe the first one of the spring, but we're here because we think Bitcoin is an important technology and we want to learn more about it. So look to your left and look to your right. You're sitting next to the critical thinkers, brilliant engineers, and daring entrepreneurs who have the ability to bring Bitcoin to a larger global stage, not just the technical elite. We thank you again for being here, and at that, we'd like to introduce our first speaker.
Before we start talking about the broader implications of Bitcoin and digital currency in the world, we need to start with the basics. What exactly is Bitcoin and how does it work? Here to give us a non-technical introduction to Bitcoin, we have Alan Reiner, founder and CEO of Armory Technologies and core developer of Armory Bitcoin Wallet, an open source wallet application and one of the most trusted tools for securing and managing large quantities of Bitcoin. Please join me in welcoming Alan Reiner.
Oh, thank you. Where's the pointer? Sorry. Thanks. Welcome, MIT students. I'm here to give you a mostly non-technical introduction to Bitcoin. I say mostly because I actually put a little bit of technical content in here because after all, this is MIT. I think you guys can handle it. I'm going to go over a brief introduction to Bitcoin itself and then a little bit of explanation of how Bitcoin works, kind of down in the weeds, just to get your brain wrapped around exactly what Bitcoin is. Then I'm going to talk about an introduction to some crypto concepts without actually going into the math. But again, to get your head wrapped around the concepts that are used to secure the Bitcoin. A couple security practices and then a few of the advanced concepts that are really more in the future that companies like Armory Technologies are trying to innovate. So who am I? I'm known as E to the I Pi on the 11. I went to University of Illinois. I studied math, engineering, and then more math. Studied cryptography, data mining. Before this, I worked at a physics lab and worked on image processing algorithms. Sometime last year, I decided that Bitcoin was actually more interesting than that. So here I am. I'm a huge nerd. You have to be here, to be in the position that I'm in. That's also why I'm wearing a XKCD Velociraptor shirt instead of my company shirt. More specifically, I'm an ultra paranoid crypto nerd, which is something you develop as you get into the Bitcoin world. You start to think about all the ways that people can take your money or break into your computer. And I wanted to develop tools that help people protect themselves. So Armory is an open source application. We don't charge for it. You can just go to our website and get it. It's a wallet that you run on your desktop. And it's known for security at all costs. And one of those costs is sometimes convenience. It's not necessarily easy to get working. There's a lot of barrier to entry. But once it's going, it's full of features, and it focuses on helping you exercise the best practices in security. Even after 2 years, Armory is still one of the only apps that makes it easy to use something called cold storage. And cold storage is the idea that the critical piece of data that is needed to move your Bitcoins should never touch the internet. And before Armory, there's more apps that are coming up with this now, but before Armory, the signing keys were always kept on an online computer. You couldn't kind of separate it from the bank account numbers. And this has led to thefts, and myself, I wanted these features, so I created them. And that's where Armory came from. So going into some Bitcoin basics. Bitcoin has the potential to revolutionize payments. I would say very much like the way email revolutionized sending written materials between people. It's not that regular mail has gone away, but obviously email has so many benefits and is so much easier to access. And now, 20 years after it really came to fruition, now it's everywhere. This is something that we hope and expect that Bitcoin can do. However, right now, Bitcoin is still very much in its infancy. It's still not great for regular users, but as I said, companies like Armory, there's all sorts of services, other companies that are building tools that help make Bitcoin more accessible. And one of the things I'm here to talk to you about is how right now, sometimes the best way to hold Bitcoins, at least small amounts, is yourself. And what do you need to know to understand what you're handling? So the positive side is you take control of your own money, you get all the middlemen out of the equation. That's good and bad, because the middlemen were frequently there for a reason. When you put money in a bank, you have insurance, you have vaults, some vaults with armed guards. You obviously don't have armed guards sitting outside your front door, but at the same time, the money, when you hold it yourself, has totally different security properties. And before Bitcoin, that wasn't really an option besides stuffing a wad of cash under your mattress or something. But just remember, if you're using Bitcoin to remove these third parties, then you also have to take over the responsibilities of those third parties. So why should you use Bitcoin? Or why is Bitcoin amazing? And I would say this: show me another payment system that you could move $10 million worth of value to or from anywhere in the world, any time of day, 24/7, just about instantaneously, irreversible, with basically no fees. Bitcoin isn't perfect, but that is so powerful. There is nothing else that does that. And our goal in developing the Bitcoin system is to bring this value to regular people. Obviously, not everyone needs to move $10 million, but it's not restricted to $10 million. I mean, just the ability to send money instantaneously from your phone to someone else's phone in another country, or to do micropayments between, say, like websites that you could pay 1 cent per click, accessing news sources that normally wouldn't be possible because of all the friction that's associated with existing payment systems and credit cards. Some buzzwords: decentralized. What it means is that in all other payment systems, there's a bank, there's a trusted authority sitting in the middle between you and the person that you're paying. They are handling the money, they are processing payments, they're verifying that people are spending only how much they have. Bitcoin doesn't have that. It's a decentralized network where all participants of the network who are online at a given time are verifying that transactions are valid. And this was something that we didn't used to think was possible. Experts didn't think it was possible to have a truly decentralized system that's anonymous and full of malicious actors, people who want to steal money. That a system could be developed that doesn't have a central gatekeeper that says this is how it goes. For instance, if I send money to Bob and Alice at the exact same time, and they don't know that they're being sent money at the same time, and I send them the same, I have $1 and I each send them $1. Somehow, that transaction has to be deconflicted. Who actually gets the dollar? They both see some receipt of $1, and normally it would be a bank sitting in the middle that would process the payments and either arbitrarily or say, well, this one came in a microsecond earlier, so that's the correct one and this one is denied. But how do you do that in a system of millions of nodes where no one trusts each other? And Bitcoin actually solved that problem. And Bitcoin is made up of, although it's a very unique combination, it is still a combination of just standard crypto tools. Hashing, public-private key cryptography. The idea is that it's all trusted cryptography just put together in a very novel way. So Bitcoin storage options. One of the things that Bitcoin does for us is, or plus or minus, is that now you've made data equal to money. You now have potentially a 32-byte number sitting on your computer or a device, that number, anyone who has access to that number has access to $1 billion worth of Bitcoin sitting behind it. It really raises the stakes of internet security, computer security. Sure, it's easy to use, but it's also easy to get stolen or easy to lose it. I mean, not just someone stealing it, but that 32-byte secret number has to be backed up. If you don't back it up or there's no other form of it, the network is a cold shoulder when it comes to, you can't just get on a website and say, hey, I forgot my password. It doesn't work like that. This number is your signing key for moving your money, and if you lose it, then that money will permanently be locked. So there's a lot of risks associated with this. And it raises the stakes. It makes network security much more fluid and much more profitable, or certain kinds of network attacks much more profitable. And of course, it's companies like mine which are trying to help consumers find that sweet spot between convenience and security. So you can store them yourself, which gives you full control over it. No one else can take it, touch it. You have absolute control over it and its security. But that's both a plus and a minus. A lot of people don't have the patience to exercise proper security, and maybe they don't care because it's just $4 or $10 on their phone. But what happens, especially in the history of Bitcoin, is that people had $100 that turned into $1,000 or $10,000 or even more with the rise of Bitcoin, and now they've got $20,000 on their phone, and they can lose their phone. The money's gone, or they back it up and someone finds the backup. There's a lot of risks. Again, the theme here is that there's positives and negatives about this. Or you can let someone else hold your Bitcoin. And the history of Bitcoin has not been nice to people who do this. There have been endless exchanges and online wallets that hold Bitcoins for people. People put money into it, and then the money is stolen, and no one gets anything back because there really weren't any insurance options. Now, I made this slide a while ago, and actually, this is getting better. We need to remember Bitcoin is still a baby. There's still the infrastructure around it is still not fully built. And so things like insurance options haven't existed up to this point, but now they are. And there are services that are coming in that are much more reliable, instead of companies that were started by some kid in his parents' basement who now is handling millions of dollars through his parents' basement. And they didn't have the security procedures in place. They didn't actually have like institutional knowledge to do these things right. So holding your own Bitcoin is kind of like harnessing fire. And I'm not saying playing with fire, but what I mean is it's extremely useful. It's very powerful and useful, but you can also burn yourself. So you want to keep your fire small until you're experienced and you understand the system. Because there's so many stories of not only people losing money, putting it in services and so forth, and the service losing it, but also just people deleting wallet files, not realizing they're deleting the $20,000 they have on their computer. Users, Bitcoin introduces, when I say data is now money, money is now data, meaning that data really is irrecoverable. And users are really not used to this. We forget our passwords all the time, some of us, and you just go to a website and you say, I forgot my password, and they email it to you. But it doesn't really work that way in Bitcoin. In some ways, it's kind of like the Wild West. And as I keep saying, we're working on developing that. But in the meantime, Bitcoin is still very powerful, but very dangerous. You can still get burned. So educate yourself, learn the tools, and learn how to properly secure your coins and how to evaluate what storage options there are out there. So I'm going to give a brief introduction to cryptography without going into too much of the math, but there's plenty of math resources that we can link you to from our website. By the way, this entire presentation will be on our website, and I'm sure it'll also be posted to the MIT webpage as well. There's some stuff that I'm going to speed through here, but you can always find it on the front page of the Bitcoin Armory website or the MIT Bitcoin Expo website after this event. So Bitcoin uses something called public-private key cryptography, and this is used all over the internet. The internet relies on two things. One is privacy, not just sending your credit card number and making sure that no one can listen in and steal your credit card number, but you also want to make sure you're sending your credit card number to the right person, that someone hasn't impersonated Amazon.com and is just stealing your credit card number. So public-private key cryptography gives you two mechanisms, one for actually encrypting and decrypting data, and another for proving your identity, so that someone can trust that they're talking to the person that claims that they think they're talking to. So there's encryption and decryption, signing and verification. Bitcoin doesn't use encryption. That's something that gets floated around media all the time, but it's not actually used. It uses authentication, and the gist of it is that the network, all the nodes in the network at a given time know how much money is associated essentially with your wallet. And if you want to move that money, I want to send 1 Bitcoin from me to Bob, I need to tell the network, I need to prove to the network that I'm actually authorized to use that I'm actually authorized to execute that transaction. And so on the network, everyone interacts through public keys and private keys. You can think of a public key, which will always be represented in green, as like a bank account number. And Bitcoin is a giant public bank. At any time, anyone can go to this bank and say, what is the balance of this bank account number? And they can say, I want to put money in this bank account number. And the money can flow in. Anyone can put money into that, and anyone can query its balance. But in order to spend the money, you have to have a private key. And you can think of that private key, it's a signing authority. You can think of it like a pen with special ink that's mathematically linked to your bank account. And anyone who has your bank account number can verify that any signatures you write with this pen are uniquely related to that bank account and are authorized to move the money. So the gist of it is that all your transactions are going to be signed with a special pen that we call a private key. So a public key you give to people, and they pay you. So you give someone your bank account number, and they put money into it. You say, here's a bank account number, any money you send to it is essentially, will relieve whatever debt you're paying me for, $10 for this USB mouse. And they can put it in there, and everyone in the network will verify that payment as it goes in, but no one can move it unless they have that private key. For anyone who's used Bitcoin, you've seen these big long strings. They're usually about 33 letters and numbers. These are a Bitcoin address, and this is what you actually give people. And this is essentially a public key. It's not exactly the same, but for the purposes of understanding Bitcoin, you can think of these strings, these big long strings that you give people, as a public key. And your wallet software, or the service that you access, has generated the private key that can sign for this money, and then gives you the public key which you give to everyone to receive money. So I'm going to talk about an example transaction. So Bitcoin network will, in the end, have 21 million Bitcoins total. Here I'm representing a network that has 21 Bitcoins. Every Bitcoin on the network is associated with an unlock condition. At all times, the network is going to hold a certain number of Bitcoin bills, and they're always going to add up to 21 million, or in this case, 21. What allows you to, each of these bills comes with an unlock condition. And it basically says, here is a public key. This bill is associated with a public key, and anyone who can sign for it is allowed to reassign this to another public key. So in this particular example, we have Alice and Bob, who each have a few private keys in their wallet. And we say that Alice has 17 Bitcoins because she has private key A in her wallet, and there's 2 Bitcoin bills, a 6 Bitcoin bill and a 1 Bitcoin bill, that have her public key linked to them. And anyone at any time can look on the network and see there are 7 Bitcoins that are controlled by this public key A. Her wallet also happens to have another one that's C that has a 10 Bitcoin bill. You add those 3 together, and she has 17 Bitcoins in her wallet. And when I say, I'm emphasizing, I say in your wallet, what it means is that your wallet is capable of signing for 17 Bitcoins that are distributed in the network. Similarly, Bob has private key B in his wallet, allowing him to sign for the 4 Bitcoin bill that's there. So to actually go through the process of a Bitcoin transaction, Bob will actually generate a new key, a new private key, and he gets the public key, and he gives it to Alice and says, please pay me 4 Bitcoins. Remember, he's keeping the private key private, but the public key is what actually comes out of his software and to give to others. So what Alice is going to do is she's going to pick some bills that she has access, that she has signing authority for. She's going to pick some bills in the network and say, I'm going to spend these. Just like when you go to a store and you pay for a candy bar with a $20 bill, you don't always have exact change. So sometimes you're going to give the cashier a $20 bill and he's going to give you change back. This works the same way in Bitcoin. You have to accumulate at least enough Bitcoin bills to cover what you're paying, and then you're going to create a transaction sending the money to the person and then sending yourself the change back. So in this particular transaction, you can see that Alice picks a 6 Bitcoin bill in the network that she can sign for and is going to create a transaction. It's basically a message that says, I, Alice, or rather the owner of this public key, is authorizing the movement of this 6 Bitcoins to these 2 addresses, to these 2 public keys, E and D, 1 for 4, 1 for 2. And E is, of course, Bob's. That's the 4 Bitcoins is going to Bob, and then 2 is going back to herself. Now, that transaction, anyone can make that transaction because anyone can look at the network and see that public key A has this money associated with it. But to actually authorize it, what she's going to do is bundle all this data into a little packet and then apply her signing key. And that is the effect of creating a mathematical proof that proves that the owner of that private key, it could only have been made by someone who has access to that key. And the beauty of it is compared to actual signing with like a pen, a check, theoretically your signature on a check could be transplanted between documents. But in Bitcoin, the signature is actually mathematically linked to the exact data that you're signing. So when I authorize this transaction, I'm putting a proof into that transaction that says, I'm authorizing this. If anyone modifies the sender, the receiver, the amounts, then the signature breaks and Alice would have to re-sign that transaction. And that's exactly what we want. We want to see a piece of data and say, I approve of that, and then distribute it and know that no one can manipulate it. Once that transaction is signed, you send it to the network, and then all the nodes in the network will validate that transaction and verify that the signatures were valid, that the particular public keys had the right amount of money, and it will update. And in this particular example, you can see that what used to be here, which was a 6 Bitcoin bill, is gone, and now there's a 2 and a 4 associated with new keys. And so every transaction has the effect of eating Bitcoin bills and producing new Bitcoin bills with new unlock conditions. So what have we learned? Bitcoin private keys let you unlock and relock coins under different public keys, under other people's. And that's a fancy way of saying I'm sending someone money. What you're saying is I have money that's locked and I have authorization to unlock it and relock it under someone else's key. Public keys give you a mechanism to tell people how to pay you without actually giving them access to your money. So we distribute public keys and know that that piece of data does not let someone spend the money, they can only put money into it. Transactions usually consist of 2 parts. This is not a critical piece of information, but some pieces of software don't have a good way of explaining this to you, and people get confused when they go look at a transaction online, and they thought they sent 1 Bitcoin to someone, but it actually shows 1 Bitcoin to here and a mystery 3 Bitcoins to another address, not realizing that they actually own that other address. It can be very confusing to see that. So just like the candy bar example, most of these transactions are going to involve overpaying and sending change back to yourself. Something else we've learned is that Bitcoin signatures and cryptography, public-private key cryptography signatures are mathematically linked to the data that it's signing. So you know that you can sign a piece of data and it cannot be manipulated without breaking that signature. And finally, Bitcoin wallets usually contain lots of keys, and you're typically generating a new one for every transaction that you do. And the reason for that is because we would like a system that is anonymous, but if you just post your public key on your website and you use just that key for everything that you do, this is a public bank, essentially. Everyone can go in and see how much money you have. They can see every transaction that you've executed because it's public. So what we typically do is that you have a wallet that creates a new key for every transaction, and when someone says, I want to pay you, your wallet is going to generate a new bank account number, and the person is going to deposit in that, and they won't necessarily know that it's related to any of the other numbers that are in your wallet. Now, with this concept of public keys, this illustrates the idea of cold storage. The fact that public keys are only required to receive money, so there's no reason that you actually have to have the signing key, the signing pen. There's no reason that has to be on the online computer. You can keep the public keys on the online computer to distribute it for payments. You can look in the network and see that you've received money. But that doesn't require the private keys. So you can keep the private keys on a computer or a device that is separated, that's not connected to the internet. And that's one of the things Armory does, and for a while had been kind of the holy grail of Bitcoin security. The idea that this data, you can super lock down the signing keys, but still do most of your operations, especially if you're receiving lots of money. You can still do a lot of your operations with just the public keys. This actually gives you the capability to say run a store, a brick and mortar store, where you receive money, and you can put it on your laptop or a device and show them a QR code with your public key, and the store can collect $1 million in a day, but that $1 million is actually going into a safe deposit box in your bank. I mean, it's really being reassigned to this public key, but the signing key is kept in a safe deposit box in Sweden or something along those lines. You can really secure one side of that without inconveniencing most of your operations. So a couple concepts about security best practices. In general, in all secure systems, there's almost always a trade-off between security and convenience. It's very convenient to keep unencrypted private keys on your phone and be able to pay anyone, anywhere with the $13,000 you have on your phone, and you never have to worry about not having access to your money or how much work it is to do these things, but it wouldn't be very secure. And similarly, you can keep all your money in a safe deposit box in Switzerland, but it's going to take you a plane ride to actually get access to it if you want to move that money. So you have to find the right balance, and that balance, there isn't one solution. If you're holding $10 on your phone, it's actually okay that it's not the most secure thing. But if you're holding $1 million, you might want to step up the security. One of the problems is that a lot of Bitcoin users don't have the patience for this. And again, this is what the Bitcoin ecosystem is trying to develop. And one of the things bringing Bitcoin to a place like MIT, this place is full of innovation and technology enthusiasts. And one of the things that we hope to do is get people excited about Bitcoin and get them to build tools that and contribute to the system and make these things easier. So the number one piece of advice I have for you is to back up your wallets. And not just back up, I mean an unencrypted backup. And the reason for that is because a backup is nice. If your hard drive dies, you can go get your backup and restore it. But if you forget your password, this isn't like a banking website. Your password is actually encrypting your wallet. And if you forget your password, well then you can't access your wallet or your backup. So what you want to do is have an unencrypted backup, at least one somewhere. You can keep it in a safe deposit box or well hidden, and use that as your backup. Your encrypted backup is, if it's encrypted, it's useless if you forget the password to your wallet, or say you get hit by a bus and your family would like to recover your funds, they will not recover if your only backup is encrypted. And part of the reason why I say this is because for most people, at least in this room who are going to have $100, the digital security is the more important part. Keeping the money off an internet-connected computer is the important part. Having a physical piece of paper that requires physical security is not the most. Obviously, we should be aware of that. But the idea of backups and cold storage and offline wallets is you're converting it from a digital security problem to a physical security problem. And a lot of us are much more attuned to like understanding physical security, not so much realizing how easy it is for someone to get into your computer and swipe 32 bytes off your hard drive. Backups can be made digital or paper. One of the things Armory innovated was the idea of the paper backup, that when you create a new wallet, you can print off a piece of paper that has a string of characters, much like an activation code that you would use in a piece to unlock a piece of software. This code essentially stores every private key that your wallet will ever store or will ever create. And that piece of paper will allow you to forever recover your funds if anything goes wrong. And people argue about digital versus paper. I'd just like to argue that paper, there's no guarantees that digital media lasts more than 5 to 10 years. If you're making a backup, it's because you don't expect to use it, but you might have to. It may be many years before you do that. And even if it's 100 years, that piece of paper will still be recoverable. And on top of that, most things that destroy paper do destroy digital as well. Fragmented backups. This is an idea called Shamir secret sharing, and it's something that Armory implemented that allows you, if you are concerned about the physical security, you can take that secret piece of data that was on that sheet of paper I just showed, and you can split it into pieces. And say you can split it into 5 pieces, and any 3 of them are required to reconstruct the piece of data, your backup. And That helps convert the physical security problem. Basically, it adds security and redundancy. You can require an attacker, someone who wants to steal your money, to recover multiple pieces instead of just having a single point of failure. And you can also lose a couple of them without losing your backup. So special for MIT, I added a couple math slides about Shamir secret sharing because it is a surprisingly useful application of just regular high school algebra polynomials. The problem that we're solving is that you have a piece of data that you want to store exactly like I just described. You want it in multiple pieces, but you don't want it to be a single point of failure. So you want to add that security and redundancy. So the solution is that you actually store your piece of data as a coefficient in a polynomial. And in this case, I'm just creating a line. I want to create a 2 of 3 backup. What I'm going to do is I'm going to create a line. The equation for the line is y equals ax plus b. I'm actually going to put my secret into the a coefficient. And then I'm going to pick 3 points on that line. And that's what I'm going to print out into pieces of paper and distribute. Why does this work? Because each of those each of those fragments represents a point on the line, and given any 2 of them, you can calculate the slope of the line. And the slope is actually your secret. So you can actually do this with any number of fragments for m and n. You can increase the number of points in the line to increase the last value if you want more redundancy. You can just add more points and print more sheets of paper. Or you can actually increase the order of the polynomial to add more coefficients. And then you can technically store your secret in any of the coefficients, but the idea is that if it's a second degree polynomial, you're going to require 3 points in order to compute all those coefficients. And theoretically, in this application of this, you can actually store 3 secrets here. You're going to end up computing A, B, and C at the same time, but in this case, we're only storing 1 piece of data, and you can generate the other 2 randomly. Something about wallet passwords. Remember, wallet passwords are actually the encryption keys to your wallet. So you don't want to lose it. And you also don't want someone to know how to reverse engineer it. Again, this is truly irrecoverable data. This is another reason to make an unencrypted backup. Did you know that all of your website passwords, whenever you click Save My Password, it's actually stored unencrypted on your computer? Anyone, including a piece of malware, can literally just open the file, open the folder, your browser folder, and actually just get all your passwords. And you can prove this to yourself by opening your browser, going to security, and it's different for every browser, but you click on Save Passwords, and right there, you can see all your passwords in plain text. It's kind of weird, actually. We're not used to actually seeing our passwords written out. But for that reason, do not use a password that you use for anything else on your computer, which also makes it harder to remember, which means you're likely to forget it, which means you should make an unencrypted backup. I'm going to skip through a few slides in the interest of time. Confirmations, when we talk about a decentralized network, as transactions go out into the network, they have to be confirmed. You have to reach this global consensus that a transaction happened. If I send to Alice and Bob at the same time, how do they know which one happened? In a network full of slow and malicious nodes, there has to be time for the network to come to that agreement, for there to be some kind of universal consensus that one happened or another. And that comes in the form of confirmations. And they usually happen every 10 minutes, but it's an exponential distribution, so it can happen anywhere from 2 seconds to 3 hours. But the important part is to recognize what the confirmations mean, which is that basically 0 confirmations kind of means someone is trying to send you money. There's no guarantee that money is going to be received, but it's kind of an indication that someone at least submitted a transaction. When you get 1 confirmation, it means the money, most of the network agrees that this transaction happened. After 2, things are a lot more solid. In other words, there are endless attacks on 0 confirmation transactions if someone wants to try to reverse one, but there's far less things that can be done for 1 confirmation, and beyond 2, it's going to require a tremendous amount of resources. So if you're handling large amounts of money, the official guidance is 6 confirmations. If you're handling small transactions, 2 is certainly more than sufficient. I talked a bit about cold storage, basically the idea of keeping private keys on the offline computer. In Armory's case, you actually transmit, you create transactions on the online computer, and you take them to the offline computer to get the signature, to write the signature, and then you bring it back and broadcast it to the network so that it can process that transaction. This is the holy grail of Bitcoin security because it kind of gives you an optimal way of protecting your private key. And sorry, I'm skipping through some slides that are actually walking through this process. But the idea is that one computer is is for receiving payments, the other one is for sending payments. And obviously the one that's for sending can be kept at a much higher security level. Multi-signature transactions is the idea that you can create more complex unlock conditions for money that's stored on the network. Rather than associating one public key, you can associate many public keys, just like we talked about with the backups. But in this case, you're actually telling the network, here's a set of keys, I am expecting signatures from a certain number of them. And when that transaction is signed, it's actually going to have multiple signatures attached to it. And the transaction will be rejected by the network unless it meets that criteria. And we see this as a critical puzzle piece. This kind of is the holy grail of Bitcoin security because you've removed the single points of failure and now you've distributed it. So in this case, you'd have a company board of directors that controls the company's money. And that company will have 5 keys that were generated independently, and the directors will independently sign. They will verify each director gets, you need 3 of them, will verify that this money is actually going to where it's going to go, should go, and that they sign it. This is something that Armory actually recently implemented, being able to actually create what we call lockboxes, where you can create arbitrary M of N lockboxes, where you get all of your participants who can generate their keys completely separately in different locations without any party necessarily knowing or caring about the security profile of the other participants. All you do is you get the public keys from all the other parties, you combine them into this unlock condition, and then you put money into it. And then when the money needs to be signed, when you need to move that money, someone is going to create a transaction, which is a proposal, saying, I would like the money in this lockbox to be moved to this new address, perhaps to buy new computer for the company. And then that transaction will be circulated for signatures. And once it gets in this case, 3 of 4 signatures, then it's valid. Right now, it's all manual, but one of the things we're working on is making this a much cleaner process to avoid having to email chunks of data to each other, but it is very usable. There's other multi-signature services out there that employ a certain kind of multi-signature transactions, 2 of 3, where basically the company holds one key and they offer, basically you send them you sign a transaction with your key and then you send it to them, and then they're going to send your phone a text message or a phone call to verify that you actually approve of that. And then there's a 3rd key that you would keep offline. And the last thing is just the idea of hardware wallets. I talk about offline computers. A hardware wallet is basically a tiny little offline computer. And these things are not quite out yet, but they're coming. And that's actually what I've got. Oh, one more thing, sorry. For promotion for Armory as this tool for advanced Bitcoin security, we'll be handing out promo wallets. I know you guys are getting $100 already, but you can get started with $2 right now. We've got these paper backups that you can take. We'll hand them out as you guys leave at the next break, and you can take them home, install Armory, and get your $2 off them. Yep.
So we're now going to do some questions for Alan. Alan's going to take some questions. We've got mics here and here. Just raise your hand if you've got a question, and the mics will come to you.
Come on, my presentation couldn't have been that clear. Someone's got a question.
Hello.
Oh, sorry.
Hi. When I'm thinking of the task you brought upon yourself to make the Armory wallet, the thing that really scares me is how you made sure your protocol worked with the other implementations of the protocol. How do you make sure you're actually implementing your protocol and don't have holes in there?
I'm sorry, I apologize. I had a really hard time.
I'm curious about your testing of your software in terms of we're interacting with the protocol correctly? How do you know that something isn't broken?
I'm sorry.
Asking if there's software, how do you know the software protocol is working correctly? I believe is what
Yeah, okay. I mean, that's, yeah, so it sounds like the question is basically how do we know that the software is doing what we claim it's doing, which is securing keys and calculating things correctly to make sure that you're not losing money.
Yes, and also there's a very large space of things that are happening, and you're adding new dimensions to that space. Don't you have a big headache in terms of testing this?
Yes, that is forever one of the biggest hurdles, kind of thorns in your side as a software developer in this kind of environment. It's very hard, and you have to get yourself familiar with lots of tools and test things as rigorously as possible. I mean, all sorts of automated testing, continuous integration tools are things that are especially critical in this environment, and it's things that we make use of. And it's something that's tough because you want to, especially me as a developer, I like to crawl into a cave and code up cool new features, but you can't always do that. You do have to spend a lot of time just continually going through these testing processes and then releasing beta versions and making sure that even that you didn't miss anything in your testing versions. I mean, this is forever a problem that the Bitcoin Foundation talks about. Gavin will talk about, or has talked about, having to bribe people to do testing for them and write testing stuff for them. So it is very much a risk, just like Heartbleed, the SSL vulnerability that happened a couple weeks ago. Even some of the most trusted software has some pretty silly bugs that can do a lot of damage, but there's only so much you can do other than just trusting that the people writing your software, you're trusting the software, you're trusting the coders to do that right.
I'm just going to finish with this question. In the real world, we have audits of our processes, and it's very, very expensive, more expensive than development. I assume that you can't afford that kind of process.
We're actually in the process. So some of them, basically, we're in the process of working on that. There's a lot of venture capital moving into this ecosystem and into the Bitcoin ecosystem. And this is something that actually, at least Armory has talked about. Having gotten funding, we now actually have money that we can do exactly that. We can do audits. And we would encourage people, of course, to do it. But as you said, it is very expensive. So you have to balance that. For us, it makes total sense because we are a software company that focuses on security. Of course, we want to make sure that we've made that as solid as possible.
Thank you.
Other questions, raise your hand.
Thank you. I was just curious because at the beginning of this talk, and a lot of the technical items that you showed were, I guess you said security at all costs. And you also addressed the fact that, especially when you're talking about security, there's a lack of convenience inherently in that. So I was just curious whether, even though this is a nascent area, whether there are any ideas as to how to retain the same level of security that you're describing while making it more accessible to somebody who doesn't have as much of a security background to allow the ecosystem to grow.
My answer for that is that right now, the ecosystem doesn't have the right balance. There aren't good solutions that have the right balance. But things like hardware wallets, like right now, if you want to use an offline wallet, you have to set up another computer, and that works. You have to keep a separate computer, and you have to do all this juggling of stuff, and that works for the super security conscious, but it doesn't work for my mom, who I want to secure her money. So things like hardware wallets and these services that help you split the risk between multiple parties dramatically improves both the convenience and the security. Because in this case, when you talk about a hardware wallet, it will be you want to sign a transaction, you plug in the device, it actually signs on the device and then spits that out, but you remove the device. And theoretically, there should be no way to get that private data off that device. And that's the kind of device that we envision that people will have to use Bitcoin, just like they have a wallet or a credit card. That's the kind of device that will provide a tremendous level of security without really reducing the convenience.
Two questions. One is very, very simple. If I, let's say, have a store that sells pizza and I want to accept Bitcoin, I don't want to wait 10 minutes to get it.
Right.
No, I mean, if I'm doing a $2 ice cream, it's not a big deal. But I know we're going to have to work on making that shorter, so I'm just kind of curious what your thoughts are on that. And the second thing is, how are you making money?
So,
And you don't have to answer the second if you don't want to.
well, to answer the first question, I don't have a good answer for you other than that is something that has forever since the beginning of Bitcoin's time been debated about how Bitcoin can actually be used for point of sale services for that reason. And up until this point, there is a certain degree of false sense of security that people attain because usually when they see that zero confirmation transaction, 100% of their experience has been that it goes through, so they believe it's reliable. And so far, it actually has been. But there's been lots of proposals for basically extra layers or services that basically add a service that basically ensures your small payments, or if there are certain things that are proposed that help improve that reliability, it might be worth accepting the 0.1% that are reversed. Like I personally am of the opinion that Bitcoin, as you said, it's a consensus system between untrusting parties. It needs time for that consensus to be reached, and trying to add layers on top to solve that, like it's already solved the problem, but only for one type of transaction. And the community is still working on trying to figure out how to make a more reliable system for short-term transactions. The second question about how we make money is right now we don't. Oh, where? All right, I think that's the time we've got. One more?
One more question. In the beginning of the presentation, you mentioned the Bitcoin address, the 64 blob.
Yeah.
It's like the public key. What is it exactly? Is it a reference to a public key? Or?
It's actually the hash of a public key. So you're going to take this public key and you're going to mangle it. And all that's important is that anyone who has the public key can also apply that hash and make sure that it mangles the ssame way.
Is it MD5?
SHA-256. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alan. Okay, so we've got a special surprise in the schedule. We're going to be welcoming on stage the founders of the College Cryptocurrency Network from the University of Michigan. We've got Jeremy Gardner and Daniel Block.
Before we go any further, I really think we have to take a second to thank HackMIT, Society of Women Engineers, and really Dan and the other Jeremy for putting this on, because they've done an incredible job and not received nearly enough acknowledgement for it. So give them a round of applause, please. So to keep things simple, 2 months ago, we were on the phone with Dan and some folks over at Stanford, and we discovered that there were other Bitcoin clubs in the country, and we're like, well, that's great. Like, let's organize and figure out how we can have the best clubs in the world and really make the most of this new technology. So we created this nonprofit organization that in 2 months has gone from those 3 clubs to over 30 on 4 continents. Those are established clubs. We've got clubs that are getting started all over the world, and it's incredibly exciting. We've got students at a high school in China, at the Warsaw School of Economics. It's been the most amazing experience so far, and we're really excited to see where this goes.
Yeah, and we just see this as the beginning, following the footsteps of today and what's been done here at MIT. We want speaker series, events, hackathons all over the world at universities all over. And we really see to take this amazing technology to the next level, we need to have the innovators and entrepreneurs at the university campuses who are taking the task to get this there. We want the kids, instead of taking a summer internship at Apple or Google, have these kids work for Bitcoin businesses like Coinbase and Circle. And from there, that's really where we see this, taking this, technology from here out to everywhere in the world.
Yeah, so thanks again to Dan and Jeremy and everyone else involved. And if you are at a school that does not yet have a Bitcoin club, please get in touch with us. Contact at collegecrypto.org, or just go to our website. And let's spread this technology, because it's really going to change the world.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you, other Jeremy. We've seen from Alan how Bitcoin works at a fundamental level, but Bitcoin is a technology which exists at a social level as well. It requires users. As a democratic technology, ideally these users come from a diverse array of backgrounds to build a true community. To discuss the mainstreaming of technologies like Bitcoin, it is my pleasure to introduce Sean Neville, the co-founder and CTO of Circle Internet Financial, located in Boston. Mr. Neville's technical creations have reached millions of customers, spanning from Fortune 500 companies, the web, iOS, Android, desktops, game platforms across a wide variety of languages, standards, open source groups, and solution domains. Please welcome Sean Neville.
Thanks. Yeah. All right, great. Thank you. I'm going to talk about mainstreaming digital currency. I don't know if we have mainstream consumers here because the Bruins are on the ice. The guy's watching over there, no score, by the way. So, and it's a really nice day in Boston. Finally, you guys are really committed to be here. I appreciate it. Again, my name is Sean. I'm co-founder and CTO of a company called Circle, which is a personal consumer finance company, and Bitcoin is a big part of it. Digital currency is a big part of it. Before that, I've been creating software for 20 years. Some of it really big for a lot of people at companies like HackMIT and Adobe. Some of it really small, which I loved just as much, although those things reached few people. I think to me, one of the common threads is it's really information and how information gets from point A to point B and who controls that flow and how does it exist in multiple places at the same time and distributed computing. And some of these sorts of issues are the same things that drew me to Bitcoin and thinking of sort of money as information and money as expression. And one of the things I've noticed over doing this for a number of years is that I think fundamentally there's a tendency for the internet to want transfer of information to be free or very, very close to free. And that's occurred in domains of content and media and business automation and every domain I can think of practically other than finance. And I think the thing that's exciting right now about digital currency and digital assets is it's finally happening right now. So this is a really good time to be innovating. It's very exciting. So one of the things that we think about is how do we get more people to realize the benefits of moving money in this way, in this secure, nearly instant, faster fashion compared to what people are used to, what mainstream users are used to. So I just want to walk through a few things, starting with sort of a general setting, the landscape of how banking actually works from a mainstream consumer's perspective, and also talk about it in the context of time and sort of where we are in the evolution of this, just very briefly so that we have a level set. And then I think the word mainstream is kind of a loaded term. It means different things to different people. Who I think of as a mainstream consumer is not necessarily who the person next to me thinks of as a mainstream consumer. So I want to spend a little bit of time just talking about who this is and why we even care. I don't think Bitcoin necessarily needs to go mainstream in order to be considered a success. It still has great utility value for person-to-person payments regardless. So it's sort of why do we care at all about the sort of next phase of people adopting the technology? And then a few thoughts, not really solutions, but things to think about how we might approach getting there. So I think there are a few different ways to think about things like Bitcoin. We can sort of think of the asset, we can think of the protocol, we can think of the payment rails. If we just sort of talk about the asset piece first, and this is the sort of section that's hard to avoid bashing banking in this particular section, but we'll just start with sort of the mainstream view of banks. And I think these images from a so-called life are sort of how an average person thinks of banks as operating, which is Jimmy Stewart has a scene in this movie where they come into the bank and they want their money. And he has to explain to them the economics that, well, when you deposit your money at a bank, we actually loan that money to other people so that they can build businesses. As they repay it, we take a tiny profit so that we can continue to grow the economy. Everybody is supposed to benefit from this. And I think the mainstream consumers generally think that when that goes awry, it's because of someone like old Mr. Potter who is immoral or has his own sort of personal motivations, and he's a criminal and he screws up the process. The reality is that system hasn't actually functioned that way in quite a long time. Banking just doesn't work that way. Banks aren't really intermediaries anymore between depositors and borrowers. The way it really works, and this is aside from fiat or US dollars, sovereign money not being backed by gold, that's a different issue. I think everyone's aware that fiat money is backed by policy. But even in terms of the mediation between borrowing money and depositing money, what really happens, it's more like, it would be one thing if I borrowed $100 from Maria. and she wanted me just to hold it for her for a while. And then Jack wanted to borrow $100 from me, and I gave Jack Maria's $100. That would be one thing. If Maria wants her money back, I'd have to go to Jack. Jack no longer has $100, it's a little bit awkward, but at least there was $100 in that pipe, right? There existed $100. It would be a different scenario if Maria gave me $20 to hang on to, but Jack still wanted to borrow $100. And I said, okay, here's $100. Where did that other $80 come from? It just kind of got made up. It got created. And that's more or less how banks create money. When they loan money, they create not actually an $80, they create sort of this guarantee that when Jack demands $80, I'll be able to give it to him. So what I do as a bank is I create a demand deposit account that says on demand, Jack can get $80. And I'm sort of betting that he's not really gonna demand the full 100 or the full 80. He's really gonna demand around $20 probably, which I have, because that's what I'm holding for Maria. When that system sort of falls apart, if I make a bad decision and I shouldn't have loaned Jack the money and these things get packaged up, I'm oversimplifying greatly, so it gets more complicated than this. But at that fundamental level, you can sort of see a situation where there was no $80, there isn't actually $100 in the system. So as long as the system and the bets sort of work, that's kind of like smoke and mirrors, it doesn't actually matter. But if that money ever needs to be reconciled at some point, it does matter. So the question is, what backstops all of this, considering that banks are on a fractional reserve system where they're holding about 20% of what they loan out, the $20 on 100. Well, it turns out that according to recent history, what backs all this is the federal government, where they say, oh, here's the $80, which is sort of like, going to mom and dad after you've deliberately ignored all of their advice about how to manage money, and you sort of say, hat in hand, I need $80, and they say, okay. So the federal government, which is essentially outsourced the creation of money to banks, it's not created by a central bank usually. The central bank has interest rates, so it's like a global variable that they can tweak in order to affect my decision about whether I loan the money to Jack or not. But it's actually the banks who are generating this money. So if the banks can just get this money out of nowhere from mom and dad at the end of the system, they're ultimately backstopped by the government. You can understand that regardless of what you think about the tactics of the most vocal minority who march on Wall Street, you can kind of understand the anger because the system is really screwed up that can possibly be the way it works. It's not at all like A Wonderful Life. It's nothing like that. The money is just sort of floating through the system. Let's say it's easy to get riled up because it's so screwed up. What if instead of this sort of infinite possibility of infinite stream of money that is sort of delivered arbitrarily based on these loan decisions, what if we had a finite amount of money and everybody sort of knew we only have this amount and it's delivered systematically at these specific intervals that everybody knows. It isn't sort of this arbitrary decision of when money gets created, but it's sort of deliberate stream through the system. What does that do? And what if the policy for delivering that money wasn't made by individuals at an institution? What if it was made and sort of protected in software, protected by cryptography in a fully distributed manner so that there was no central repository for these decisions? What would that sort of look like? And of course, these are all the things this is sort of the environment and the world in which Bitcoin was born. And as an asset class, these are some of the things that it brings that become really interesting. So if we look at, that's Aristotle's sort of definition of good money. There's a bunch of definitions of money, and I have a tech background, I'm not an economist, so I don't want to go too far in the debate, but Aristotle believed that good money was portable, you could carry it around with you, it was divisible, you could divide it. Fungibility has to do with replaceability, so that if I take $1 from you and I give $1 back, you still have $1. Even though you don't have your dollar, you still have $1, so you consider it the same. If I take your puppy and I give you another dog, that's not the same. You're angry at me. Sometimes fungibility is debatable. If you have a pet goldfish and it dies and I give you another goldfish, are fish fungible? I don't know. This is close enough. So it does become debatable, but that's fungibility. So durability, it has to last. And the last part is the one that a lot of people who I think are mainstream consumers, they struggle with this idea of intrinsically valuable. Like, why do things like bits, millibits, bitcoins, why would these things have value? And even though, of course, you can ask the same thing of fiat money, I think there's an economic discussion around, well, money has value because we just say it does, because in exchange for goods and services, it accrues value. But the intrinsic part, I think, is due, in Bitcoin's case, to the nature of it being finite. It's not limitless, it's not infinite. So regardless of whether the economists sort of battle, is this money, is this an asset, what is currency? I think to the mainstream consumer, ultimately, if it satisfies these kinds of criteria, if it looks like a duck and it quacks like a duck, it's probably a duck, even if it wasn't a duck genetically engineered by a sovereignty. So, all right, I'm going to move on a little bit to the payment side. So that was sort of getting past the asset side without getting too riled up about it. If we look at the payment side of how money is moved through the system, I'll start with card networks. If I bought this bottle of water with my credit card, the merchant is requesting 100% of the price of this. Say it was $5 or $10, or I don't remember how much. This is an expensive bottle of water. Let's say it's a $100 bottle of water. I authorize the full price. I'm not going to go through all these steps in the interest of time, but a lot happens behind the scenes. And through the point of sale system, the payment processor, the card network, which is Visa, MasterCard, Amex, eventually there's a request made to the bank that's sitting behind this card. They're sort of asking, am I laundering money? Who am I? Am I, theoretically anti-fraud? Do I have enough in my account? So on and so forth. But they don't send back the whole $100 for that bottle of water. For the sort of privilege of using the system, they send back about $98.50 or 98.5%. They take a toll just for saying yes to it and for access to those payment rails. The card network sees that my issuing bank has said yes, they also take a toll. They pass it on to the payment processor, which also takes a toll. When they go back to the acquiring, every piece along the way is taking a little toll, not for any value they're necessarily adding, but just for access to the network rails, just for the ability to move money through the system. So clearly the issue here with card networks is, although they're very convenient from a mainstream consumer perspective, there are a lot of fees built in along the way, and whether people are realizing it or not, they are paying for those fees in terms of credit card fees and fraud. And merchants obviously are familiar with the fact that they are paying for these. They're not getting the full $100 for this bottle of water that they expected. If we look at electronic funds transfers through banks, I'm just going to look specifically at ACH transfers, which is here in the United States. This is, a merchant wanting to collect, like you think of bill pay, a merchant's wanting to debit my account as a consumer. What that merchant, some back end that merchant has is using an API, which is really creating a batch file and SFTPing it to some location where the bank can pick it up. So at some point that the bank processes that information, sends it off to the Fed or the central clearinghouse. The Fed does a bunch of stuff with it. At some point it's successful. The toll here is time. It's probably 3 to 5 days. There's not a lot of fine-grained information unless eventually there might be some fraud, administrative or authorization fraud. But it's mostly a case of, we think it worked. These entries in this batch seem to be reconciled. Sometimes money goes missing for a little while in ACH. I kid you not, it goes missing. It's always eventually reconciled, but it's not a clean ledger. And it takes a long time, so it's ridiculous in the age of the internet that this is actually how money works through bill pay in the United States. So if we look at Bitcoin, I'm just going to sort of underscore some of the things that you just heard from the previous presentation. If someone is requesting payment, it doesn't really have to be a merchant. In the simplest case, without using something like the merchant protocol, I as a consumer can locate some unspent outputs or some Bitcoins that I have access to, and I sort of create a message that tells everybody, hey, this number that's associated with me, or some address is associated with me, I'd like to reassociate it with this merchant, and I just sort of publish that transaction or that message out to the network. And despite the sort of, this slide might be a little confusing, but that memory pool of transactions isn't a clearinghouse. It's not some central repository. It's every peer that's connected to the network. And at that point, the transaction can be validated. It's not confirmed, of course, until some miner who has access to the memory pool is reaching out in those transactions, referencing the previous block before it, and trying to generate new blocks. And if it's successful, it sort of tells everybody, quickly, I have a new block, the transaction is in this block. I, as a consumer, and the merchant can both see that this is now a confirmed transaction. So there is no central clearinghouse. There's virtually no fees along the way, unlike the card networks. There's no time delay like the electronic funds transfers. It's a very elegant system. So from a mainstream consumer's perspective, I think the sort of gateways into Bitcoin become really critical. So if someone is walking in and they're using a credit card, but they are paying for a bottle of water, and this bottle of water is buyable via Bitcoin, the credit card conversion, the sort of credit, US dollar-based credit line has to be converted to Bitcoin in order for that transfer to happen. And then ideally this loop of people just exchanging Bitcoin and sending Bitcoin to one another gets long, and that's sort of a closed loop system where it's all Bitcoin, but eventually at some point a consumer is going to want to probably exchange at least part of that, and maybe they need to pay taxes or whatever it is, they need to exchange that into the bank. So I think in the mainstream consumer's case, that loop in the middle actually gets really small, because they're not necessarily hardcore Bitcoin users. They're exchanging in and out of it very, very frequently. So the gateways become really critical to how a mainstream consumer sort of acquires the Bitcoins to execute these payments. And the other thing that's interesting about this, and I'm just going to briefly later, unless hopefully I'll run out of time, talk about regulation. But when we talk about regulation, I think the easy sort of relatively safe places to talk about it are the gateways, because there's already regulation in place for things like anti-money laundering and KYC. So it's usually those, like the big purple boxes in that case. But anyway, I think in the mainstream consumer's case, those gateways become really critical. All right, so that's sort of a general look at the landscape. I'm going to use this metaphor that we use over and over and over again, so it's a little bit tired, but in terms of time, and I think there are a couple of reasons we talk about this, is one, to sort of point out that we have a long way to go and change takes a long time. So a lot of times consumers or journalists, they want to say, what is the big thing that I should go use Bitcoin right now, as if it's a switch that suddenly flips and everybody goes immediately to Bitcoin and everything else is left behind. And the reality is that change takes a long time. In 1994, in the sort of pre-Netscape version of the internet, obviously the internet had years of defense work behind it before it got to this place, but it wasn't really a mainstream consumer technology. It took a long time, and we as early advocates, I remember, when Mosaic first came out to look at the early sort of pre-Netscape internet, if you remember Gopher, and that was awesome. It was really cool, despite being incredibly slow. And there were hardly any places you could go to, which is kind of like saying there are hardly any merchants that accept Bitcoin. There weren't a lot of sites that you could go to. It was, there was a speed issue. There were all kinds of sort of usability issues, and yet you could see that this was the future. And we were such big advocates. And the internet's been relatively successful, I would say. But we were such big advocates, we thought it would be even greater than it is today. We weren't actually correct. We thought it was going to be bigger. And there are still, too many places in the world that are not fully connected. So I think when people talk, they sort of go into hyperbole about how great. People tend to want things to be bigger or better than they maybe actually are, or worse than they actually are. They like to gravitate to the extremes, but real change and real evolution, it's time consuming. And the other thing about this metaphor is, this is Netscape a year later in 95. It wasn't really that much better, actually, in retrospect, but it seemed at the time like a huge leap forward. Like these little innovations seemed massive. So back in 1995, I also remember feeling, because I have to admit, I was in that camp on the left side. I didn't want mainstream people messing up my internet, And this was a T-shirt from Networld. So the internet is full, go away. Nobody wanted mainstream consumers on the internet, or there was a certain group of people who were involved, and I have to confess I was one of them, who were a little hesitant about that. At the same time, mainstream consumers were like, why would I want to call the internet? I already have Prodigy or CompuServe. Why do I want to call? And you had to actually dial it up, so it was like a call. You had to dial, hello, internet. So it wasn't like mainstream users and the sort of tech early adopters were necessarily clamoring to build a bridge between each other, and that has some similarities with Bitcoin as I see it today. So let's talk about who really is mainstream, and in this case I'm going to use this adoption curve, which you may have seen a version of at one point or another. Maybe a little difficult to read, but the basic idea is that the tech enthusiasts come at the sort of beginning of the curve, and then we move into early adopters, early majority, late majority, and then the laggards at the end. And the thing that's interesting about this is those lines aren't like these little tiny lines where if you just reach, you add one at a certain point and you sort of go to the next box. Those lines are like giant chasms, because anything that really that grabs a tech enthusiast, there's no guarantee at all that it's going to grab an early adopter. There's usually some kind of magical tipping point that needs to happen to cross those borders. Another way to look at it is in terms of market share, because the raw sort of interest adoption curve doesn't really capture the market share. And the market share points out that actually the early adopters aren't a huge percentage of the market share. It slopes a little bit differently. So the cool thing about Bitcoin adoption is I think it's already crossed one of those chasms. It's past the tech enthusiasts and we're in the early adopters phase. But when we talk about increasing adoption, we're really talking about crossing the whole next chasm and even approaching the next one, which is a huge step. So in terms of, another way to look at this adoption curve is in terms of personas. So since we always used 1995, I went back to 1985 in this, to the Breakfast Club. So if we sort of look at, the creators have been involved for a while, and the people who self-identify as crypto anarchists are involved, now. And the interesting thing is the traders and the investors and the guys who are creating exchanges, they got involved pretty early. They really look at this as like the Winklevi and the people who look at this as an asset class, they're into it. They're in the early adopter crowd. But I think, the hipsters and the queen bees are the ones that we're kind of talking about, like, how do we get there into the early majority with digital currency, and what does it take? And then at some point, they're also, those guys. So that's probably who we don't care about as much. We're not deliberately building product for those folks. So a reasonable question is, why do we care about these people, anyway? And I think with Bitcoin, one thing that's really interesting about it is that we all benefit from the exchanges that everyone else is executing. Meaning, if we're talking about a finite currency where deflation is sort of built in rather than the sort of arbitrary inflation sensitive currency that we're used to, then the more people use it for real exchanges of goods and services, over time, not over the period of 30 days, but over time, it should increase in value. So it doesn't really matter if you're using Coinbase or using blockchain, as long as people are using it for exchanges of real things rather than just speculative investment, then long term it should increase in value. So we're all sort of actually benefiting, not in a touchy-feely, huggy community way, but on the bottom line, at least in theory. Now, there are other reasons to care also that are a little more practical, but I think that to me is the sort of high-level hope. So how do we get there? We are going to, so I'm going to walk through just a couple of things to think about. I'm not sort of proposing solutions to a lot of these. Just I think things that we think a lot about as we're building our products and as we've sort of mainstreamed other products in the past. And a key one is this issue of trust. I think one of the issues that consumers have or mainstream adopters have is, they ask questions like, what if someone just inserted, the shadowy cabal of developers who create Bitcoin Core, what if they just inserted higher fees overnight and they all got funneled off to Gavin or something like that? Which, it shows a lack of understanding of the sort of, open source nature of things. That's sort of how their money works, what they're really used to with the banking system. But it doesn't mean that, even though you don't have to trust an individual in terms of transactions and moving money from place to place with Bitcoin, there's always still some trust. There's always some trust of the process, of the peers that you're connecting to. There's always some trust somewhere. And resolving those trust issues for mainstream users is a little bit different than resolving it for early adopters and for tech enthusiasts. Some of it is, the sort of obvious thing is design and user experience. I think if you ask a user, you ask my sister to understand storage of keys, multi-sig, she's already shut off at that point. She's never going to understand private keys. No matter what metaphors you give her. I think she also, my sister's not dumb, but she's just not going to get keys. I think the other thing that mainstream consumers need in terms of complexity, and specifically, is they want some connection to existing systems. They don't want to necessarily have a wallet on their phone that then they have like a credit card and a debit card, and they need to know exactly when to use this particular app to pay for this. I can navigate that fine. I don't really care how many point-of-sale systems are at my coffee shop that I like to go to. But I think for mainstream consumers, it needs to be somewhat consolidated and very familiar. And one of the questions that I get a lot when I'm trying to advocate for Bitcoin to who I consider a mainstream consumer, their question is, my card works just fine. Regardless of the fees they're paying or what's involved in it, they view it as working just fine. So I think some connection to those gateways and making the connection between things like card networks to digital currency really, really frictionless and simple and immediate is pretty key to managing that. And then the last two things here also, of course, relate to trust. And I think gaining trust in mainstream consumers is different. And they're sort of affected by different things. And we talk about mainstream media being one of those things that I think affects not just mainstream consumers, but business partners who aren't fully educated in the space, people in the banking system. These aren't people who are necessarily following Reddit. They're not on Bitcoin Talk. They don't use IRC. They watch Good Morning America or maybe Jimmy Fallon. And so if there's a negative story about Magic the Gathering online exchange or Mt. Gox, then they don't really get the details. They don't actually care about the details. They just get that it's bad, and it's sort of managing that marketing message, I think, is part of developing trust in mainstream users. So here's a couple of examples, and these are not metaphors. These are just kind of like case studies that I think are interesting in the realm of music, where that bridge has been crossed. So there's Napster up on the upper left there. And I remember using Napster and selecting my bit rate, and I'm not supposed to admit that I use Napster probably, but you selected your bit rate. It was fairly, there was some complexity involved. And then on the right, that's actually Spotify, but you can think of iTunes, sort of a mainstream approach to digital music delivery, right? And the same thing with, the iPod just absolutely crushed the Walkman when it came out. And some of that was managing complexity, some of that was trust and where the music was actually coming from, the sort of sensitivity to marketing messages, all of the sorts of issues that I think have to be solved to bring digital currency across to the next level. See, I didn't quite run out of time before this one. So if you really want to be vilified, go to a Bitcoin meetup and mention the word regulation. So, there's just a few things I'm going to say because I know we're going to hear a talk later about it. I just want to talk about it in terms of the mainstream consumer sort of view of it. And I think the first thing is we have to be able to have the discussion without being viewed as sort of traitors to the cause or demonized. There's a sort of saying, I think Mitch Kapor is the one who said that inside every functioning anarchy is an old boy network. And we as the ones who are the early adopters need to make sure that we're not overly exclusionary of people who want to be educated and want to learn, who aren't trying to steal anything. There's a sort of faceless approach in some cases, I think, to this giant institution that is forcing regulation on this thing that actually fixes a lot of problems. And some of those guys in that faceless institution sound like real jerks. But I think a lot of them actually are they're individual people who don't understand. There's a definite gap in understanding, but I think it goes in both directions. I think there are a lot of people in the digital currency space who don't quite understand. They don't come from the finance background and don't necessarily understand the other side as well. And I think there's a big challenge to sort of educate and figure out what even makes sense. Not apply specific policies necessarily, or dot the I's or cross the T's that we already have. Not try to stovepipe that system onto something like digital currency, but just sort of reassess what needs to happen here. What is regulation that needs to happen in this space? For consumer adoption, what consumer protections does a mainstream user want to feel like exist that makes sense in any way? I think sort of need to reassess the intent on the regulatory side. And instead of sort of rushing to make a career out of running for governor because I've just established regulation on Bitcoin or whatever digital currency, we need to just sort of go back and look at what is the purpose of an anti-money laundering policy in the first place, and do these things that we have to sort of enable that even make sense at all, and just take a pause, specifically on the Bitcoin to Bitcoin side. There are already AML and KYC, those are anti-money laundering and know your customer requirements on the gateway side, but on the Bitcoin side, just take a pause. And in sort of enforcing something that is wrong would be much more detrimental than not enforcing anything at all at this point. Let's just be sort of slow about it. So I think there's a downside, though, to not doing anything right now. And that is that it becomes increasingly difficult to actually start a business and get a banking partner and do business with some of your partners without some sort of regulatory guidance. So it is really hard to create a Bitcoin company right now and have a backing banking partner. And the reason you need a backing banking partner is if you care about the gateways, if you want to enable a gateway, like you're creating an exchange or some sort of service that lets people get fiat money in, Bitcoin out, fiat in, reverse. You don't necessarily have to care about that. Blockchain is a great service that doesn't really care about on-ramps and off-ramps right now. So it's not that you necessarily need a banking partner, but we at Circle are licensed as a money services business. Companies like Coinbase or similar, anyone who sort of moves money and touches gateways is not licensed as a bank. So that means if we do want to touch these gateways, we have to have a banking partner. And the banks, by and large, the compliance departments of the banks are doing this sort of risk-reward analysis, and the risk just seems too high, and so they'll just say no. They're just not comfortable with it, and with the lack of regulatory guidance. So that means it's very hard to innovate. It's very hard to create these companies. It creates a pretty high barrier, which kind of leads into the next topic, which is scale, and particularly the ecosystem part of scale. And I think from a mainstream consumer's perspective, this can't be like mail on Prodigy or America Online. It needs to be like email, right? So we need a giant system based on standards, open source, but hopefully standardized open source projects, open standards that many people can build on without permission from anybody. And they can get banking partners if they want to connect to gateways, and we can create an ecosystem that offers a whole bunch of different products, and it sort of is fleshed out into a real thing rather than another version of a closed network. So that's one kind of scale. And I think that's a real problem. I was trading messages with Ryan Selkis, the 2-bit idiot, who has been attempting to create a venture where you can contribute charitable money to any charity using Bitcoin, and they will do the conversion overnight. And he's been struggling for 21 months just to get sort of approval through the system to even operate that business, even though it obviously satisfies a good. So moving to liquidity, it's really interesting that I've always had great experiences with Bitstamp, but they are the single major source of liquidity in the world for Bitcoin right now. And they operate at a relatively low volume. If you look at their volume numbers, it's sort of like looking at Bitcoin as a single small cap stock. So any little fluctuation has a massive impact on the price. I, as a Bitcoin holder, I can personally cause a little blip in the price through Bitstamp, which is ridiculous. I'm not a market maker. So we need liquidity sources. I actually think this is a thing that's going to be solved relatively quickly in a really exciting way. I think we will see US and UK-based exchanges that help improve liquidity. But right now, it's an issue. Then, there's scale of the sort of technical kind. The one that people mention a lot is throughput, particularly with regard to payments. We talk about how long a payment takes to get confirmed, regardless of whether it can be instantly validated. It takes a while to show up in a block. So if you sort of do the math for how big a block is, the average transaction is about 512 bytes. You sort of figure out, well, that means the Bitcoin on-chain transactions in Bitcoin can service about 7 to 9 transactions a second or so. Well, I think there's solutions to that. Lots of solutions that are being tossed around now are things like side chains or just going to altcoins. Mike Kern recently updated the scalability page on the Bitcoin wiki to show how with some relatively low-hanging fruit that problem may be addressed. But just in terms of context, 7 to 9 transactions a second would compare to the Visa network on average is around 2,000 transactions a second, and it can spike up to about 10,000 transactions a second. So it's quite a ways off. These sort of technical issues, though, I think the scaling issues, there are brilliant people who are working on these, and there are people like you who will become engaged in solving those problems. So I'm very optimistic about that. And then the last one is, how does the process scale? What's the right sort of mechanism for just growing Bitcoin Core? How does it become like a real standard? Does it need to? I've been involved in a lot of standards groups, and the general idea is there's a sort of consensus around a spec that has at least one implementation, but usually multiple, has a test suite that can verify that the implementations do in fact satisfy the spec. How do we include new people into that? What's the process for getting a seat at the table? These are all sorts of things to sort of think about. I'm just sort of mentioning them as topics. I don't have any specific suggestions that I want to propose there. I think the thing in terms of consumer adoption that people actually talk about most is this idea that there's a silver bullet feature, that somebody's going to come up with something that's so compelling for mainstream users. And once we have that, everybody's just going to flip on to that. So there are a few things that are sort of under discussion. The sort of payment side of it is merchants and consumers. And there's always this debate, it's a catch-22, right? If a merchant is not accepting Bitcoin, then that doesn't help promote Bitcoin to consumers. If consumers don't want to pay in Bitcoin, the merchants aren't going to accept it. But I think if we look at something like the history of the Visa network, where merchants began accepting it, so consumers saw that they could use it, but also consumers would walk into a store with their Visa card, and if the merchant didn't accept payment, they may go next door to a competitor. It's sort of holistic. It fits and starts on both sides. I think it happens together. There are also really interesting feature-driven pieces like sidechain innovations. Obviously, multi-sig is part of contracts and escrow. Microtransactions is kind of faded in the discussion a little bit, but that's one. Recent developments in privacy protection. The thing that I think is dangerous about chasing silver bullet features-driven adoption on the mainstream consumer side is that it does work. The cases where it's worked in the past in software everyone sort of talks about is Skype and Excel and different sort of silver bullet collections of features, but And my experience, anyway, has been that it's usually better not to keep chasing a silver bullet or chasing what the press or journalists are talking about as the shiny new object, but just load up your gun with a lot of normal bullets and just focus on one thing and execute that one piece. And I think the really great execution of some of the things that we already have now may be just as effective. And that kind of brings me to the last thing that I wanted to talk about, and that's really that's encouragement to execute, go out and create innovation. You know, I think as I mentioned at the outset, the internet, I really do believe wants information transfer, money transfer to be free or very, very close to free. And that coupled with the fact that people want greater control of their own money, they want to be able to control where it flows and how much of it actually flows between me to you. Those two things together are pretty compelling. And then no matter what the opposition is, no matter sort of what the disagreements are or the difficulties, I would never bet against innovation. And the ability of people to innovate and create solutions to these kinds of problems. And this is just, to me, this is just simply, it's an innovation whose time has come. It's absolutely an innovation whose time has come. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Sean. If you'd like to ask a question, please raise your hand up high and we'll get the mic to you. Once you've asked your question, please give the mic back. Thank you very much.
Hey, what does Circle do?
Got a bunch of Circle people there who can probably answer the question. Yeah, so Circle is I refer to it as a personal consumer finance company. And Bitcoin is a great part of it, so I'll talk about the Bitcoin part of it. And I think the overall goal is to make it really, really easy to acquire Bitcoin for normal people who don't necessarily want a trading metaphor. They don't want to see bid ask in an order book. Just a really simple sort of frictionless way of acquiring Bitcoin using some protection from volatility, some sort of protection in terms of auditing, making sure it's a full reserve system. Obviously, there are a number of other sort of assurances you can imagine to protect consumers. But it's fundamentally about making it really, really, in the initial going on the Bitcoin side, is making it really, really easy to get in and out of it, even if it costs us money to make that happen. Even if there's a chance that we'll have some fraud, we still want to, by and large, make it really, really easy for people to do in both directions, using simple mechanisms that they're already familiar with. Yeah.
Hey, thanks for your time. A question about how we talked about how there are finitely many Bitcoins in the future. Say we fast forward to them and say, just for the sake of the example, everyone in the US uses Bitcoin. In that sense, you'd have to be relatively, if not extremely wealthy to even own one Bitcoin, and that just seems philosophically odd to me. Can you speak to that a little bit?
Yeah, I think the question is around maybe the divisibility of Bitcoin. There's a lot of discussion actually now relevant to the sort of mainstream consumers. What do you call that 0.00000? How much is a beer? Kind of a thing. And I think those are, some of it is, it's not just semantics, they're important things to figure out, but the idea is that Bitcoin is divisible right now to 8 decimal places. But if it goes, really well, you can imagine in the future that regardless of on the mining or the sort of Coinbase transaction side and the reward and the bounties, but in terms of just payments, maybe ultimately if we actually have that kind of problem, maybe it's even divisible further. So we could say theoretically, at least for the sake of argument, that it's infinitely divisible. Then does it really matter? It matters to the consumer, yeah, but I think in terms of the ability to use it as a means of payment, I don't know that it matters as much. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, so there's sort of consensus now around using bits and millibits and those denominations. So maybe at least that postpones the problem. If that works, maybe that postpones the problem for a few years. If everyone in the US is using it, as in your example though, we need to come up with a new name. Those naming discussions are always really fun too. No trolling whatsoever. Thanks. Yep.
Hi, thank you for your time. And actually, this is building off the bits discussion, but how do you feel? I think people don't want to feel like they own a fraction of something, so I think moving to bits would be good in order to get the mainstream people really into Bitcoin. Because if I was just like a new person who didn't understand it, and I looked at my balance, I wouldn't want to see like 0.000. I'd want to see like 1 point something, because that would make me feel like I own more of it. And I know you guys are laughing, but I think this is how most people are going to think who don't understand this. So I think that would be a big thing in getting people.
Yeah, I think there's definitely a behavior of a consumer who goes on a Coinbase and just wants to buy one Bitcoin, doesn't actually know what it is, or just wants to have one to be included in this movement that's happening, so they buy one. I'm guessing, I don't know about Coinbase's numbers or anything, but yeah, I think that's a thing. I think the other thing, though, is a lot of mainstream consumers, they really don't even want anything represented in Bitcoin. They want to see fiat. They want to see euros and pound sterling and US dollars. So if you're talking about a seamless conversion, and they're not necessarily holding it as an investor, then in that case, it's a little bit more like an optimization of the payment rails. So that you see your balance in dollars, and if I'm sending you cross-border money in euros, you see it in euros. And if you're a mainstream consumer, you may not actually care, even though you can always drill down and see how many Bitcoins that sort of equated to as the price was pegged at each of the gateways. So I think there are sort of multiple ways to sort of crack that problem.
So you touched on the question of deflation during the talk, and you kind of made it seem like it was a feature of the system. And I guess it's a good thing for the early adopters who have like hordes of Bitcoins if it increases in value. But if it does become like kind of the established means of payment, then it seems like the deflation is a problem, because people will tend to want to hoard their Bitcoin because it'll be worth more tomorrow than it is today, and they won't want to spend them. So I was wondering how you would, is there a way to solve that problem, or?
Yeah, I think that's a good question, because the sort of underlying economic theory, behind Bitcoin is Austrian economics, which it's composed of a lot of things, but they do fundamentally believe that deflation is a good thing. It actually is a feature. That you prefer deflation over inflation. It does have ramifications in certain situations, where inflationary currencies tend to be pretty good as debt instruments. There's a thing called the dollar trap, which is that most of the world likes to use the U.S. dollar for its debt instruments. China still uses the U.S. dollar for its debt instruments, because if I'm gonna lend you 10 Bitcoins and you have to pay it back to me at some point in the future, I'm really getting a good deal if we're talking about a deflationary currency. So there is a flip side to it. But the thing that's interesting about Bitcoin is this potentially infinite divisibility. It kind of helps with the problem a little bit. If we're talking about gold bars that are really difficult to divide but possible to divide, and it also is a finite resource, so theoretically deflationary, it's a little bit tougher because of that lack of divisibility. But if we're talking about down to potentially the millionth, whatever that's called in the future, decimal, it's a little bit different. Particularly, I think, to a mainstream consumer in a hybrid economy type situation, where they're always going to need to pay taxes in euros or whatever, or dollars or whatever it is. Then I think we're constantly talking about pegging, visibility, and fairly complicated systems to avoid that. But it is always, that's always sort of a philosophical discussion about don't deflationary currencies encourage hoarding. So it's one of those good economics discussions to have over beers, kind of a thing.
All right, thank you, Sean. Okay, we're going to take a very short 10-minute break. Use the restrooms, grab some food, grab some water. Get back to your seats. When we come back, we've got Marco Santori, James D'Angelo, and Gavin Andresen.
Hello.
Okay, please start taking your seats. We're gonna get started in a couple minutes.
We're going to get started up in just another minute here, so if you could please get back to your seats, we'll get started shortly. Hey, nice to meet you. Good, I'm good. Thank you. Very happy. Yeah, not right now, but definitely. about Bitcoin center on its legal status and whether and how government should regulate its use. We're very fortunate to have with us today the man recently described by an American banker as the Dean of Digital Currency Law. Marco Santori is the chairman of the Regulatory Affairs Committee of the Bitcoin Foundation. He counsels exchanges, payment processors, institutional miners, and other companies making new and exciting use of distributed ledger technology. Marco advises his clients on regulatory matters, including compliance with money services and security regulations. Any of you thinking about starting a project or company dealing with Bitcoin, and we hope there are more in this room than there are a couple hours ago, be sure to listen up. Please welcome Marco Santori.
Hi, everybody. My name is Marco Santori. I'm a lawyer in New York City. Also, I chair the Regulatory Affairs Committee of the Bitcoin Foundation. So, like I think some other people in this room, I am all in Bitcoin at this point, for better or for worse. So I'm a lawyer, which means I am I was at one point a liberal arts major. And I feel completely out of place here. Because so far this whole morning has been dedicated to science guys. So are there any liberal arts majors at all in this? Oh, thank God. Okay, so quite a few. Okay, so then you guys will be a little bit more comfortable with this. But today what I want to talk about is money transmission, primarily. There's a lot of different legal disciplines that apply to Bitcoin. But as I promised here, I'm only going to do 20 minutes because I firmly believe nobody should have to listen to a lawyer speak for more than 20 minutes. So I want to talk about money transmission on the federal level, money transmission on the state level, and finally, compliance and avoidance strategies. When you're talking about money transmission on the federal level, the question is, who regulates you? Who should I be looking to? And the answer is FinCEN. It stands for the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network. It's a bureau of the Treasury that regulates money services businesses. Those are called MSBs on the federal level. The goal of FinCEN's stated purpose is to prevent money laundering. Money services businesses are some of the most heavily regulated businesses in the country. They have to satisfy a plethora of requirements. But first and foremost, they have to register with FinCEN. They have to literally log on, check a box, say, I am a money services business, pay attention to me and what I do. They have to develop an extensive written anti-money laundering program. They have to check identities against watch lists for terrorists, criminals, enemies of the state. By identities, I mean all their customer identities. And for some of those customers, they have to just outright deny service. If they find out that one of their customers is in fact one of these enemies of the state, they just can't work with them. Sometimes, though, they actually have to secretly continue servicing those customers without telling the customer, and they essentially become a deputy, one of FinCEN's deputies in the war on terror, war on money laundering, et cetera, and they have to undergo yearly audits. So suffice it to say that if you can avoid being an MSB, if you can structure your business so that you can avoid being an MSB, that is usually the highest and best goal for a lot of Bitcoin businesses, and really any business that deals with money. One kind of MSB is a money transmitter. You've probably heard this term thrown around. Western Union, MoneyGram, these are all money transmitters. March 18th, 2013 is a day that will live in infamy for a lot of digital currency businesses and people who are in this space. That is the day that FinCEN published the guidance. They published interpretive guidance, which really says, look, we're going to interpret our body of law as it exists today and tell you how it applies to Bitcoin. They didn't use the word Bitcoin. They called them, they famously dubbed them decentralized convertible virtual currencies. So there's all kinds of these currencies from FinCEN's perspective. Bitcoin is one of them. Wow Gold is another kind. Amazon Gold, Amazon Coins is another kind. They all kind of fall under this framework that FinCEN put together in the guidance. And then in December of 2013, I should say, and then April of 2014, that's a typo, FinCEN published more interpretive rulings. So a bunch of Bitcoin businesses got together and said, wow, some of the stuff that FinCEN put in the guidance that said this is how the law applies to us, some stuff is crazy. Some stuff can't possibly apply to us in the way that we think it applies to us based on what we read. FinCEN then explained further how this guidance, how the Bank Secrecy Act that the guidance interpreted, how the Bank Secrecy Act applies to your businesses. So this guidance is not law. The rulings that came out, and this is what I'm going to be talking about all day, none of this is law qua law. It's susceptible to judicial challenge, which means it wasn't, remember Schoolhouse Rock, there's bicameralism plus presentment, and it has to go through the legislature, the president signs it. None of that has happened. FinCEN just said, well, it's within our authority to explain to you how we think our law that did go through all that applies to your business. So it's susceptible to judicial challenge, meaning if you wanted to file a lawsuit, you could probably fight it. But do you really want to do that? Most people don't. They want somebody else to do it, and they can kind of draft and follow. They can be the fast leader. Let somebody else spend the money, and you can reap the benefit. So let's get to the meat of it. What makes you a money services business? And all you guys thinking of starting Bitcoin businesses should be keeping this in mind as you structure your offering. If you accept value from person A and give it to person B, you might be a money transmitter. So hosted wallet services that provide, that actually hold private keys are money transmitters, usually. If you accept value from person A and then give it back to the same person at a different place, this value being dollars, digital currency, whatever, FinCEN doesn't care. If you do both of those things, you might be a money transmitter. So some other hosted wallets do that as well as paper wallet storage services. And this is a big one, this is the one that gets most of the play. If you exchange digital currency for government currency, you might be a money transmitter. So a lot of the most popular exchanges out there that you probably know and love and have used, they're probably money transmitters. One weird one is that if you exchange one digital currency for another, if you're exchanging Bitcoin for Litecoin or for Ether if it comes out, or Litecoin or anything like that. Now that wasn't a dig, just any different kind of digital currency for one other kind of digital currency, even if you never touch government currency, even if you don't have a bank account, you might still be a money transmitter. If you mine digital currency on behalf of another party and pay a third party with your mined coins on behalf of your customer, you might be a money transmitter. States are a little bit different. All of that was federal law. With the feds, all you have to do is go to the website, check a box, and you alert them that you're a money transmitter. You don't ask permission. It's not a privilege. It's mere registration. State level is completely different. On the state level, the states regulate money transmitters completely separately from the federal government. And they do so subject to a completely different set of laws. The states don't require that mere registration. You don't just waltz into California and say, hey, I'm going to transmit money in your state. You can do that with FinCEN, but on the state level, you have to get a license. And a license is a privilege, not a right. You're not guaranteed to be awarded one. One of the most frustrating things for digital currency businesses is that just because you get a license in one state doesn't mean that you're going to get a license in another state. In fact, if you apply for a license in one state and are rejected, it's actually very likely that you'll never get a license in any other state as well. Because, surprise, surprise, these people talk to each other, as a good regulator should. So, you have to ask a few questions when you're talking about money transmission on the first level, on the state level. The first question is, must my business be licensed according to the law? We all talk about permissionless innovation, and that's critical. But when it comes to the law, this is in fact the opposite of permissionless innovation. Do I need to ask for permission to innovate in this state? And the answer is, under the law, so long as you service or solicit that state's citizens, no matter where you are in the country or where you are in the world, you might need a license. The states haven't adopted those broad categories of what is a money transmitter like FinCEN has. In fact, for the states care about custody. The states care about risk of loss. So if you're starting a Bitcoin business, you have to think, is my business going to take custody of customer dollars? Is it going to take custody of customer crypto? Custody of a dollar can mean either I take cash and I stuff it in a vault, or I take cash and I deposit it in a bank account. Or if I simply receive a wire from another person into my bank account. All those things are taking custody. Even though technically it's the bank that's holding on to the money, it's in your account. So people, if you accept value from person A and then give it to person B, that's money transmission. Or if you accept value from person A and give it right back. That's also money transmission on the state level. It's a little bit more simple than the federal level. But what's not simple is that each state often has its own Byzantine rules and laws that define what is money. Texas recently, and I'm going to go into this in a little bit, maybe some of you have heard, Texas made a ruling issued a ruling that says, in fact, Bitcoin isn't money in Texas. So Bitcoin businesses, do your thing in Texas. You're probably not regulated. There are some small categories of businesses that are based on the guidance. Another weird thing is that the states have their own laws on what constitutes transmission. We seem to know what transmission means in sort of an intuitive sense. It's what I was talking about. Taking it from one person and giving it to the next. That's transmission. But it's not defined in most states. So when you're a lawyer and somebody asks you, so do I need a license? Do I need to pay a whole bunch of money and spend a whole bunch of time getting licenses? There's usually no swift and obvious answer. Second question. Just because I have to get a license, it's a privilege. Remember, it means maybe you're not going to get one. So will my business be granted a license? In fact, the requirements are onerous. They have usually 6-figure to 7-figure capitalization requirements, meaning you have to just simply hold assets in your business worth a certain amount. They require bonding, meaning you have to get insurance. So not only must you have the money, but if ever you skip town with the money, there's somebody backing you up that the state and the state's citizens can sue. The state makes sure that you have deep pockets if you're going to be handling their citizens' money. You need audited financial statements. Most startups don't get audited financial statements. They might have a financial statement so they know how much money they have, but to pay PricewaterhouseCoopers or some other accounting firm to come in there and prove it, it's a whole other can of worms. You need personal financial records of the individual owners. If you have a bankruptcy in your background, it's probably going to be tough to get a license. If you have a felony, if you have any crime handling money, it's going to be tough. Marital, divorce, and family records of the individual owners, things you'd never think these guys would care about. They want to know if you've ever been divorced. Occupational records. What kind of business have you been in for the last 15 years? This is, of course, affectionately known as the financial colonoscopy. They get right in there. They really do. They really do. And this is because what state regulators are concerned with is safety and soundness. They want to make sure that they are doing their best to emphasize and ensure protection for their consumers. So, as of today, boots on the ground, where do the states stand? Well, all over the place. Bitcoin is new. Bitcoin is difficult to understand. I'm sure some of the people in this room haven't quite gotten their arms around it. I've been doing this for a couple of years. And after 2 years, you would have thought I would understand pretty much everything that goes on in Bitcoin, even for a lawyer, but it's a very deep rabbit hole. Imagine state regulators. The most complex things these people have had to deal with for the last 10 years is like PayPal. And that's pretty complex, and you have to hand it to them. But come on, public-private key cryptography is just not something that they deal with. So in Texas, Bitcoin is not money, so it's only regulated, your business is only regulated if your business takes custody, not of Bitcoins, but of dollars. In Washington didn't publish anything with much fanfare, but they did quietly update their website, the state financial regulatory body's website, to say digital currency is regulated pretty much as if it was government currency. So it's kind of the same way that FinCEN looks at it. If you're doing something with dollars that would be regulated, it's going to be regulated in the if you're doing something with Bitcoins that would be regulated if you were doing it with dollars, it's going to be regulated in Washington. New York is taking an entirely different approach. Instead of sitting down, opening the books and saying, well, how do we fit this round peg, Bitcoin, into our square holes of money transmission law? They're saying, out with it. Out with the old rules. We're going to develop digital currency specific rules, which is a good idea or a bad idea depending on who you talk to. There are 3 states that, as long as time, have not regulated money transmitters at all. So just like Western Union and MoneyGram don't have to get a license for pretty much anything they do there, digital currency companies don't have to get a license for what they do there. Those states are New Mexico, Montana, South Carolina. If you want to start a Bitcoin business permissionless, you can do it there. You still have to register, though, with FinCEN. So let's talk about some compliance and avoidance strategies. So the obvious one, how do you comply? Well, you can get registered. You can register with FinCEN and seek a whole bunch of licenses, but it's time intensive, it's resource intensive. I'm helping people do that right now, as you might imagine. And it takes a long time. It takes a very long time, and in the end, you're going to wonder where all your money went if the licensing didn't turn out the way that you wanted it to. You can do all that, or you can avoid it. You can try to avoid US licensing, not evade. I don't think any lawyer is going to help, well, most lawyers aren't going to help you evade the licensing and compliance requirements, but they will help you avoid it. And we'll talk a little bit about how you can do that. You can become the agent of a bank or a money transmitter because banks are exempt from licensing requirements, and money transmitters have already satisfied the licensing requirements. So an interesting fact is that people who actually have money transmission licenses in this country usually don't actually transmit money. Their whole business is just keeping the license, and then they rent out that license through agency relationships to people who actually want to take in the cash and send it overseas. You can simply structure your business to fit into an exception or avoid the laws entirely. Or finally, you might just white label your product. These are all strategies. Okay, first strategy, avoiding US customers, not evading. I want to keep my license, so I have to stress that. Incorporating overseas, people come up to me all the time and they say, you know, I really don't want to deal with any of the US laws or US regulations, so what I'm going to do is just incorporate my business overseas. We'll see him try to catch me. That's a terrible idea. It is a terrible idea because the US practices, unlike a lot of countries, the US practices what's called extraterritorial jurisdiction, meaning, yeah, you might be in Panama, but the long arm of the US will reach you in Panama if you are servicing or soliciting US customers. In fact, that happened with a company called Liberty Reserve. They were in Costa Rica, and they still got taken down. Liberty Reserve, I believe, was actually laundering money, whereas most of you guys in the room, well, maybe you don't get a license so you don't register or something like that, but you're not going to actually launder money, right? So that's really just the start, is incorporating overseas. That's not the end. You should geofilter your IP addresses. You should detect the country of residence for your customers. You should request that the country then affirm that that is, in fact, their country of residence. And then you should collect verifying documents to verify that information. So you don't just detect it yourself. You don't just take their word for it, but you actually verify it. And then once you've onboarded the customer, what can you do? You can develop policies and procedures to actually gauge the probability that these guys are not US customers. And if there's a very high probability that the customer you're servicing is a US customer, well, you should take action. So let's say they onboard and all the top half of those things clear it. Then the customer, after being onboarded, registers a US bank account with your business to say that's where I want to send Bitcoin, that's where I want to send the dollars after I sell you Bitcoins, if you're an exchange. Or they make transfers to only US accounts. That's suspicious. If they said they lived in Germany, Guatemala. Then after they sign on, all they do is access your service using US IP addresses, even though they didn't use it when they signed on. Maybe they were using a VPN, they were tunneling, who knows. Now it looks like, well, all they're doing is business with US customers. This is strange. You should develop policies and procedures that monitor these probabilities, and then when something starts to cross a threshold, you should do something about it. You should implement these policies. This is the bottom line, is that if, God forbid, it ever hits the fan and you get enforced against and you find yourself in court, what story do you want your lawyer to tell the judge? Do you want the lawyer to say, well, my client had policies and procedures to prevent this, Your Honor? Or do you want them to say, my customer had policies, procedures to, my client had policies and procedures to implement this technology, and you know what? They actually caught some people, and it worked, and they kicked some guys off their service. That is a much better story. That is the story you want to develop. Okay, another example is becoming the agent of a bank or an existing money transmitter. You can enter into an agency or service agreement. It's an agreement that essentially sets forth all the rights and obligations between you and a bank, you and an existing money transmitter, so that you can stand in their shadow, you can draft behind them and use their already compliant setup. Typically, the bank or the money transmitter has the bargaining leverage in something like this, in one of these relationships, so you can expect to get terrible terms, awful terms. They're going to want a whole bunch of money up front. They're going to want a rev share, usually a share of the revenue that you generate. They may even want just some flat fees. They want a signing bonus. And then you would have to implement and comply with their compliance policies. So you're going to lose some control over your business. This is tough to do. It's tough for a lot of entrepreneurs to give up control over their business. But it's difficult to achieve for other reasons, because right now, money transmitters have it pretty good. They have an established revenue stream. They have a moat up. It is difficult. There are barriers to entry. It's difficult to innovate against a money transmitter right now because of the laws and the way that they are. They're very well entrenched. And they're hesitant to alienate their current licensees by signing on with some magical internet money company. It's difficult to sign up with a bank because banks operate on risk. Compliance is a big deal for banks. So it's difficult for banks to really wrap their arms around what are the risks involved with a digital currency business. Even if I'm just giving them a checking account, what are the risks involved for me? And this is so new that the banks really haven't understood it well enough to be able to offer those products. That's changing. Another approach is to simply structure your business to fit into an exemption to the money transmission requirements. One exemption is merely providing network services to a money transmitter. So maybe you want to develop an exchange, you got it polished, it's beautiful, it's a clean piece of software, but you don't know how to deal with the regulations, you don't have the funding. What you can do is maybe license that exchange to somebody who does. That's called white labeling. Number two, you can operate a settlement business between money services business. This is another kind of business you can develop that would not be subject to money services requirements. Merely operating as a link between existing money services businesses or banks is one way to avoid these requirements. You can perform payment processing services. That's another possibility, where you have a contract with a merchant and the merchant's customers pay you. BitPay is one of the examples. One example of this, my law firm uses BitPay. You can pay us in Bitcoins, and we use BitPay to transfer those to dollars for our accountant's pleasure. You can simply purchase and sell on your own account. There are a lot of people that have really businesses. They are finance businesses that deal in digital currencies. They just buy and sell Bitcoin for themselves. Let's see. So we talked a little bit about white labeling your product. This is something that a lot of people are doing. There are companies out there that will develop an exchange and just sort of rent it to somebody who wants to put their brand on it. So basically what this does is you develop your product, you bring it to the cusp of launch, and then you just license it to somebody else. So you're really passing on the regulatory burden for someone else to satisfy who has the money to satisfy it, or to someone who just has a lesser regulatory burden. Maybe somebody has no regulatory burden because they're homed abroad and they're not servicing US customers, or they're homed abroad and they're servicing customers in jurisdictions that just don't have that high requirements. Obviously, white labeling means something different for each product. but it can apply to both hardware and software. There's people in here who simply manufacture Bitcoin kiosks. Here being this room. What they'll do is they make the hardware, sell it to you, and you can put your label on it. You can operate it wherever you like, but you as the operator satisfy the compliance requirements, not as the manufacturer. You can do it with software. You can license your Exchange software as a SaaS, software as a service, charge a fee, you can charge a revenue share. However you want to structure it, businesses do this. So what else? Today we really just talked about money transmission, one very specific kind of law. And you know, Bitcoin is a revolutionary payments protocol among other things, but it is largely today used as a payments protocol. There are still other things that Bitcoin can be used for and other bodies of law that will apply to digital currency and Bitcoin specifically. So let's talk about the Securities Exchange Commission, the SEC. There was recently a case called SEC v. Shavers. Did anybody know about this case? BTC Savings and Trust, just raise your hand up high. we got a few, yeah. So it was a Ponzi scheme, right? This is all BTCST was. They said, well, give me your Bitcoins, I'll invest them, you make a whole bunch of money, I'll give you back 8%, whatever it was. And then really he was investing them in, I don't know, like motorcycles and strippers and whatnot. Which is fun, but a poor investment. So what we learned from this case is that investments denominated in Bitcoins are still investments. They're still securities. Trend and Shavers tried to argue, well, you know, I didn't sell them for money. It was just, you know, unicorn fairy dust Bitcoins. And so maybe it shouldn't be an investment that I was selling. SEC says, no, that was an investment. If you denominate your investments in Bitcoins, Litecoins, dollars, oranges, puka cells, whatever, it's still an investment, and a federal court in Texas agreed. So we have law. We have law on Bitcoin. In fact, that law was that that Bitcoin, specifically, not just digital currencies, but Bitcoin, is money for the purposes of the Securities Act. We just learned that it's money for the purposes of the Bank Secrecy Act, too. It's a kind of currency. So the Trend and Shavers case harmonized with that definition. We also learned that unlicensed Bitcoin equities exchanges are illegal. Does anybody know what those are? Anybody bought a virtual share of a virtual company on one of these exchanges? It's not illegal if you did. It's okay. No, it's totally illegal. You guys are in trouble. No, and so this is what the SEC said, is that you can't just sell virtual shares on a virtual exchange and then you're not subject to the securities laws. That was not part of the case, but interestingly enough, the SEC did announce this in an investor alert. In fact, the terminology they used, fraud may involve unregistered offerings or an unregistered offering trading platform. One of the things we just heard about maybe about a month ago was the IRS ruling saying Bitcoin is actually not money. SEC said it's money. The Treasury said it's money. But the IRS says, no, it's property. It's taxed like a property, like a commodity, not like a currency, not like money. So what we know from this ruling is that and you know, people have said this is contradictory, how can it make sense? Oh, if IRS says Bitcoins are property now, maybe the Bank Secrecy Act doesn't apply anymore because it's not a currency. It's not true. Unfortunately, Bitcoin is a lot of different things based on whatever law you're applying. So for the Bank Secrecy Act, it's currency. For the Securities Act, it's money. For the Internal Revenue Code, it's property. And the way that property is taxed, you need to record your tax bases, meaning what was the value of the Bitcoin when you bought it. That's it. Oh, I can't go back now. So what I'd like to do is just open this up to questions if you have any.
Yeah, we've got time for about 2 questions. John's got the mic over there. Hands. Severin, John, we got a couple down here. One over there. Keep them up, they're coming to you.
Hi, yes, I have a question. I was wondering, so let's say you invested in Bitcoin, you invested a lot of money, and then you lost it. Could you write it off as a loss?
Possibly.
All right, thank you.
I'm not trying to be flippant, but yeah, yes, unless some exceptions apply. It would depend on the circumstances. Yeah.
So you work for Nissenhoff and Nittenberg, right?
My firm is Nessenhoff and Miltenberg.
And you guys
yes.
accept Bitcoin, correct?
We do.
Okay, so Jordan Kelly of Robocoin just he owns an ATM Robocoin. You're familiar with that?
I know Jordan. Yeah.
Okay, so I've spoke to Jordan, and he created something now that he's acting as a bank branch. Can you explain what that means?
Probably not. About what?
New York, that's where I'm from.
Oh, right on. New York's in the house. So I think he's calling it a bank for branding purposes. I would be surprised to hear that he has a bank charter. I don't think that he does. But the idea is, and I would let him market this himself. But generally speaking, the idea is he wants to turn his ATMs into on-ramps to his payment system. I won't recommend or dissuade you from trying to deal with any particular company. I know Jordan, seems like a nice guy. He's got a cool haircut. If you're out there, Jordan.
I was wondering, could you tell us about the history of prosecution for if there's MSBs, I guess, that have been created that aren't laundering money? Has the government ever cracked down on these if they aren't really doing anything bad, but they're not necessarily compliant?
Yeah, so that's a really interesting question. So for those of you who didn't catch it, wants to know more about the distinction between simply not registering and actually laundering money, because I know I made that distinction with Liberty Reserve. So the question was, I think in a sense, look, what if I just don't follow the rules? What if I just don't register? But it's not like I'm laundering money or anything. I just didn't check the box and I didn't do the AML and the KYC. Is the government still going to come down on me? And that's a question of enforcement, right? So they're two separate questions. Is, am I breaking the law, and will there be any real consequences for it? So the answer is, are you breaking the law without, if you operate an MSB without registering, yes. Full stop, you're breaking the law. Will you be enforced against simply for a failure to register? Anybody know about Cassacious coins? Okay, cool. I have some Cassacious coins. I think they're really cool. Mike is his name from Cassacious coins. He announced that he received a cease and desist letter from FinCEN. I don't think there was any accusation that Mike was laundering money, but he wasn't registered as a money transmitter. So FinCEN they did send him a nasty letter. They sent him a nastygram. I don't know what the consequence of that was, but that's one example of the government taking notice and saying, yeah, these aren't just foot faults. I mean, you have to register. They took down the site that I had up, but I just want to point out bitlegal.net is a great shortcut. I can't vouch for the information on there right now, but I can say that I have used this as a shortcut for myself from time to time. It's a great site where you can just check out the legality of Bitcoin in one jurisdiction or another.
Okay, Marco, we got to wrap it up.
Okay, so we'll do one last one.
Yep.
Yeah. Real simple question. I don't know. It sounds suspicious. You had a book out, yeah.
So, if I am a member of a club,
yeah.
we are selling things, in this case happen to be rabbits, and somebody wants to pay with Bitcoin.
Yeah.
The club can't possibly cope with that, but I can. So I say, pay me in Bitcoin, and I'll take the appropriate amount of cash and put it in the drawer. Does that make me a money transmitter?
That's a really good question, and it's actually not that complex. Most of these questions are, okay, let's sit down, I'm going to bill you. We'll explain in time. No, this is actually a really a fairly straightforward question. So first of all, if you do that once or twice, the first threshold is probably not passed. The threshold question is, are you operating as a business? And right now we're just talking about the federal level. I won't go into how each different state treats it, but if you accept money and give it to another person, or if you accept dollars and give Bitcoins to another person, you just do it once, you're probably not doing that as a business. So you're probably not a money services business. But let's say you do, you make a whole business out of it, then what are you? Well, then maybe you're a payment processor. If you have a contract or some agreement, it doesn't have to be a 5-page written agreement with indemnifications and reps and warranties. If you just have an agreement with the merchant that says, okay, well, I'm going to take money on your behalf and pay it to you, and I'm only going to take the money that is required to pay for the services that you're rendering. If you do that and you have an agreement with the merchant to do it and no agreement with the customers, then you might fall into one of the exemptions I talked about, the payment processing exemption. Maybe. Got to do it right. So that's it. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Feel free to... Thank you. And please, my contact info is up there. Feel free to contact me if you ever have any questions or you just want to talk crypto.
Thank you, Marco. Okay, so with Bitcoin up over 5,000% during the 2013 calendar year, it's no surprise that many on Wall Street are starting to pay attention. Our next speaker, Alec Petro, is the managing partner of Bay Hill Capital Management, a $120 million hedge fund which he founded in 2007. Mr. Petro has been involved in the financial services arena for the past 20 years and has founded or seeded multiple businesses in this space. Mr. Petro is also an adjunct professor of finance department at Boston College, where he teaches classes on hedge funds. Please welcome Alec Petro.
Thanks, Dan. Thank you. Oh, okay, let me forward. Okay. Hi there, everyone. Thanks, Dan. My discussion is going to be from a different perspective than you've heard so far, obviously. I occupy a perspective from Bitcoin as an investor, but also trying to be a little bit of a ahead of the game in terms of different asset classes. I was lucky enough to be involved in different asset management businesses which involved quantitative strategies. And as such, I employ different computer science guys, physicists, things like that. And so my introduction to Bitcoin was really through some of the guys that work for me who about 18 months ago, one of my computer science guys came to me and said, hey, I think we should start mining Bitcoin. And I was like, okay, let's see, what does that entail? Long story short, we wound up deciding not to mine Bitcoin, but we did mine Litecoin for a while. And so we got involved in Litecoin and as such Bitcoin. But a little bit about my background is in derivatives, so trading options, futures, things like that. I've done that for 25 or 30 years now. By the way, I'm the oldest speaker here, so bear with me. My background is not necessarily technical, but I look at Bitcoin as an asset. I like to adopt new technology, so for an old guy, I think I at least think of myself as an early adopter. A lot of guys my age, my friends, think I'm nuts in the asset management or financial service business, but I've been lucky enough to prove some guys wrong in the past. So I'm hoping that this is going to be one of the same. So I'm talking about what financial service guys, asset managers, how they think about Bitcoin, why they would even want to be involved in Bitcoin. And the fact is, really now, most do not. Most are scared of Bitcoin. But like in everything else, there's early adopters on the technology side and there's early adopters on the financial side. I like to think of myself, and there's plenty of others. I'm sure there's plenty in this room that are early adopters on the financial side. I come at it from an investor's perspective. I own Bitcoin. We were as we got to understand it, we took positions in Bitcoin, and then we started to think about it as a tradable asset. And so we started, and by the way, the rest of my guys made me make sure to make it very clear that none of our asset management businesses involve Bitcoin. So that would scare the crap out of our other investors at this point in our hedge fund. So we basically use our own capital to trade under our entity umbrella to build Bitcoin investment businesses. Fort Hill Capital, which is the management company that sits above Bay Hill Capital, is an options market maker, as well as a market maker in spot and futures on Bitcoin on various exchanges. So most of you probably didn't even know that there's options traded on Bitcoin and Litecoin, but there is. Just happened actually less than a month ago. We launched one platform, and we hope to support others in making prices on derivatives and futures. And I'll explain why in a few minutes. What we do also is we try to partner with other exchanges to help them understand what the market wants in terms of new products, ways to, most of these exchanges, and maybe you're familiar with some, most people, if you own Bitcoin and you didn't get it from Coinbase, which is a great service, but if you tried to trade it on any of the other exchanges, we deal with almost every other exchange that you've probably heard of. Some of them don't exist anymore. But that's, the battlefield and the fight we fight. So we help them in terms of trying to build better products, platforms, and in some cases, we use our technology group to assist the technology group of the exchanges in terms of how to spec out different products that we think will help the Bitcoin community. And I'll explain, personally, I'm involved with Bitcoin as an asset manager because I believe in it. My background is not only derivatives, but it's foreign exchange. And when I first heard of Bitcoin, it resonated to me because I thought of it as a currency. And my background being foreign currency, I could see that, yes, it was out there and it was hard to get your arms around. And if I wasn't lucky enough to have a lot of smart technical guys around me, I probably wouldn't understand it to the level I do now. And that's unfortunately, a problem with getting everybody in the financial community at ease and understanding with it. It takes a long time. It took me months to really get my arms around, okay, what is this? How do I think about it? How do I think about it in 5 years from now, God willing it's around? And what do I want to do with it? I like the idea of being early, but I don't want to look like an idiot. And so, I have some reputational risk as well. And a lot of people in the financial community are staying away, at least for now, because of this reputational risk, that they don't want to look like they did something that was, dealing with, all the bad things that we hear about Bitcoin, the drugs, the money laundering, all those things. Unfortunately, we're in that part of the early adopter, phase of Bitcoin where we're getting rid of all that stuff, but it's going to take a while. Lastly, our firm, myself, we look to invest in Bitcoin startups as well as other financial service startups. We are mostly looking at kind of trading activity, Bitcoin businesses, but we look at a lot of different things in the ecosystem to invest in on the venture side, and it's partner capital. It's not a fund, but I'm sure there's other people here that are represent other venture capital funds that are looking at Bitcoin businesses, and I'll talk about that quickly at the end. So why would I like it, or why would an institutional investor like to think about Bitcoin as something that we want to play in this arena? And a lot of these topics have been covered in some of the presentations that have come before me, but I'll just kind of go over them quickly. For me, limited supply is a big, it's a big point of Bitcoin. Obviously, when you compare it to fiat and a lot of other things, if it wasn't a limited supply as an asset, and again, I'm taking the perspective of, how do I think about this Bitcoin as an asset? Yes, I appreciate the payment system component of it, and it wouldn't be an asset if there wasn't a payment system. But from an investable asset, how do I think about it? Limited supply is good. We understand, how we get to the maximum 21 million Bitcoins. Next point, if I'm thinking about Bitcoin as an asset, how do I put it in a portfolio? Well, believe it or not, there are people that are starting to think about putting Bitcoin in a diversified portfolio. It's not very common, but we do see it, and it's getting more and more and more common. It obviously, Bitcoin is uncorrelated to other assets. It's probably not correlated to anything other than, which way the wind is blowing in China. But that's a good thing from an investor perspective if you're building a diversified portfolio of things, stocks, bonds, real estate. Bitcoin doesn't go up or down with any of those. It's a store of value, obviously, or it could potentially be a store of value. That's a good thing from an investment perspective as well. We see that if I look at the adoptability of Bitcoin and see that if I think adoptability is going to continue, limited supply, more and more people are going to want to buy it, it makes sense that it's going to appreciate in value. Where, I have no idea. Every day is a different day, but we take a long-term view. Even when it's going down, I tell myself, take a long-term view because, and for all of us in the community, it's sometimes hard to watch it as a price go up and down kind of on the whims of the press, which we know kind of spins and likes to demonize Bitcoin. That's okay. It's just part of it's part of the evolution of any new thing, just like Sean mentioned, how people thought about the internet. People had no idea why we needed email in 1990. Why would I need email when I could send a letter? Well, let's see where that went. Trading opportunities, obviously, we like to think about it as a market maker, but also as a position taker in different products. Bitcoin and Litecoin are our predominant things that we play in terms of trading, market making. For those who don't know what a market maker is, it's somebody who uses their own capital and places bids and offers on an exchange, buying when someone wants to sell, selling when someone wants to buy, and that creates some stability. It also, in theory, you can make some money trading back and forth in that product if you have good risk management, have plenty of capital, have good technology. And I'm going to talk a little bit about the trading environment and where some of these exchanges are going to go in technology. Obviously, Bitcoin is still a very, very immature asset. We talk about it, Bitcoin is an immature payment system, but as an asset, it's probably even more immature. People love to talk about the volatility of Bitcoin in the press, but in actuality, the volatility of Bitcoin has gone down significantly as the price has gone up. Volatility meaning the standard deviation. I put 250% as a, if anybody knows what, the standard deviation formula, obviously most of you here do, that volatility has been cut in half probably over the last 6 months. That doesn't really get appreciated in press, but so be it. It is going down, and why do I mention that is that stability is the main driver for people taking, in my opinion, as an asset, taking Bitcoin seriously. So I like to think that we play a role, market makers, market participants, in creating stability, and in turn that will help people get their arms around Bitcoin as an asset, Bitcoin as something to own, Bitcoin as something to spend. Obviously, we talked about, or people have talked about the unwillingness of people to spend Bitcoin or even own it because it's too volatile, but certainly spend it if you don't really know what the value is. So we believe that the stability it's imperative to create more stability, and the only way really to create stability is through more market participants in these different products, not just spot, but other derivatives such as options and futures. The other thing, when people yell at me about how volatile Bitcoin is, and I always say, well, if you had a 5-year-old currency, how volatile do you think it should be? And based on math, this is well within my expectations of how volatile Bitcoin should be. And if you really think about it, I don't know how many people here follow the news over the last 6 or 8 months, but we've had a terrible news cycle over the last 3 months. Absolutely terrible. And if you really look at the volatility and even the price of Bitcoin, it hasn't been as volatile, and it probably, if you disassociate yourself with where the price is and just read the headlines of all the crap that has come out over the last 6 months about Bitcoin, you would not think that it would be as stable. And even though the price is down, it's up a lot from where it was a year ago. So that's one of my plugs. Obviously, I think probably everyone here is bullish on Bitcoin. You probably wouldn't be here if you weren't, or maybe you would, but most people like the idea. We think that the idea is not only a longer term idea that you have to invest in and hold, but you have to build on in terms of making market liquidity and creating a stable environment. And that's quite frankly why the options and the hedgeability of Bitcoin for people and businesses is imperative. If you think about what is it going to take to get an Amazon to start taking Bitcoin? Well, one, it has to become more stable. And two, they have to be able to hedge it if they want to hedge it. It doesn't really make sense for Amazon to take Bitcoin as a payment and have to sell every single Bitcoin that they take in every day into the market. They want to be able to hold it and think of it as a currency, just like they think about, they take euros, they take yen, they take dollars. Amazon probably is not going to take Bitcoin until it becomes more credible, more stable, and also they have the ability to hedge it. And so hedging is some of the products that I will describe. But so obviously as a financial player, I think about exchanges and the evolution of exchanges and kind of the bad part of what I've witnessed over the last 12 or 18 months in terms of the evolution of Mt. Gox, NeoB, a lot of bad actors getting out of the space, which is a good thing, but again, it always takes longer than you think. But for the existing exchanges that are out there, it is a tough thing, as Marco described. MTL, MSB, the exchanges are grappling with trying to run businesses to create liquidity when the regulatory environment is still, I'll call it hostile. At least it's opaque. There are very few hard and fast rules. Different states requiring different types of licenses and requirements. And it's forcing some exchanges to kind of take matters into their own hands in terms of trying to find ways to get themselves regulated, because the regulators, such as the SEC, the CFTC, Commodity Futures Trading Commission, are still taking the hands-off approach. They don't really want to regulate Bitcoin right yet, and it's not clear what it's going to take to get the regulators to say, okay, somebody to raise their hand and say, okay, I will regulate it. One of the exchanges that we're associated with, Atlas, just recently announced that they were forging an alliance with an exchange in the U.S. Called the NSX, which is owned by the Chicago Board Options Exchange Corporation, which is a regulated exchange, and they are taking a regulatory view that they're going to try to put themselves within the framework of an existing exchange, and therefore try to use their existing regulation to follow, just so that they can be regulated. So really, the exchanges that I have up there, only Atlas is the only U.S. exchange. ICBit is a futures exchange based in Sweden. Coinbase is obviously, most people know, is the premier service, U.S.-based service company, not an exchange for buying and selling Bitcoin. But the exchanges that are based in the United States still are grappling with who can regulate me and how can I build a business when the regulatory environment is so, it's still so probably, I'm sorry? Fluid. Fluid, well, fluid. Yeah, it's worse than fluid. It's undefined. And not only that, there's a lack of courage on the regulatory side, as far as from my perspective. Obviously, I'm biased, but so right now we see a lot of exchanges from a technological perspective that are not that sophisticated. We see lack of technology, or not lack of, but kind of rudimentary technology, not up to the institutional standards of the larger Wall Street firms. We see that there's problems with liquidity, transferring money to Bitcoin, Bitcoin back, and wasn't really Wall Street kind of level technology. My firm has partnered with this US exchange called Atlas, where we provide liquidity on spot and options. It's a brand new exchange, but they are the next wave. We think they're the next wave anyway, where they're using proven Wall Street technology as far as their platforms. They have used these platforms for a lot of different products and customers. Super fast, super hack-proof, fortified architecture. They use offline cold storage, protect themselves from denial of service. They are attempting to comply with the regulatory bodies as much as any exchange based in the US is at this point. And they have a fee structure that is, when I say aggressive, I mean as low as the market has at this point. And I think as far as different exchanges, you're going to see a lot of pressure on different fees, and that's ultimately good for anybody who wants to buy and sell Bitcoin or any of the digital currencies. I don't have a lot of time left, so actually I'm happy to take some questions if anyone has them. Yes, I'll just repeat your question.
Do you think or know that the Bitcoin price is being manipulated on a global scale? And if so, to what degree, or is it even possible?
Is the Bitcoin price been manipulated? In my humble opinion, I don't think so. I think the market cap is large enough, and it's fractured enough that it would be very hard to manipulate. So I think the answer is no.
So we're actually going to take a question from Twitter.
Okay.
So explain it like I'm 5. Isn't there an intense, unarticulated tension between Bitcoin as a frictionless currency and Bitcoin as a deflationary asset?
Repeat the question, please.
Explain it like I'm 5, so explain it as if I'm a 5-year-old. Isn't there an intense, unarticulated tension between Bitcoin as a frictionless currency and Bitcoin as a deflationary asset?
No, absolutely not. Why? I think they're actually unrelated. It's a frictionless currency in terms of its transport, right? As a deflationary asset, I think it's pretty clear that it's limited supply. So I don't believe that there's a conflict there.
Okay, thank you. We're actually going to switch over to our next speaker.
Okay. I'm available for questions if anybody wants afterwards.
Thank you, Alec. So far, we've been hearing about Bitcoin as a currency. But if you talk to Bitcoin's most enthusiastic supporters, many will tell you it's just the first app. Our next speaker, James D'Angelo, is the founder and host of World Bitcoin Network, a news and educational channel focusing on all things Bitcoin. James will introduce us to some of the latest developments and proposals for building on Bitcoin's blockchain technology to create altcoins, contracts, and a slew of other uses that go far beyond just digital currency. Please welcome James D'Angelo.
Hello, hello, hello. So the other day, these guys right here, you might recognize them, Dan especially, asked me to talk about the future of digital currencies, altcoins, side chains, and smart contracts. And I said, well, that sounds great. My name's James D'Angelo. I do this video series. I'm surprised my slide doesn't show up, but I do a video series called World Bitcoin Network. I love talking about Bitcoin on the weekends when I get some free time. And so I jumped at the chance. And then he said, I was thinking maybe I would get, a small room where I'd talk about all these things, maybe do an hour on each. Then he said, you got 20 minutes. So I decided I might need to come up with some sort of analogy. Well, the analogy we always hear is digital currencies, man. They're just like the internet back in 1991. And I think that's, it's got some merit. It's a tech-fueled explosion of innovation, rethinking how we interact with the world. But there's some problems with it, right? The internet is young. So how are we going to talk about something that's been around for 20 years and start to look into the future with that? But even more important is digital currencies are an essential part of the internet right now. And we're looking at digital currencies as probably the next innovative wave that'll happen on the internet. But there's an even bigger problem. Digital currencies and the internet are fundamentally different. Internet is about data, presenting data, giving data, sharing data. And digital currencies are about value, the transport of value, and how this transport of value is going to change how we interact. So I came up with a new title. Bitcoin is a Model B right airplane. So I've done this in other conferences, and whenever I talk about it, people run up to me, they're like, I really like how you analyzed Bitcoin sort of as an airplane, right? And it's more visual. People like it a little bit better. It's kind of fun, but I think you'll see it has a lot of merit. So I've built these slides last night. Before you had flight, before the Wright brothers in December 17th of 1903 launched the first successful flight, well, you had some pretty interesting attempts. Guys strapping on wings, Icarus style. You had this guy with a bicycle, and then you have, of course, had the people dealing with helium and hydrogen. That clearly is, how many people know which gas that is? Not so technical. Currencies had the same thing, even digital currencies, right? The original attempts at currencies almost seem a little bit laughable if you think about sort of where Bitcoin is going. Credit cards, even e-gold. Not so scientific and not so technical. But there are real tech problems when you're starting to deal with flight. And people were coming up with this idea, okay, we're going to build an airplane. Well, we really need to take our ideas from boats. Right? And so they were building rudders and all this stuff, and they were just falling off the edge of buildings and landing in water. So it's probably apropos. That slide looks different too, but it's okay. Actually, it is different. But, so in 1900, there was the flying problem. Could something that was heavier than air actually carry a passenger to a destination? And one of the big problems, as we're all familiar with, is gravity. It's very different if you're dealing with boat or whatever. Currencies, it turns out, have very similar problems of gravity. Okay, and so transporting and delivering value somewhere has actually been kind of a gravity or a molecule problem. And in 2000, there was the digital currency problem. No one had been able to figure out how to change this, and there's a real seismic difference if you're able to turn ones and zeros into actually being a currency. Wow, these are different slides, but I'll get through this. All right, so it's interesting to go back 100 years and you start to see sort of the same problems that we're dealing with in digital currencies, right? There was a quote here by Orville Wright who said, no airplane will ever make it from New York to Paris because there is no engine that I can conceive of will be able to run like that for the 4 days required. It's like 4 days, New York to Paris in a plane. Well, then I looked up in the New York Times and they said these guys were traveling 10 miles an hour. It's like 10 miles an hour. So obviously, even Orville Wright, who was building these planes, couldn't really see this future, couldn't understand where this future was going. We run into a lot of the same problems when we're dealing right now with blockchain blow. You hear all these sort of cliche questions whenever you go to a conference. Is blockchain blow going to kill us? 1 megabyte per block. And I think it's fair. I think it's fair to look at this. And Satoshi was very concerned, and I had this whole technical analysis that he went through about electricity and the size of a block and how many gigabytes and megabytes. But I don't think we're seeing a lot of the developers, and maybe Gavin will answer this, losing any sleep over this. There's a lot of technical solutions that seem to be coming around that are going to solve this. Right? We're in the early days. We're basically going from New York to Paris at 10 miles an hour. But we kind of feel like things are going to be better. But then there's this other problem. But I don't understand it. I can't use it if I can't understand it. And I've lost, unfortunately, the big quote that kind of brings this home, but I'll try and remember what it is. But there's a long list here. It would have been there. I did it on Google Docs. I think it got interpreted funny. The Wright brothers had a number of patents. So they had some 15 patents, one each year. None of them were like, we built a flying machine, right? They were worried about yaw. They were worried about rudders. They were worried about twisting the wings. These are very specific technological innovations that no one who gets on a plane really understands to the level that they do. A lot of the equations for flight are still equations that the Wright brothers had to come up with. Similar as with digital currencies. So we're dealing with a lot of major innovations that are just really tough for people, right? The whole idea of elliptic curve, digital signatures, SHA-256, proof of work, proof of stake, all these concepts. And I'll try and quote what Satoshi Nakamoto said, but he said something to the effect like, I just can't be bothered trying to come up with a definition for Bitcoin for a general audience. It's bloody hard. There's just nothing we can compare it to, right? So what's likely will happen is that Bitcoin will get in the water supply and people will just start to use it much like they are comfortably walking on planes. Another problem with airplanes 100 years ago that most people don't realize is there was a lot of big sensational dangers, big news, headline news. People were dying left and right. And this is from Ken Hyde, who's an aviation historian, always gets interviewed when they talk about the history of aviation. And he said accidents were the norm. Because they were pushing the envelope, all the exhibition teams but one or two were killed. People were dying left and right. As soon as one died, another guy would run up, go, I want to fly that thing. Clearly, there was some regulation limitations for those guys. We've had the same thing in Bitcoin, though no one's died yet. So, but this is from The Guardian. The alternative currency has been plagued by hacks, Ponzi schemes, and increasingly professional theft since 2011. A lot of news. Why? Well, we are pushing the envelope. So there's a lot of innovation on the seams, people just trying stuff left and right. We don't know what exactly happened with Mt. Gox in particular yet, but it is sensational. And I'm not even going to do one on Bitcoin. I'm just going to read this quote about the acceptance of the airline, and you can kind of just put Bitcoin in your head as I read it. It had baffled the most inventive minds from Leonardo da Vinci to Thomas Edison, and then one day it happened. Early in the 20th century at a remote spot, think where Satoshi might be working, right? On the outer coast of North Carolina, two young, unknown Americans succeeded as no humans ever had. They took off and landed in a flying machine, wings, propeller, gasoline engine, remember we talked about the patents, all of their own design. They made an aluminum engine for the first time for this. And though the world was slow to accept what they'd done as anything more than a stunt. What? Flight? Flight's obvious. Everybody wants to do flight. Turns out it wasn't the case, okay? The world was not to be the same again. If there was ever a turning point in history, it was this. Well, right here we've got Teddy Roosevelt. He's getting on his first airplane, first president. I mean, the Wright brothers in Ohio, they're working at a Kitty Hawk in North Carolina. He could have just gone over, been an easy trip for him. He went down to Panama, built a canal. Teddy Roosevelt shows up 7 years later and asks for an introduction to the plane. There had been thousands of planes, thousands of flights in Germany, Italy. First guy died in Italy, I forget his name. He was a Frenchman. 7 years later is when the president comes. So we're at 5 years right now with Bitcoin. So just kind of keep a little perspective. I'm not going to go too deep into regulation. I think Marco nails this really well. I do have a few gripes with regulation. I think this image kind of puts everything together. Here's a guy strapped to bricks saying this will never fly, but it's safe. Early airlines clearly had no regulation. Kitty Hawk, you could just take off. People were dying. And someone said, using existing financial regulation on Bitcoin is a little like insisting on automobile codes for the Wright brothers. One case, though, that I love, how many people are familiar with how they caught, this is 1902, so it applies, is when the Wright brothers first were working on flight. This is Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid. That's not Robert Redford, but they caught these guys using serial numbers on dollars. So they caught them using financial tools. Well, the Pinkerton company was a private company. They didn't need any government regulation to catch these money launderers and criminals, and they caught them internationally. They had gone down to Bolivia, they were down in Argentina, and they caught them using serial numbers, and these are the exact serial numbers, and that's the exact notice right there. So I do have a gripe with putting in super high costs for regulation. I think we can do scalable regulation. I mentioned this to a few of the regulators in New York, and they said, wow, we'd never thought of that. Scalable regulation. So I'm just putting it out there. Oops, that's an interesting slide. Well, I was getting to what I was supposed to talk about by Dan. I have no idea. I did all the slides like at 6 a.m. this morning, so I won't try and pretend I have a clue what I'm going to next. I do have my computer here. I don't know if hooking that up will help. This internet here, though, is really... Any questions? Because I won't have time for questions otherwise. So questions on this early stuff. I am going to do an elliptic curve digital signature algorithm without any libraries. And it's about this big. So most people aren't familiar with how easy the math is. They go, ooh, elliptic curves, ooh, Merkle roots, right? But it's really just some really simple, like, algebra stuff that you can see. I'm hoping to do that one this week. I've got a 2-year-old. I've got a real job. So if you notice, I probably get about 2 done a month. Whoa! Here we are. So jumping ahead, I think this actually missed a slide, but money's been reinvented, okay? And Bitcoin really did reinvent money in much the way that flight allows for a whole new thing, right? Bitcoin shows that intrinsic value and mass are actually detrimental to a currency. Intrinsic value is detrimental, mass is detrimental. Is it possible that money, cash, gold, all the rest, are just the abstractions and placeholders in history until we could finally perfect the blockchain? Well, that's just a question. But there's lots of advantages. How am I doing on time? I have no idea. 5 minutes? Okay, I'm going to crank through this. So advantages, anonymity, I talk about that in the video. You can watch that. Transparency, actually, being the big deal. Push-pull transactions, they're real fun. Bitcoin's a push transaction, so you don't give up any of the information. Target's very familiar with pull transactions. Flight leads to lots of innovation, okay? And you get all this innovation just by developing flight. So the Wright brothers, their same code goes for propellers, all the same things they were working on. Public ledgers lead to innovation. I took this off the BitShare site, and there's all these things that are going to happen now because we've just made a public ledger. Banking, remittances, law, government, aid safe law, okay? Wall Street Journal did a 2013 article about the explosion of innovation. They talked about 8 technologies that are going to change the world. Bitcoin wasn't mentioned. So what is Bitcoin 2.0? And this is really what I was supposed to talk about. What will it look like after a few years? My answer is airplane related, of course, autopilot. What is autopilot? Autopilot is how a plane responds to the environment. Okay, so if you're responding to any external conditions, turbulence, rain, air pressure, traffic, digital currency needs to respond to the environment somehow. The trouble is Bitcoin as it stands doesn't respond to the environment. And I'm going to go a little faster. You can program with Bitcoin, but Bitcoin is not as programmable as we like to think. You can do 3 types of transactions, but there's no looping, there's no whiles. So Bitcoin 2.0, the future of Bitcoin, whether it incorporates inside of Bitcoin or not, is really just one thing. Everyone goes, ooh, Turing complete. You're not going to use Turing complete to do contracts. You don't need to get the cube root of a log algorithm. You really just need if and then. If the price of cotton next week is going to be $50, then blah, blah, blah. I'm going to have to rush. This is an Ethereum contract. I circled all the ifs, all the colons are thens. All the rest is easy math. Simple case, a bet, autopilot, smart contract. The if-then developers. So these are all the people that are developing the if-thens. The race is on. Bitcoin's going to be one of them. Side chains, tree chains. Mike Hearn's done all these contracts using Bitcoin, Mastercoin counterparty, blah, blah, blah. This is toward the end here. So here's the timeline of flight. Landing without crashing, 1903 to 1905. The Kitty Hawk flyer is capable of taking off in a wide range of weather conditions, navigating Bitcoin. Destination blah. Wake up call, 1905 to 1909. Think China and all that, the altcoins coming in, competing. Word spreads around the White Brothers compliment, blah, blah, blah. Faster, higher, farther, 1909 to 1912. As airplanes become increasingly capable and reliable, people start using them for transportation, few short years, blah, blah, blah. The if then and mass adoption, all the years really apply. And then 10 years later, that's where I predict we'll have this, maybe a war on banks or something will change. So there's Core News' first helicopter. I think that's kind of like Ripple. Enjoy the flight. That's all, folks.
Thank you, James.
Thanks.
Okay, so our next speaker, many of you will have heard of. I'm excited to jump to this next section. We've learned about Bitcoin from a lot of different angles today, but now we're going to talk about how it actually gets created. How do we update, maintain the code base, and how can you start working with Bitcoin yourself? So our next speaker is Gavin Andresen, who is one of the original developers of the Bitcoin protocol. He is the chief scientist for the Bitcoin Foundation and helps lead a team of developers that update and maintain the code base. Please join me in giving an enthusiastic welcome to Gavin Andresen.
Hey everybody, it's great to be here. My last talk was on the other coast in California at the Beverly Hills Hilton with a bunch of rich people and people trying to sell things to the rich people, and I gotta say, I like it here better. So today I'm gonna talk about being pragmatic, like actually working on Bitcoin. How does it work? You know, people actually have to do things to make it work. And so I'm gonna talk about how it does work and how hopefully some of you will help it work better. So I'm going to talk about projects, I'm going to talk about people, and I'm going to talk about tools. The first big project is Bitcoin Core. When I say Bitcoin Core, also known as Bitcoin D/Bitcoin QT, this is the code that Satoshi originally wrote and released to the world and has been worked over ever since. So I was actually just asked recently how much of Satoshi's original code is left. And you can actually go on GitHub and look. I think it's around 30% of the code is still Satoshi, hasn't been touched. Although I haven't looked in a few months, so it's probably less by now. The code is all on GitHub. That's where we coordinate our efforts. It's written in C++. It depends on the Boost C++ library, LevelDB, and Bitcoin QT uses the Qt graphics library. So if you're a C++ coder, go to GitHub and you can see everything we're doing. We are cranky and risk averse. So if you do go there, expect for us to be a little bit prickly about changes that you might propose. But believe it or not, we're actually less grumpy and risk averse than Satoshi was. Satoshi was a real stickler for exactly following his code formatting standards. I think one of the reasons he stepped away from the project is because that's not a good way to recruit developers to help you work on something, is to be quite that level of detail oriented. Right now, our big bottlenecks for making the core code move forward is code review and testing. Code review especially is really tough. It's hard to get programmers to review other programmers' code. It's a whole lot more fun to write new code than it is to look at somebody else's old code and then complain at them about it. But if you want to make us really adore you, jump onto GitHub and start reviewing some pull requests and make intelligent comments. Or at the very least say, I reviewed this, it looks great, it runs great, I think it should go in. Core development happens on the Bitcoin development mailing list. This is hosted at SourceForge. It happens on the Bitcoin Dev Freenode IRC channel. That's where I actually hang out a fair bit during the day when I'm actually, sometimes I shut it off just because I actually want to actually get some coding done for a few hours. But most of the time you can find the core developers in the Bitcoin Dev IRC channel talking about how to make the core code better. And then also actually a lot of discussions these days are happening in the context of actual pull requests. So you'll see sometimes too long discussions in the pull requests for changes. Now when I say core developer, different people have different definitions of what a core developer is. When I say core developer, I mean one of 5 people. I mean the 5 people who actually can accept changes and apply them to the GitHub repository. So that's me, that's Vladimir, who's known as Wumpus in IRC chat. He just took over for me as the core maintainer. So he kind of wears the lead developer hat. He wrote all of the QT, Bitcoin QT code as a separate project that was merged into core. And he lives in the Netherlands. Peter Vol, known as SIPA in IRC chat, just an insanely great coder. He's like god of coders. And has re-implemented large chunks of Bitcoin to help us scale up. So like all the work we did going from Berkeley DB for storing the blockchain to Level DB, that was all Peter's code. Greg Maxwell is a crazy smart neckbeard. He actually does have a neckbeard. Lives in Silicon Valley, and he's kind of the idea guy on the team. So Gregory is always participating. There's another IRC channel called Bitcoin Wizards. It's talking about what might be next for Bitcoin, what crazy ideas. Gregory's also incredibly good at looking at an idea and saying this won't work for these 4 reasons. And then Jeff Garzik, Jay Garzik in IRC, he's a Linux kernel developer, knows a whole bunch about open source software development. When I was the lead of the project, I would pick his brain a lot for advice on how to handle things kind of in leading an open source project. Bitcoin is the first open source software project that I really got involved with. I picked a doozy. So that's the 5 people who you will encounter in IRC chat. And the 5 of us, if there's some big change that people want to happen to Bitcoin Core, we're kind of the ultimate gatekeepers for what happens to the core code. This is kind of a high-level block diagram of what pieces of the core code and why it's called the core. It's really this consensus critical piece right here that we get really picky about. We have this problem that we have this system where everybody running the code all over the world has to come to consensus on what the correct blockchain is. What is the correct set of transactions? And if we screw up, and we have, then consensus can split. And you can get 2 different versions of the blockchain, 2 different versions of reality. That's really bad. That happened last year, I guess March 13th, 15th? I think it was 15th. March 15th, there was a bug in the code that caused the blockchain to split. We had half the network thinking one version was reality, half the network was thinking another version was reality. That was a very late night for me. It got resolved quickly. I think one of the really interesting things about Bitcoin is there is incredibly strong incentive for everybody to agree. Right? When the rubber hits the road, everybody wants there to be one blockchain. Everybody wants there to be one version of reality. And so, the incentives are aligned so that that does happen quickly. The other part of the network that we're very sensitive about is the wallet code. I think all of the core developers are a little bit scared to work on the wallet because if you screw up there and lose a private key, people can lose a whole lot of money. So it's incredibly, all kudos to Alan for diving in and working on wallet software. It is not easy. It's another piece of the system that is really sensitive. There are all sorts of there are other pieces of the system that aren't quite so critical. If you're thinking about diving in and actually want to be a Bitcoin Core developer, maybe you should pick, improving the memory pool, improving the way the peer-to-peer network talks as a good place to start. I wouldn't suggest rewriting the blockchain as maybe the best place for your first couple commits. Now, Bitcoin Core is not the only Bitcoin project that you might think about contributing to. Bitcoin J is a fantastic Java library that is the core for some really important projects like the multi-bit wallet, the Android wallet, and the Hive wallet. It's much cleaner, better documented code. I mean, Satoshi was a brilliant coder, but it's pretty obvious to me that he was like one coder working alone because in parts, the code is insanely dense and not easy to understand. Bitcoin J, I think, was written by Mike Hearn at Google originally. He's used to working on a larger team of programmers. Things are much better modularized, better commented. They actually started out with unit tests. And I think it has a more friendly, less stressed out community. So if you know Java, I would highly recommend you go to the Bitcoin J website, check it out, and maybe start contributing to that project. There's some other notable low-level projects that I think are worthy of people jumping in and helping out with. Bitcore is a JavaScript library that the BitPay folks are supporting. There's BTCD, which a company called Conformal Systems is working on. That's in the Go programming language. If I had infinite time, I would probably learn Go, because it seems like it's a really cool language. And then libbitcoin is another C++ library done by the folks who are doing a dark wallet. And so they also, I think, might be a worthwhile project to jump into and support. If you don't want to go low level, if you're like a kind of higher level hacker programmer, there are higher level tools. You don't have to get down and dirty with C++. Like Bitcoin D, the Bitcoin daemon has a testnet and a reg test modes that a lot of people don't seem to know about. So you can run the Bitcoin test network, get free testnet Bitcoins, which are not like regular Bitcoins. They're testnet Bitcoins. They're just like Bitcoins, only they're designed to be worthless. And the way we keep them worthless is actually kind of interesting. Whenever we see somebody starting to trade testnet Bitcoins for dollars, we reset the whole network and flush them all down the toilet and start over again. So we're actually on testnet version 3, because we've had to do that twice so far. Reg test mode is actually it's designed for running basically the entire Bitcoin network on one computer. So you can run it in reg test mode and instantly find a block. The block difficulty is set to as low as it can possibly go. So you ask it to find a block, it will find a block immediately. And it's incredibly useful for testing things, for regression tests. Blockchain.info actually has, it's not just a wallet service, they also have an API, JSON, and I think REST also, if I remember correctly. But you can go to that webpage and they lay out all of the things you can do with a blockchain wallet, or just ways of getting information about transactions, about the Bitcoin blockchain. That's another great resource for creating interesting products without getting too low level. And Coinbase also has a whole API. I was actually a judge for Coinbase. They did an app contest to use their API, create a cool app, and win some Bitcoins. And they had all sorts of interesting entries. I think the winner was one where you can take your cell phone around a town and then go on like a treasure hunt where like Bitcoins are hidden in places. And if you have your phone in that place, then you get some Bitcoins, or you get a clue maybe that go to another place and find some Bitcoin. It's kind of a cool idea. All done using their API, so that's another good resource. If you want to live, which way's west? About 100 miles that way, and work with me in Amherst. I'm actually looking for somebody to join me for about a year writing C++ and Python code to be paid to be basically a fellow, to work with me on stuff that needs to get done that I just don't have time to do myself. If you know C++, if you know Python, if you're looking for something to do for a year or so, come talk to me. And that's all. I want to leave lots of time for questions.
Thank you, Gavin. Okay, if you've got questions, get your hands up. We're going to focus on students, making sure we get all the student questions answered. Get your hand up, keep it up. John and Severin are going to come and find you and put a mic in your hands. Get them up there. John, going down there.
Hi, my name is Adam. I'm from Counterparty. What do you think are the most common pitfalls for re-implementations of the Bitcoin protocol to avoid?
Pitfalls for re-implementations of the Bitcoin protocol. I mean, the Bitcoin protocol is defined by the reference implementation. And there are lots of edge cases that you can kind of stub your toe on. So if you're doing a full re-implementation where you're going to validate blocks and transactions, you know, like if you're not using the OpenSSL library, then signatures are encoded using OpenSSL. OpenSSL actually will understand signatures with a wide range of encodings. For example, it doesn't produce signatures with a wide range of encodings, but it will accept signatures with all sorts of wacky variations in how they are encoded, just because of the way OpenSSL is implemented. And so right now, like if you're re-implementing Bitcoin and you're not using OpenSSL, you have to be bug for bug compatible in the signatures that OpenSSL will accept. And so we're tightening up those rules over time as re-implementers kind of run across them, stub their toes on them, fall on their faces. But it's hard. I mean, there are a lot of those edge cases. So I don't think I could pick any one in particular. Greg Maxwell probably has an idea of what the one is that re-implementers usually get wrong.
So there's dependency on what OpenSSL, the protocol is dependent on what OpenSSL will accept as valid signature.
Yes, there's undefined behavior based on just like what dependencies Satoshi picked when he implemented it.
So I had a question that recently there's been a lot of talk about that before there were a lot of nodes in the program, and now there's not as many nodes as before. People say that there's not enough incentives for people to run nodes. How do you see the Bitcoin community is going to create more incentives for people to run nodes, and how could it affect there being less nodes in the future?
Yeah, so I mean the number of nodes on the network, kind of torn on that. Because on the one hand, it doesn't matter as long as there are enough, right? As long as there are enough nodes and you're not trying to connect to the network and you can't find any open connection slots, it doesn't really matter as long as there's more than, I don't know, pick a number, a few thousand. To be sufficiently decentralized across the world, you don't need every single person holding a cell phone to be running a full client connected to the Bitcoin network. You can have a hierarchical system where there is some kind of super nodes that lots of people connect to. So on the one hand, I think we're fine. On the other hand, it is getting more expensive to run a node, and so that needs to get fixed. And so there's lots we can do to just make running a full node use fewer resources. And so as we scale up, I think that will happen. Although I still think, we'll have to have a discussion and come to consensus on kind of, do we want somebody on a dial-up modem to be able to run a node? Well, you really can't right now. And I think that's okay. I think maybe like home internet reasonable connection might be the goal that we try to keep. Yes, you can run a full node from home. Maybe that's something we want to aim for, as you can always do that on the Bitcoin network.
Up in the back.
Hi. I believe one of the greatest potentials for the Bitcoin protocol is in the ability to make micropayments. But right now, with only 7 transactions allowed per second, that's not really too much of a possibility. I know services like Coinbase have done off-block transactions. But what does the future hold in store for micropayments? And,
What do you mean by micropayments? How small?
Denominations less than 50 cents, but more than 1 cent.
I think between 1 and 50 cents, we could be fine. I mean, sometimes when people talk about micropayments, they mean, 1/100th of a cent. I don't think Bitcoin will ever be good for payments less than a penny, just because, at least the main Bitcoin network, just because transactions need to get sent all over the world, right? Miners live all over the world. I think you could probably, given increases in network speeds and bandwidth, I think we can get pretty darn low. But right now, I would say Bitcoin is not good for transactions under $5, really. I think that's kind of the anything under $5, you're going to start to pay pretty significant percentage in transaction fees, even today.
Back on the other side. Yeah.
Hey, Gavin. Hate to do this to you, but I kind of want to get you on record here. There's a lot of new coins that have come out with interesting backends. You have proof of work with SHA and Script. You have proof of burn, proof of stake, and recently we've seen proof of resource. Can it actually work?
Other proofs of blah can certainly work. I think the question arises with, is it fair? So, my big kind of philosophical problem with proof of stake is it's the rich get richer, right? If you have some stake in the coin, then great, I get more coin. Well, but what about all the people who don't? Well, they have to come begging to somebody who does have stake, and that just seems kind of inherently unfair to me. Something like proof of burn, same thing. Something like proof of memory or proof of whatever. Proof of resource, I think those could work, and those might make sense. I don't see any kind of theoretical reason, although certainly proof of work has the time element in it, right? So if you're thinking about proof of resource, if you have to prove that you have so many gigabytes worth of random access disk space, okie doke. You have that. Does that grow over time? How do you get the time element of where you're issuing this currency and only a certain amount gets issued over time? And that's where proof of work really works, right? In that CPU time has that time in it, right? And that's what we're doing with proof of work. So I don't know. I think Andrew Miller, has been thinking about this a lot. And I think there's, I'd love to see an academic paper that discusses all the different proofs of blah and figures out what the properties are.
Got another one over there.
Hi. I would like to ask you a question about your project book. You see, you mentioned IRC channel, you mentioned Git code comments, but are there any other resources to get some sort of starting knowledge of the development? And also, is there any effort to maintain the documentation, to document the code? Maybe one could really become adored by your team just by reviewing the code and making not just technical comments, but writing some kind of prolongated document about what it does, how it does it, and what's the development vector is going. Thank you.
There actually is an effort to do technical documentation. And I think the plan is to actually launch it on bitcoin.org around the time of the Amsterdam conference that's happening in a couple weeks. Actually, less than a couple weeks now. And so, yes, and that will be a GitHub place where everybody can collaboratively work to produce much better developer documentation, because that is something that, again, developers hate writing documentation generally, so we haven't done it.
Hi. I think one of the biggest strengths of Bitcoin, and great presentation, by the way, is the rigorousness of the mining puzzles that have to be solved to be able to produce the coins. But that, on the flip side, that also is a prohibitive factor for people who want to invest At Bitcoin, because it takes so much, hardware-intensive processing to produce them. And that's one of the challenges currently faced in people wanting to invest in that instead of the competitors. What are the challenges in terms of rebalancing maybe the challenge of producing the coins? Is that more of a technical problem or a social problem in terms of determining the challenge of producing them based on the rate of exchange which they are created? And what are the steps involved in the social components of deciding on how hard it should be to produce them based on their exchange rate?
The whole mining process serves to secure the network and create new coins. And right now, we're way over secured because we're creating so many coins, right? So if you think of why do Bitcoin mining, right? It's those two reasons: secure the network and create new coins. We're in the gold rush period where way too many resources are going into kind of digging up the coins, purely from a security standpoint. That should get better over time as the block reward drops, right? So as the block reward goes to zero, it'll be all about securing the network and it won't be about issuing new coins at all. So, long term, you can think of it as we're creating all these coins. It's taking a lot of electricity, a lot of power right now. But then we're going to use them over and over and over again in gazillions of transactions, hopefully, if the Bitcoin, project is successful. And so, all this investment in mining hardware and stuff we're having now should pay off over the next, hopefully, 100 years. And that's the way I think about it in any case. And so I think it's a self-correcting problem as the block reward tends towards zero.
What are your quick pros and, right here. I should stand up. Hold on. What are your quick pros and cons of side chains versus tree chains?
I don't know. Actually, I don't know enough about tree chains to do pros and cons. And I think my comment on Reddit was they're both half-baked ideas. And so we'll have to see what happens when they're fully baked.
Who makes the best Bitcoin ATM?
Who makes the best Bitcoin ATM? I don't know. I've actually never used a Bitcoin ATM. And I keep my head down in the core code. So
hi. So there's been a lot of talk recently about the ASICs, specifically coming out for script coins. Do you think the centralization of mining power that ASICs have really kind of had in the Bitcoin network, do you think that's detrimental? A lot of people have been talking about potential security concerns from the 51% attack. And I know it's in the best interest of people not to do that attack, assuming they own the actual coin. But just from the decentralization aspect of it.
I think ASIC centralization will be a temporary problem because, creating an ASIC is all about huge upfront capital costs, but then creating each additional chip is like $1. And so, I think that we will see, people come up with a cool new ASIC design. Maybe they decide to keep it to themselves. They have a bunch of hashing power, but eventually somebody else figures out what they're doing, or somebody leapfrogs them, decides to go a different route. And so I think that it will go in waves of centralization, and then it'll be, we're all buying Bitcoin space heaters or something for our offices to keep them warm in cold Massachusetts winters. Maybe. At least that's what I think. I don't know. We'll see. If I'm wrong, I don't know. We may just have to live with more centralized Bitcoin mining. And, even if I am wrong, you're right. The incentives are correct in that, you will make more money being honest than trying to cheat. So at least we have that to fall back on.
Okay, we've got a question up in the back, and any more students with questions, get your hands up. We'll find you.
So one of the projects you recommended to work on is Dark Wallet, which came online yesterday in an alpha version. Don't you think the government was going to close it down rather too quickly to make it useful? Any work that would be extended on it?
Is it Dark Wallet, did you say?
Yes.
Yeah, I downloaded and ran that. It's kind of interesting. Will the government shut it down? I don't know. That's a good question. I wish they hadn't called it dark wallet. It's like another name. Would have been my preference, like private wallet or. It'll be interesting to see. I'm not sure what laws they would be breaking by distributing software. But I think it will be very interesting to see how different governments react to it around the world. They certainly seem to have an attitude of kind of poking the bear, which, I don't know, I think is generally not a good strategy. But
Hi. One of the things that really has me worried about the protocol itself is your ability, the community's ability to handle a hard fork. And now, you correct me if I'm wrong, I'm basically asking you the history of this. I think the protocol is forked twice in its history, at least twice. And like you mentioned, the March 15th incident. It's the ability of you and a few others to make phone calls or emails at night and correct the forking of the blockchain kind of saved Bitcoin that morning. Something like that's probably going to happen again. I'm just worried about the resources necessary to make the protocol continue to work in the inevitability of things going wrong. So I'm wondering if you can just address that, maybe make me feel better about this.
Actually having the hard fork last year made me feel better about it. Because even if we had changed nothing, Bitcoin still would have gone on. It would have been more painful because some of the big merchants and exchangers would have had to upgrade their software more quickly than they wanted. Because back then, what happened was the mining pools running the new code were a slim majority, right? So they had the majority chain. They agreed to go back to the minority chain just to be more compatible with all the big exchanges and merchants who hadn't been as quick to upgrade because, validating blocks faster and less memory wasn't such a huge deal of a feature for them. But even if we had gone with a longer chain, it would have been okay. It just would have been more disruptive. And so from my perspective, it was okay either way. I mean, there was a majority chain. And so if we had followed that, it would have been okay. I think there will always be a majority chain. And it doesn't worry me so much. I mean, the other thing that makes me more confident is that, we did an explicit hard fork onto the new version that was planned and rolled out, and nobody noticed, right? That went incredibly smoothly. We ran through the kind of, I still need to turn that into a bit. Anyway, sorry, mental to-do list. We went through the process that I described, a while ago of, how to smoothly roll out a hard fork, and it did. It went very smoothly, and now the whole network is upgraded. So I don't think it's, having gone through that whole thing, I feel pretty confident that even if it does happen again, and we're working hard to make sure it doesn't, that it won't be, the end of Bitcoin. At worst, it'll be, a couple days of disruption, which is actually what we saw with the transaction malleability, right, recently, where, a lot of services had to kind of shut down. Your Bitcoins were safe. They're still there on the ledger. But hang on a sec. You're not going to be able to get them right now. We're just going to make sure that our code is correct, and then make sure the code is correct, and then come back up. So I don't know. I have more confidence. I get more confident in Bitcoin over time.
Over there on the left.
Hi. With regard to the dual issue of scalability of the network and the speed of transaction processing, and on the other side of the coin, the amount of resources that running a node costs, do you see a consensus among core developers as to what directions to take for these issues, and do you have a particular opinion of your own? For scaling up the blockchain? Confronting and dealing with transaction pruning as well. Transaction malleability? Pruning, transaction pruning. Oh, transaction pruning should be pretty easy.
We just need to do it and make the right network messages so that when you connect to a full node, you're not expecting that it has the full history of the blockchain, but has some subset of a history of the blockchain, and that should be fine. I think that will be easy. It just needs resources to make it happen. If you want to help, I'm looking for a fellow to come work with me. And scaling up to more transactions per second and increasing the block size, I don't think we do have consensus yet on how to do that. And part of my work over the next year will be to try to get consensus on one or several ways of doing that, whether that's making the block size bigger, which is actually my opinion on what we should do, or side chains, which maybe they will be a viable way of supporting more transactions, or maybe something else that somebody comes up with. You know, that's just going to be a huge debate.
What are your thoughts on the increasing size of the blockchain, and what do you think of the current issues for the future of Bitcoin in terms of the blockchain size?
The blockchain is going to get bigger, right? I mean, we want the system to be successful. One of the white papers I need to write is, describing economically what happens if we don't raise the block size, which is pretty simple, really. It just means transactions get more expensive, and the minimum transaction that you can send affordably will just go up and up and up. And that won't happen quickly. It'll happen over time, and so it's not like if we don't increase the block size, Bitcoin breaks. It just, if we don't increase the block size, things get more and more expensive. And I think even if we can't come to consensus before that starts to happen, and it's already actually started to happen, I think once people realize, gee, I can't buy a cup of coffee with Bitcoin because it would cost me as much in fees as the coffee costs, I think we will get consensus that, it's a problem that needs to be solved and will get solved.
Hi, thanks for your great work that you're doing at Bitcoin. I was wondering, and it's a question related to a previous one, what improvements do you think are needed to make the system more robust, not necessarily to this specific problem that you had last year, but to more general problems that will probably multiply as the currency is more widely adopted, to make it more secure and more stable, and to make it more successful? Do you think any major obvious areas that you or other people need to think about more about these issues?
Yeah, well, robustness, when I think about robustness, usually I think of, eliminating single points of failure. And so I've said in the past, and I still think this is becoming increasingly obvious it's true, that this will be the year of the multi-signature wallet. So unlike keeping your funds safe side, having multi-signature transaction where the keys are kept on different devices with different, software, wallet software, libraries, even hardware, is certainly, a much more robust way of keeping your Bitcoin safe than relying on any one single, kind of software hardware stack where any failure in any place in that stack will potentially compromise your keys. So on the wallet side, I think that's definitely going to happen this year. I would love to see multiple implementations of Bitcoin being used by miners. Problem is, right now we basically have one, which it's easy to come to consensus if there's one thing. Two is a real problem. If there were two kind of versions of what the Bitcoin miners are running, that's what we ran into last year with the hard fork. We were basically at 50-50, people who had upgraded, people who hadn't upgraded, and that was bad, right? There's essentially equal weight. If we had three, it'd be fine, right? It'd be like 2 out of 3 would probably agree. The third one would then obviously be wrong, and you would fix whatever bug caused it to be wrong. But getting from 1 to 3 or 4 or 5 or 10, that's challenging. That's going to be hard. But I hope that we can get there, and I hope that we will have 3 or 4 or 5 full implementations of Bitcoin in a year or two that are all interoperating and working, because I think that will be more robust. I think there's less likelihood of a bug in the core code causing everything to break for a while. We have had that happen. We fix it quickly, everybody runs it, Bitcoin keeps on going, your Bitcoins are still safe, but just from a purely robustness point of view, it's not good when things things stop for a while. The last place that I worry about is actually the network, which is actually a much easier problem. I really want to see Bitcoin transactions and blocks broadcast over some completely different network stack. So instead of this, peer-to-peer gossip network that we're running over now, I'd really love to see it running over a peer-to-peer gossip network and then something else. And I never took the Networking 101 class when I was in getting my bachelor's in computer science. So hand wave, I'm not the guy to implement that, but I would love to see somebody smart deploy Bitcoin on a completely different network technology and then write a gateway so that transactions and blocks are sent between two, and then if there's some bug in the networking code, one of them goes down, the other one doesn't go down, and probably all the big merchants and miners connect to both, and everything's still happy. So I think that's the way you get to robustness, is just think about eliminating those single points of failure.
Okay, we've got time for 2 more questions. We got one up there and then one down here.
What do you think the future holds for so-called Bitcoin 2.0 technologies such as Ethereum? And if they do pan out to what people think, like how will you think that the system will interact with Bitcoin and such?
I mean, the so-called Bitcoin 2.0 technologies, I'm at heart a skeptic. Even when I came to Bitcoin, I was like, this thing can't possibly work. There's no way. I don't know. No. But then, I looked at it and I couldn't find any reason why it wouldn't work. And so far it has worked, so there you go. I don't know, I think I'm reserving judgment on all the Bitcoin 2.0 stuff. Some of them, I think the most likely mode of failure for them is not technical. It's like they're trying to solve a problem that nobody actually cares about solving. So, we talk about smart property in cars that we can trade with each other by, signing things in the block. Maybe people just don't care about that. And so they'll fail for that reason. But maybe people will, use them for something completely different that nobody is thinking about, and that will take off, like Twitter, which whoever thought Twitter would be a thing, right? I don't know.
Okay, last question over here.
As one of the, right here, one of the core developers and custodians of Bitcoin, like as a technology, as a foundation, as a movement, is there anything that you find particularly exciting or particularly concerning about the proposed plan to distribute $100 worth of Bitcoin to every MIT undergraduate? Just from a pure gut reaction.
Well, I find it really exciting because, I love that it's being called an experiment. And I really hope that there will be some academic papers that come out that figure out what happens, right? I really hope that, some professors take an interest, and there's, economists and sociologists and computer scientists that all get together and look at what happens, because, that's how we learn stuff. So, as experiments go, my title is chief scientist, and I always say Bitcoin is an experiment, and I'm really serious about that. I think it is a big experiment, and I think my role as scientist is to, kind of look at the data, look at what happens to the experiment, and, try to learn from it. So that's what excites me about it. Am I afraid of anything? No, not really. I mean, if an experiment fails, it was an experiment, right? So I think as long as you're clear about expectations, it's okay to take risk.
Right.
Thanks.
Well, thank you, Gavin. We really appreciate you coming out here today. And I think we can just do another quick round of applause for Gavin and Andresen coming today. It's really phenomenal to have you here. Before we go to break and then get into technical talks, I'd like to hand it over to Catherine Siegel and Jennifer Zhang to talk about some of the things we'll be seeing around campus this fall. As a developer for HackMIT, I've seen the amount of work it takes to put on a kilo-person hackathon, and I have the utmost respect for Katie and Jenny. Please welcome Katie and Jenny.
Hi, I'm Katie, and this is my co-director, Jenny. As you know, hacking and innovation is a huge part of MIT culture. Developments including RSA encryption, one laptop per child, the World Wide Web, and Kerberos identification have all come out of MIT.
So by now, I guess most of you guys have heard this fall every MIT student is getting $100 worth of Bitcoin. But there's some questions. So like, who will produce the necessary innovations to facilitate this experimental economy? And what kind of resources will MIT students be available to? So MIT students incessantly work on side projects, whether it's a startup or research, and we could not be more excited to see what's going to happen.
We believe in MIT hacker culture and think that MIT students will develop some ingenious hacks. As HackMIT organizers, we've seen firsthand how rapidly MIT students can build amazing software. Take, for instance, Project Naphtha, a service which promises to read the text from every image on the internet. The prototype for this was built at HackMIT this past fall. As the directors of HackMIT, we pose the following challenge to you. Build something really cool with Bitcoin. If you want a test bed of all MIT undergrads from a diverse array of backgrounds, this fall is your chance.
So as MIT students, we want MIT to be the center of this Bitcoin movement. And to facilitate innovations over the summer, we're going to be helping out. And this year's HackMIT will feature the most creative Bitcoin hacks. And you'll be able to display them at an exclusive demo session. So you'll be able to share your Bitcoin application with a 1,000-person audience from schools across the nation, not just MIT. And we're also awarding special prizes for certain cryptocurrency hacks, which will be announced at the hackathon.
If you're interested in developing for Bitcoin, the next couple of talks after the break will cover some amazing tools and strategies that you can use. Thanks for coming out, and we look forward to seeing what you can build.
Thanks, Katie. Thanks, Jenny. We'll be taking another quick 10-minute break now, but come back soon. You won't want to miss the fantastic technical talks coming up. We'll learn about some of the tools you can use to start working on projects related to Bitcoin. Good job, guys.
Please take your seats. We are now starting. Now we're entering the technical portion of the event. So if you don't have any CS background, it might be getting a little trickier, but please stay with us. Check it out. We're starting off with Andy Ofiesh. Earlier today, Alan told us a little bit about Bitcoin Armory Wallet, which is a popular open source wallet application. Andy is the senior software developer on Bitcoin Armory Wallet. He has over 20 years of experience working with enterprise-level software for companies such as Juniper Networks, Intel, and Nortel. Andy's going to teach us the basics of constructing a Bitcoin transaction manually, helping us take a peek under the hood at the process that forms the foundation of the Bitcoin protocol. Please welcome Andy Ofiesh.
All right, thanks, Dan. All right, thank you, technical people, for sticking around. And if anyone, I'm not going to save questions for the end. So anyone that wants to talk to me and ask me questions as I go along, move on up. It'll be a much better conversation than having to talk across this big cavernous room. So here's my presentation. Well, we've heard who I am. I'm also Alan Reiner's brother, and people ask how it is I have a different name. I'm new to crypto, and I accidentally encrypted it. All right, now that I've walked the rest of the room, we can get down to business. And now what have I done? Here's what I did. I did this. Check this out. I went and I put this out yesterday. Right here is a transaction, and it is for one Bitcoin that has gone to this address. Where is it? This is the transaction. Anyway, this is a transaction with a whole Bitcoin on it. And this is the transaction output. And I've got here a piece of paper with clues on how to claim that Bitcoin. So the idea is you should be happy a lot of folks have left. There's less competition for that Bitcoin. So that's an actual Bitcoin sitting on the blockchain since where is it? Since yesterday, 162 confirmations. That's about yesterday. And what we're going to talk about today is going to help you figure out how to claim this. And we're going to hand these handouts out after the presentation, after you leave the room. So, because I don't want folks in the room looking at this and being distracted from the other presenters. Okay, so let's go back to, oh, I was right there. I got to learn how to do, all right, here we go. And what I'm doing, well, I'm trying to get people interested in transaction scripting. If you ever played Nintendo video games and you got your favorite game and you get into it and you find a mini game that is even cooler than the game you thought you were playing, and then you just play the mini game, that's transaction scripting, all right? Because, on the surface, a lot of people say, well, you got a transaction, and you just you pay it to an address, and then you got to have the private address to collect that and to use it. Well, there's a whole language to how that's done, and that's transaction scripting. You don't just say, here's my private key, give me the money. It doesn't work that way. And so to get down to transaction script, you got to go from the sky level, which is the whole blockchain. And we just saw on my web browser one part of that. If I go back here, I'm going to step away from this quite a bit because I got stuff to show. All right, so when we talk about the blockchain, I like to look at blockchain.org here. And we go right here, and this is it. This is Bitcoin right here. This is everything that's happening, and this is the entire blockchain. And it's made up of, at this moment, 298,000 blocks, plus almost 299,000. I can't wait for it to roll over to 300. That's going to be fun. I'm going to have a party. But when you open up one of these on blockchain info, you get a whole block. Now you've got a whole block here, and these are all the transactions on that block, and I could just keep scrolling for a while. And that was for a chunk of time, all the transactions that got put into a block. Now, when you come into here, you get to say, let's do this right here. Here's your transaction, right? There's one random transaction. And you've got input scripts. These are Bitcoins that are being spent. And then the output scripts is where they're headed. Now, the way scripting works is it gets broken up into two parts. You've got a part that describes the output, and it's in the output of the transaction. You've got the part in the input that's where you spend it. The script that goes into the output presents a puzzle. It says, here's the puzzle you have to solve to spend this Bitcoin. And the script that goes into the input is the solution to that puzzle. So when you execute the whole thing together, you actually, first you execute the first part is in the input script, or the SIG script, and then you execute the output part that verifies it. So that's a quick rundown how you get from the top, the block chain, down to a transaction. So when we talk about each transaction input has a transaction output that it spends. And if you think about all of the Bitcoins that are in existence, if you take all of them, they exist collectively in unspent transaction outputs. So that's how you know. If you took all the transaction outputs that haven't been spent, you would get the total amount of Bitcoins that are available today. So what is the transaction script? Now, I said they come in two parts. You got the TX out part and the TX in part. And then this describes what I was just saying before. So really what it is it's verifying that the scripts together verify that you're able to spend this. That's the most basic functionality that's in there. But there is so much more you can do. Now there's a whole language to this. If I want to, there's a great resource. Let me show you this. A lot of this is I'm going to go into areas and I'm just going to show you a link to a web page where you're going to have to go check it out later. And I love this web page right here. It's on the Bitcoin wiki. This is a tremendous resource. And this describes the script language. So if you really want to understand it, find this web page. And actually, this web page and a bunch of others, they're in our Bitcoin Armory Developers MIT Expo. So if you go to our website and you come right down here, you're going to get my picture and then a description of me. And then we have like a blog with lots of interesting stuff. Oh, here, by the way, multi-sig version of our software. This is in testing mode right now, and you can actually get the next version early, and you're going to want to play with this. This is going to be interesting. It's a good place to play with some of the concepts I'm going to talk about. And I scroll down here, and now we got some links. And this is I have this at the top because I'm using this all the time when I look at scripts. So right here, this shows the entire language right here. And these are all of the opcodes. And it's, we heard earlier from Gavin, or no, who was it? James before was talking about the scripting language and how it is, it's not Turing complete, which basically means you can't do loops. And you got your if and your else, and you got your logic, and everything you need to do to verify transactions and present a puzzle to prove that you can spend some coins and then to verify the solution to that puzzle. All right? So this is a great web page, and it's got everything you'll need on that. Let's come back to here. And so the thing about the transaction script language is you can do a lot with it. A lot of contracts already that you can go to this web page here on contracts and learn about that. Escrow is a very common application that gets talked about a lot. And the thing about the scripting is it works on a stack-based thing. If you've ever programmed in the 70s, you might have encountered Forth. It's an old language, and it's also stack-based. So that's an interesting little aspect of it. And then you got the language reference I showed you. Let's go to the next. Now, we've got this language, and you can do all this stuff with it. Well, not really. Not on the main net. Not with people's actual money. Really, there's only 4 kinds of standard transactions that most miners will allow you to do. Now, the first one is the kind of transaction where Bitcoins get mined. So pay to public key is what happens when you create new Bitcoins with your mining rig. They get sent to that kind of transaction. The basic kind of thing where you just sign and prove that you have the private key, that's a single key transaction. That's where most of the time when you just send somebody some Bitcoins, that's the kind of transaction you're going to use. And then you get to the multi-sig. Now, multi-sig is the popular thing now that people say that 2014 is going to be the year of multi-sig. And as these get rolled out, and we'll see an example of that. And here's also what's fun is the pay to script hash. Now, you can write this fancy script, and even if it's not standard, you can actually write it, and you can put it out there. No one else is going to mine it unless you ask them to, and they say, yeah, all right, I'll mine that. Or if you've got your own mining pool and you can mine it yourself, you can do that. But generally, you make a complex script, no one's going to mine it. And you certainly don't want to bother the person who's paying you with that information. What pay to script hash does is it hides whatever funky thing you wanted to do. So if you want to write a crazy script, you can hash it with, compile it into a 20-byte key, a string, and have somebody pay to that 20-byte string, and it's allowed on the network. Now, here's the question. How are you going to spend it? Well, that's your problem. It's the problem of the person receiving the Bitcoin to get their crazy transaction verified, either with their own mining pool or with somebody they've gotten to agree to do that. So the next part of this presentation, let's talk about non-standard. So I do things out of order a lot. So, and I mentioned a bunch of these things, and here we go. Yeah, also with the non-standard transactions, a lot of Bitcoin nodes won't even forward it. So it's not even just a matter of mining it. Most people won't forward it unless they have their own special code that does that. Now, let's see. And that's why you might want to use P2SH, to not bother the person paying you with that nonsense. But here's the great thing. We have testnet. Gavin mentioned testnet. And you can do whatever crazy stuff you want on testnet because those Bitcoins don't have any value. And that's a good thing. So we're going to be doing a lot more puzzles. We got this one, this Bitcoin treasure hunt. That's on mainnet, so it's not going to be too crazy. And then we're going to be posting puzzles on testnet. You solve it on testnet, and you send us your solution, and then sign the message with your private key that you used on testnet for it, and then we'll pay you real Bitcoins for your solution on that. So we'll be posting those on the website later. And there you go. So let's get into some of these examples. What? Oh, here are tools. Okay, we got tools next. Blockchain info, showed you that. Bitcoin Armory, here's our application. Great tool, especially if you want to do anything with multi-sig. Now, anyone who's used this might notice that this isn't the normal version. Right here it says 9.1.9 multi-sig. You have to turn on expert mode if you want to use multi-sig. And we also remind people, do not use this version of our software with any real money. This isn't even gotten into beta yet. So if you want to see how these multi-sigs work, first thing you're going to have to do is tolerate this dangerous feature warning. And then you go into here. Let's see, can I grab you? All right, there you go. And we see an example of what we call a multi-sig lockbox right here. This is our puzzle fund right now. Lockbox? What? Oh, no, this is an example. Okay. Yeah, but I've signed I've got a wallet called the Puzzle Fund, and I've used it for all 3 keys. Normally with multi-sig, you're going to have different keys from different wallets there. But in this example, they're all the same wallet, my Puzzle Fund wallet. And if we look at this, is this going to come up? There's our multi-sig. This tells me it's a 2 of 3. So any transaction that's coming into this lockbox, if you want to spend the outputs from that transaction, you've got to have 2 out of the 3 keys that are listed here. So you've got the 3 public keys, and if you know 2 of the private keys, then you can spend that money. And maybe you and somebody else has the private key, so they can send you what's called a signature collector, and you can load up that signature collector, then you sign it, and then you can broadcast it with just 2 of the 3 signatures. So that's the basic feature. And you've heard other folks talk about how useful that is. And we've added it to the application. You can go up to 5 of, well, right now we've just got 5 of 5. So that's what the multi-sig lockbox looks like. And let's see. I've got some transactions in here that we're going to look at. And so we're going to see a multi-sig transaction and a pay-to-script hash transaction example that I created with this. And in fact, I've got all of these in here too, because we also have the very basic spend to public key hash here as well. All right, so that's the Armory. That's one of the tools I'm talking about here. We also have Armory Python scripting tools. And let's see, do I have that? Well, if you go to bitcoin.com, developers Python scripting, let's get back to that. Where is that? Here we go. If I go to the website and then go to developers Python scripting, and there's a lot here that you can dig into. All right, and I'd be scrolling for a while if I went through all of that. And then let's get back to that. And we've got Bitcoin D command line. So I got an example of that right here. Oh, here we go. Right now what you're looking at is a couple of commands I've done. If I go up here and get help, let's go to help. So I've got the Bitcoin CLI. If you've got Bitcoin running, you'll have Bitcoin D running in the background. And you go to your Bitcoin installation and go to the daemon directory, and you can type bitcoin CLI.exe and get help, and that'll list all sorts of commands you can call against the Bitcoin daemon. And you can incorporate that into applications and communicate to Bitcoin D through JSON and write a lot of interesting stuff using that. And there's also an Armory D. We have our own API out there. It's not quite as robust yet, but we're working on that. So that's an example of that. And then back to this. We've got Bitcoin J. You heard about that from James earlier. And then Jeff Garczyk's Python Bitcoin lib. That's a tremendous resource. And I'm going to go to the next slide and get on to some of these examples here. Let's see, what do we got? Nope, let's go back. Here we go, okay. And then, all right, here we go. So here's a pay-to-public key hash example. We have our TX output script here, and that is that's the actual hex code that would make up a script. And then we have the TX input script here, and that's the actual hex code that would make up an input script. Just to give you a little bit of context on this, I've got a diagram. If I go to here, and I got the diagram right here, this is what a transaction looks like. And here's an example transaction with some TX inputs and some TX outputs. And this is a map of basically all the hex that's in a packet of data that's sitting on blockchain, right? And what I'm showing you in here is a TXN SIG script you saw on that slide, as well as the corresponding output script. So it's the transaction script resides in this little box here inside a transaction. And then these inputs and these outputs make up a transaction. And the scripts that I'm going to show you live deep inside it. Somebody said, don't get too deep in the weeds. I'm sorry, there's a lot of weeds. All right. we are deep. All right. But hopefully, if you follow along, you'll see some paths to collecting this Bitcoin on this puzzle hunt here. All right. So here's our PowerPoint slide. Now I'm going to walk you through what happens when we execute a transaction script. First thing we're going to do is in the TXIN script, when we pay, we're going to try to spend this TX out up here. And the first thing we're going to do is sign the script, sign the transaction. And there's a whole process of signing a transaction, and there's a link to it on our webpage I showed you. That's a whole session in itself. And after you sign the transaction, you end up with basically 73 bytes, 49 in hex. And this tells you, this is a command that tells you put the next 73 bytes onto this stack. And you can see, I got a little graphic here. Fancy, I drew that myself. With the signature on the stack. So this command right here, this is transaction script. This basically is a command that puts these 73 bytes on the stack, and that's your signature. So we go to the next thing. Now we've put the public key on the stack. So now we have a public key and a signature on the stack. And so we're leading with the TXIN script. And this is the part where we are about to prove that we can actually spend this money. Now we're going to step into the TX out script. And the TX out script is going to verify that we've put the correct signature for the correct public key on the stack. So first thing is command opcode 76, which happens to be command opdupe. And what opdupe is takes the top of the stack and duplicates it. All right? And then we're going to go to ophash 160. Now, that's one of the many crypto algorithms that you can just call from a transaction script, and that's going to execute ophash 160. I'm not going to tell you what it is. You'll have to look it up. But what that's going to do is take the public key that we just duplicated it, and then it's going to hash it. And now we have that hash. And now we come to the name here, pay to public key hash. So what's been done is the person that has funded this transaction, this TX out here, has put the hash of the public key on the stack with this. So this is pushing 20 bytes, which is 14 in hex, and it's pushing these 20 bytes on the stack. And now we're going to go to 88, which is op equal verify, and it's going to verify that the top two items in the stack are equal. And if it's not, it's going to end things, and it's going to say you can't spend this. That's op equal verify. There's a command 87, which is one less, is op equal. Op equal, all it does is it takes the top two and compares them, and if they're equal, it puts true on the stack. And if they're not, it puts false on the stack. But you stick the verify in there. It's not only going to compare, it's going to act on whether or not they were equal. And then the last thing we're going to do is check our signature. that we started with. So the last, you know, it's like first in, last out. So first in was the signature, and the last thing we're going to do is check to make sure the signature actually corresponds with the public key. All right, and that is basically how a lot of transactions on the blockchain get verified. Is you take the TX in script of the person that's trying to spend the TX out, and you munge them together, and you hopefully end up with opt true at the end of it. And if you don't, then you can't spend it. It's not going to work. It's going to get rejected. I've gone through a lot of, are there any questions at this point? I feel like I've zipped through a lot, and I mean, I could just be talking to myself as far as I know right now.
When you talk about processing the 76, what do you mean that the Bitcoin miners are processing that as?
That's exactly what happens, is when a miner sees an unconfirmed transaction come by from one of its peers, the peer says, hey, I got a transaction for you. And the miner's like, hey, give me that. Let me look at it. It's going to run some code that, among other things, is going to execute the transaction script of the TX in with the transaction script of the TX out. And if it ends up with any non-zero value, if anything ends up on the stack. Oh no, if a 0 ends up on the stack at the end, then it's going to invalidate. It won't accept it. And if at any point, like this op equal verify, if that fails, the miner won't even look at it.
Can you route that to, say, if you have a preferred mining consortium, can you route the transaction going through? Or is it just you accept that whoever is doing best bid or best process does your transaction?
I'm not 100% sure. I think that depends on what people are running out there. But definitely, we'll have email, by the way. You can send any of your questions out to that I can't answer, and we'll get the answer to that. And that email's on the handout.
Okay.
These slides are going to go right on the web page that I showed you. So all these slides are going to be out there. Oh, are these slides going to be up? Okay, thanks. That's a good reminder. Any other questions I can repeat? All right, let's go to the next example, because this is getting interesting. Here we go. Next example. Multi-sig. All right, fine. All right, there's a TX out script, and here's a TX in script that's going to try and spend it. Now, this entertains me to no end. Is whenever we try to spend a multi-sig script, the first thing we have to do is put op false on the stack. It's a bug. It's just a weird little bug in the code where whenever it tries to verify a multi-signature, it actually takes one too many items off the stack. And the fix for that bug is that anyone that tries to spend a multi-sig output has to put false on the stack before they do anything else. And what's fun about that is if you want to spot a multi-sig TX in sig script, one of the ways you spot it is you look for those zeros on the front. That's one of the indicators that that's what you're dealing with. And then, of course, the next thing you're looking for is this right here is the push 73 bytes. So what this is the dir encoding. This is the encoding of the two signatures. This is basically going to be a 2 of 3. And to sign for it, we have to put the two signatures. So we've signed this transaction with 2 different private keys. And those are the 2 signatures. Other multi-sig scripts could have quite a few more signatures. This one happens to be 2 of 3, so you got 2 on there. What's your question? The number he's asking is that number that comes right before the 2 signatures, is that how many bytes to put on the stack? Yes, that's exactly what that is. So in this case, we've got 2 of them. And that first 48, that's the hex. That's actually a 72. And you see down here, I said about 73 bytes. Signature, it can be 72 bytes or 73. I'm not sure, maybe 1 or 2 more. I'm not sure the full range of how many bytes a signature takes. So this is saying put 72 bytes on the stack, and then this is saying put 73 bytes on the stack, and then we end up with 2 signatures on the stack. All right, and let's go to the next one. So now we're into the TX out script, and we know it's going to be, this tells us we're going to require 2 signatures. And the next part, and it puts the op2 on the stack. So now we've got 2 on the stack, and then the next part, we see 3 public keys. And the next part, we see 3. So that whole stack together tells us it's going to be a 2 of 3. So 2 signatures, better sign for 3 of these public keys. And then we go to check multi-sig, and that does all the work. It clears off all those arguments on the stack, including the op false. It takes 1 too many every time. That's why we put the op false on there. Oh, and by the way, people remember transaction malleability, the bug or kink in the system? Used to be, you didn't have to put op false there. You could put any byte you wanted there, because all that's going to happen is it's going to get consumed and ignored. But one of the things they fixed with the transaction malleability is they changed the code to make sure that has to be op false. So some malicious actor can't come in and say, replace your op false with some other byte that's going to change the entire transaction hash, but not actually change the transaction. So it used to be you could change that byte, and you get a different transaction hash, and you could fuck with somebody's records. Sorry about the language. You could mess with somebody's record of what they think the transaction hash is supposed to be and trick somebody like Mt. Gox into thinking they didn't pay you. So that's one of the fixes, is they check to make sure that that actually is an op false that was put on the stack first. So you can't malleabate that. I don't know how I made that word up. That would be a question for Gavin. Or the other chord. Or you can actually pull up the source code yourself and look that up. You find that, you walk through the code, and he's asking, is
backward compatibility. You can't count on everyone upgrading at once, so long as there's nodes out there that do pop 120 items off the stack, if you remove that from the code, then suddenly those nodes would consider that transaction on the same node.
Yeah, they wouldn't. They wouldn't accept it. So what's going to happen is, he's asking, what about backwards compatibility? And what happens is, if you haven't upgraded your software, there's going to be a lot of nodes out there that's not going to take your transaction. And that'll have the effect of slowing down whether or not that gets accepted. Now we're getting deep into some stuff. I'm not 100% sure about all this stuff. My brother's smiling at me. He's like, I don't think you got that right. That would be a hard fork?
If you make a new version of the software that doesn't require copying that, then all your transactions don't have that extra, and anyone who has upgraded is going to reject it. Half the network, everyone who's upgraded would accept it, everyone who hasn't would reject it, and then you'd have 2 parallel universes where half the network is accepting and half of it.
So that would be a hard fork if we did that.
But if you just do it this way, where you force it to 0, 0, all nodes will accept it. It's still valid for all upgraded and non-upgraded nodes.
Oh, okay. So we're able to go in that direction, but not the other direction. All right, I misunderstood that. Okay. All right, so that's multi-sig. We got one more to get through. This is pay to script hash with multi-sig. Multi-sig business. They just have to know that they're paying this 20-byte hash of your script. They don't have to know what that script is. So the person paying you doesn't have to know about this. This is the TXIN script that you're going to use to spend this TX out script. So let's walk through here. Right now, here, first thing we're going to do is push 2 signatures on the stack. And the next thing we're going to do is we're going to push that entire script from the previous screen serialized on the stack. And the first thing we see here is this 4C command. This 4C, so 4C says look at the next byte to know how many bytes, because once the number of bytes you're putting on the stack is over a certain number, you've got to give it its own byte. So it's actually, we're going to push 201 bytes on the stack. That's the script that we saw earlier, serialized. And then we go here and we're putting the script hash. We're going to hash the serialized script. And so that takes this and hashes it and puts the hash on the stack. And then we put the public key hash on the stack, and then we op equal. Remember op equal verify before? Well, now we're just going to do op equal. And then that's going to put op true on the stack, and we're at the end of the program. What happened is with the pay to script hash, they just said, well, this is a new thing, and they just hacked it into the code. When you see this on the stack at the end of a transaction, we're just going to unserialize this and see if these signatures sign for it. And that's how a pay to script hash works. Is first, it checks to make sure your script hash matches, right? And then we're going to go ahead and actually unserialize your script and run it against these signatures. Now what's interesting about this is any older version of the software gets to this and they see op true on the stack and they're like, oh, well, true's on the stack, I'm done. So older versions of the Bitcoin software don't even take a look at these guys. So it will still accept it. The older versions will accept it without even checking your script. But the newer versions won't allow it. So you're not going to get very far if enough newer versions of software are in the network. So that's the pay to script hash example. So now, here are the puzzles. This is the link to the blockchain, and we're going to be putting this on our website. So at the very least, you're gonna get the link to that. You're gonna need the handout. The handout tells you how to. It's got clues on how to solve this. These guys down here, these are all transactions on testnet, and you'll see a link on our website to get to look at these on testnet, or you can just follow these links on the Block Explorer and take a look at that. And then those, you just got to look at them and figure them out. They're all crazy non-standard scripts that you can figure out the correct script hash to redeem them. Then tell us about it, and we'll pay you in real Bitcoins. And then lots of helpful links on our website here. And if you have any questions or comments, you can send an email to that email. Also, anyone that gets this, there's going to be some private keys on this piece of paper. One of these private keys, it says at the bottom which one. You signed any email to us with the private key at the bottom of this, you'll get answered first. You'll be prioritized. And anyone else sending us email to this address is going to, if we get flooded, we're not going to get to them, but we'll absolutely get to anyone who signs it with one of these private keys. Okay? So that's the presentation, and now let's do. We got about 7 minutes for questions here. I know I went through a lot of stuff, and if you ask anything too complicated, I'm going to go over to my brother and get him to answer. So if you had anything you really wanted to ask him earlier. All right, thanks.
Hi. Could you talk about the encoding of the signatures a little more? Maybe, I know a hash is formed, has to be checked.
The DIR encoding for the signatures. Wow, it goes deep. Let me see if I can get to the website for that. Let's see, what do we have? Oh, I know what we have. I got some links here. We go into, this guy's got a tremendous blog. I refer to this quite a bit. And if you go through here, he goes through manually spending a transaction and using all sorts of tools. And he talks about signing in here. So I highly recommend this because how you actually, yeah, here we go, signing a transaction. And actually one of the things he has on here is a graphic that was put together by Alan. This is Alan's work here, this picture. And this goes through the whole process. And you can see I'm not going to really dig in. Oh, here's what's fun too, is you remember that picture from before with the keys in the middle here? With the script in the middle. One of the things you have to do when you sign is you have to scrunch all of that out. You have to eliminate chunks in the middle here. And not only that, you got to take this VI, which is the length, and you got to set that to 0. Before you even sign, you got to take your transaction and do all sorts of stuff to it. Then you got to take your signature and stick it in the middle of the transaction. This is not easy to deal with. If you, this is why you want to use software like Armory. It does all that underneath the covers, and you just say what you want to do, and then the software takes care of it. Okay, so there you go. That's your answer right there. What else?
Other questions?
Here we got one behind you.
Do you have any insights into Mt. Gox or any scuttlebutt on them?
You know, here's the thing. In 2011, Mt. Gox misplaced like $40,000 worth of Bitcoins. And once that happened, I can't understand why people were still using them after that. I mean, it wasn't the first time that they lost people's money when it hit the news that they lost people's money. So if you're using a third-party service like Mt. Gox, then you've basically said, I don't trust these monolithic third-party systems. I'm going to go with a completely untrusted, non-monolithic third-party system. It seems like one of the things people learn from Mt. Gox is that, wow, these monolithic third-party systems are actually good for some things. You know, whether, if you're going to use Bitcoin, don't then go to another third party. You really want to use it. You use it with a piece of software like Armory or other things that are available, and you become your own banker. You become your own security expert. And you can't just get an easy app to do that. I mean, if you're going to spend, you know, $20 or, you know, you got your $100 coming to you from Dan and his great friends. For $100, you know, you lose that, oh, well, it was a gift. But if you're going to do anything more than that, you really owe it to yourself to become knowledgeable about how to secure your own Bitcoins. So that's what I think about Mt. Gox.
All right. Thank you, Andy.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, thanks, Andy. We've got Andy's handouts in the back, so on your way out later, you can grab one of those if you want to try the challenge. Our next presenter, Ryan X. Charles, is a longtime advocate of Bitcoin and its ability to provide freedom in financial transactions. He was a physics PhD student for 6 years and quit his PhD in early 2013 to go on full-time on Bitcoin. He was soon recruited by BitPay as a software engineer, where he works on their open source initiatives, especially Bitcore, a cross-platform JS Bitcoin library, Insight, a blockchain API, and Copay, a multi-signature wallet.
Is that just for?
Please welcome Ryan X. Charles.
Just the green light or whatever. No.
So we're welcoming Ryan, but he's just getting set up here, about to jump in. Ryan, as a representative of BitPay, was someone I was really excited to get out here. They've been, the whole company has shown a real commitment to this open source ethos for Bitcoin. And so we thought it would be really great to have Ryan come and talk about Bitcore, which is a great tool for people to start working with Bitcoin. Hopefully a lot of the students here will be using it or using some of the other tools that Gavin talked about earlier. So thank you guys for sticking around, bearing with us, and looks like we're just about ready to go over there. All set, right?
There we go. There we go. All right. It's on that screen. How do I arrange it? Let's do mirror. Yeah. Okay. All right. So I'm Reiner Charles. I'm a software engineer at BitPay. So I started working at BitPay last September, and I was very interested in open source software. So as I worked at BitPay longer and longer, I started getting more involved in our open source stuff. So right now I work on a project called Bitcore. That's our JavaScript library that does all things Bitcoin. And I also work on a new project called Copay, which is a multi-sig wallet. So I want to talk about Copay first. This is our cool new project. So you just heard a lot about multi-sig in the last presentation. So we do BIP32, pay-to script hash, multi-sig transactions with Copay. So let me start with some motivation for what this is. So anybody who's been around Bitcoin for a while has seen lots and lots of websites and people get hacked. So we were just talking about Mt. Gox. Mt. Gox, I don't know what happened with Mt. Gox. Whether they're hacked or not, I don't know. But lots of other websites have been hacked. Lots of individuals have been hacked. I can remember years ago, people would lose like 25,000 Bitcoins in one go due to being hacked or whatever. There were entire websites, like there was a website called My Bitcoin several years ago that was hacked and everybody lost all their Bitcoins. So this happens it happens on a regular basis. So this is, the Bitcoin protocol itself is secure, but it's easy to lose your Bitcoins if you trip up and reveal your private keys. So the motivation for Copay is to just have a different type of wallet that's built on multi-sig so that it's more secure, so that you're not likely to lose your Bitcoins. So multi-sig, again, we were talking about this before. I'll cover it again just for people on YouTube and stuff like that. So multi-sig is just where each transaction requires more than one signature to be valid. So the reason why this is more secure is you might have multiple devices or multiple people that hold the private keys to some addresses. And if one of those people is compromised, the Bitcoins aren't stolen because you need to compromise more than one person to steal the Bitcoins. So at BitPay, well, we hold Bitcoin for one, and we also care about the Bitcoin ecosystem as a whole. So we wanted a wallet that supported any type of multi-sig transaction, any type of M event. So any M event. So for instance, 2 of 2, I like the 2 of 2 use case, which is where I'll use my main computer to hold my Bitcoins, but I'll also have private keys on my phone. And so if I want to send Bitcoins on my main computer to a website or whatever, I'm buying a product, I have to also sign it with my phone. So that would be an example of a 2 of 2. It's like it's this two-factor authentication that's just built right into the Bitcoin protocol, if you have the software to do it. So another use case would be 2 of 3. Maybe you have 3 people and you want, it's your friend's money or something like that. It's a small organization, and you want at least 2 of the 3 people to have to sign off on something, or maybe 3 of 5. 3 of 5 would be maybe a larger corporation. You've got lots of people. You want to make sure that when you spend money that at least 3 people sign off on it. And if one person loses their money or something, or loses their private keys, your funds aren't compromised, you can move the Bitcoins to a new wallet or something like that. Now, we actually had a tool that does this. It's a low-level command line tool. And we realized in using this low-level command line tool that what we really needed was not something that just did multi-sig, but something that was user-friendly. So that's what the whole purpose of Copay is to do multi-sig and make it as user-friendly as possible. And one other thing, which is no dependence on third parties. So we've seen Mt. Gox get hacked and stuff like that. We're trying to stay away from having some third party, hold one of the keys or something like that. You should have control over who holds the keys. So this is the Copay team. There are 6 of us total. It's myself and these other guys who are all in Argentina. And we recently gathered in Tucumán, Argentina, where 4 of the guys live, to build the prototype of Copay. Okay, so Copay is it's a web wallet, but it's not a website. It's just like an HTML file that you can just load on your computer. So it doesn't depend on like a web server or something like that. So you may know like blockchain.info, for instance. Blockchain.info is a web wallet, but blockchain.info depends on the blockchain.info servers to do things like broadcast transactions. So ours is similar. But we have our own open source server that you can run to broadcast transactions. That's called Insight. And Insight also handles just monitoring the blockchain so that you can see the balance of your addresses and stuff like that. So Insight's one server. The other server is Pure.js. Pure.js lets you set up peer-to-peer connections between 2 different like web browsers. So there are 2 servers, but both of these are open source and you can run them yourself. So it's like as decentralized as you could possibly get in a web wallet. So that's one of the cool founding sort of features of Copay, is that it's like as decentralized as we could possibly think to make and still have it on the web so that it can run on any platform. And it uses BIP32 for addresses, which basically in a nutshell for us means, for one, you make your private keys one time and your backup lasts forever. And number 2, it's really easy to share your public keys with the other people that you're doing the multi-sig transactions with, because you only have to share the one master public key, and from then on, you can generate more addresses. And also, of course, it's open source. It was 100% open source from day one. We've been developing it completely in the open, so we've had a few Reddit posts and stuff like that where we tell people what we're doing. Literally, like from the first commit, it's been open source on GitHub, github.com/bitpay/copay. So you can see the whole history of this, and now we have this full working prototype. And it's only been like a month and a half since we started working on this. So, all right, now I want to actually show you guys the software. Let's see, make sure this is looking good. All right, so what I want to do is I'll just open up Copay, and I'm going to do a demo of, let's do a, oh no, it doesn't show up on the screen. Let me resize my browser here. That's small. There we go. All right, so I'm going to create a new wallet. So you just open up Copay. This is what it looks like. And let's create a new wallet called MIT Bitcoin Expo. And I type in the password that I want for my own wallet, which, because I'm just giving a demo, I'm going to use a very short password. So now I specify what type of wallet it is. So while Copay, one of the design requirements was, well, there are many different uses for multisig. We want any type of M of n. So I'll just do 2 of 2 because that's simple. Okay, and I'll give it my name. My name is Ryan. Create 2 of 2 wallet. And then give it a second while it generates my address and whatnot. Now, the way Copay works is when you create a new wallet, you have to share this secret that lets other people connect to your wallet. So I just copied the secret is what I just did there. I did that real fast, but I just copied the secret. And now I'm going to pretend I'm another person, and I'm going to be person number 2, and copy and paste that secret into the text box. And now I'm going to pick another password because I'm a different person now. And my name is, I'll call myself Thor. Okay, so now I join the new wallet. Should have made sure I was on the right network and all this stuff. All right, and give it a second while it looks for people. Okay, so there we go. So what's going on here is I've got 2 different apps running at the same time, right? And this could be 2 different people. And they're both connected to the same wallet. And they, behind the scenes, what happened was they generated master private key, master public key, and they shared the keys, and all that stuff happened sort of transparently. So now what I want to do is I'll be person number 1 here, and I'll create a new address. Now, both people see the address instantly. See, I'm person number 1, sees the new address, person number 2. So they share this information using WebRTC in a peer-to-peer fashion. So now what I want to do is I've got 0 Bitcoins right now, so I'm going to fund myself some Bitcoins. So I've got a testnet wallet here, ready to send some Bitcoins over there. So I'll send, okay, it's test copay. I'm going to send over 0.1 Bitcoins for testing purposes. And I'm online and all that stuff, so this should work. Okay, I've sent it. And if I give it a second, it should show up. There we go. So I broadcast a transaction, it propagated the network. My copay wallet here is connected to to Insight, which monitors the Bitcoin network. And it picks up, both of them, the 2 different people have picked up that I now have access to 0.1 Bitcoins in my new multi-sig wallet. This address, by the way, of course, is a multi-sig address. So we'll get to that in 1 second here. So now I've funded my 2 of 2 multi-sig wallet. Now what I want to do is I want to send some Bitcoins from the wallet. So I'm going to go retrieve some external address where like, sorry, what? Yes, do testnet transactions have to be mined? The answer is yes, there are miners for testnet. So yeah, there are miners. No, it's not confirmed. I don't think so. I mean, otherwise it would have been confirmed very fast, which sometimes happens on testnet, but it's probably not confirmed. So yeah, so it doesn't tell you how many confirmations it is, but yeah, it's a 0 confirmation transaction right now. Okay, so I've got a new address that I want to send to send out of my multi-sig wallet. So I'm going to send something less than my total balance, so I'll send 0.8. And now I'm person number 2, right? Person number 2 is the one creating this. So I click send. Oh no, not valid amount. Yeah, good point. That would have been cool if it let me send more money than I had. Okay, 0.08 Bitcoins. Okay. Okay, so it created a transaction proposal which propagates our little bitty peer-to-peer network here. So now what happens is the person number 1 who did not create the transaction can see person number 2, Thor, has created a new transaction. They have seen it and they have signed it, and 1 signature is missing. So I have the option to sign or to reject this transaction. So that's the basics of multisig, right? So in this case, I'm going to choose to sign it. Okay, great. So it just sent this transaction. So we now have a new transaction that I just sent out of my wallet. I now have a balance of 0.0199. And as our friend commented a second ago, these aren't confirmed yet, but I'm sure in a few minutes these transactions will be confirmed. So that was an example of 2 of 2. I could do it for anything. I could do it for 3 of 5 or whatever. I'm doing 2 of 2 because it's simple. But the idea of copay was to be super, super simple and user-friendly, right? So it looks just like a normal web wallet pretty much. You have a balance, you have addresses and stuff like that, except when you go to send Bitcoins, other people have to click a yes for it to actually broadcast those transactions.
But I'm confused. So your web wallet allows you to spend 0 confirmed transactions?
Well, sure, you can create a transaction that depends on a 0 confirmed transaction. I mean, you have to wait for it to be, mined or whatever. It's still 0 confirmed. So the first one was 0 confirmed. The second one was 0 confirmed as well. You can do that. It's possible. But we were talking about transaction malleability earlier. Normally, I wouldn't recommend spending, unconfirmed transactions.
Most wallets won't let you do that.
I think you're right. I think I don't know about most wallets, but I think as of recently, I think Bitcoin QT won't let you do that. It used to by default, and I think they changed the default recently. So yeah, I mean, normally it's not a good idea. Obviously, I'm just doing it for testing, right? But yeah, normally I don't spend. Unfortunately, because of transaction malleability, you just shouldn't spend unconfirmed transactions. So that's true. All right, let's see here. Let me go back to my my slides. Okay, oh, there we go. Insert Copay demo. So there are a lot of next steps with this wallet. So for one thing, peer-to-peer connections in the browser are very difficult to do. So on a lot of networks, it doesn't work very reliably. So if you try and, like if you're just over the general internet, like when I try and do it with my friends in Argentina, it's very unreliable. And the reason is, if all the parties are like behind routers and stuff like that, routers do everything in their power to prevent peer-to-peer connections from being established. So for one thing, somehow we need to solve this problem of peer-to-peer robustness so that when you want to broadcast a transaction, your friends can actually see it in all cases. And there are just lots of other minor things. But we have the whole prototype and everything. It's all working. So this, you can go test this right now. It's on GitHub, github.com/bitpay/copay, and test it out yourself on testnet. But I'm sure very soon will be, it'll be ready for real use with real Bitcoins and stuff. So the other thing I wanted to talk about was Bitcore. So Copay, oh, yes?
Can you speak a little bit to the security model, like where the private keys are stored, where they end up in memory?
Sure, great question. So the question is the security model of Copay. So obviously this whole thing is we're taking security very seriously. So for one thing, the private keys are stored in HTML5 local storage, and they're stored encrypted. So you type in a password. It was one thing I brushed over when I created the wallet, but I typed in my password, and so it creates a new private key, master private key, that's stored encrypted in local HTML5 local storage. So you should pick a strong password to encrypt it, but it's stored locally encrypted. It's not stored on another server. It's stored in your browser. And so if you want to back it up, that was another thing I didn't show, but you got to go press the backup button, download the file, and then back it up somewhere. And it's encrypted. So yeah, does that answer your question? Yes. I can just show you that real quick. I mean, just, whoops. Yeah, let me just open up a new one here. I've got several servers running. So for one thing, like when I go to it again, I can see this was one. Oh wait, no, this is the one I just created actually. So when I want to open it up, I have to type in what my password is. Okay, so Copay is powered by Bitcore, and Bitcore is a JavaScript Bitcoin library. It comes from a library called Bitcoin.js that was written by Stephen Thomas in 2011. And at BitPay, we needed this library to exist. Stephen Thomas moved on to other things and wasn't maintaining the library anymore. But we really needed it. So we adopted it, and we turned it into our own. And we re-released our version of this, Bitcore, as open source. And we did that recently. I think it was maybe January was when we sort of announced this. And it was actually already on GitHub, but now we're officially supporting it as this real major library and stuff. And I personally spend almost all of my time working on Bitcore, and so do the other guys that I work with on Copay. So it works in the browser, and it also works in Node. And unlike any other library, it's optimized for Node. Or that is, it has optimizations for Node, by which I mean the cryptography in Node uses OpenSSL, which is just faster than the pure JavaScript implementations of the cryptography that we use in the browser. So it's fast in Node. In the browser, it's not as fast, but it's as fast as we can make it. Although that reminds me, that's a very important thing. If you use Copay, you'll notice that when it goes to do things like signing transactions and stuff, you can actually notice the time it takes to do these calculations because the cryptography is pretty slow in JavaScript. So it's one thing we want to improve. And of course, it's all 100% open source and all that stuff. So with Bitcore, you can do, it's a general purpose Bitcoin library. You can do anything you want to do. You can connect to the Bitcoin network. It has all the logic in there for the peer-to-peer protocol of Bitcoin. It has, recently, one of the guys at BitPay, Gordon, added peer discovery, so you can run Bitcore and discover peers to connect to and then maintain a peer-to-peer connection. You can create and broadcast transactions, of course. You saw me do it with Copay. Copay is just using Bitcore to create these transactions. We have a new transaction builder class written by Matthias, which makes it especially easy as I think it could possibly be to create transactions. You can create and manage private keys. You can derive the public key from a private key, derive the address. There are all the different formats of different addresses and private keys and stuff are supported. And we have some more advanced features that we've started adding recently. So BIP32 is one of the more advanced features we added just a couple months ago, primarily so that we could use it in Copay. And also I forget his name, but there was a guy that contributed Electrum deterministic wallets to Bitcore recently, just because it's open source, so somebody actually just made this significant improvement to Bitcore. So it's a fully featured library, all open source. So now what I want to show you is, I want to show you some Bitcore stuff. So let's see here. Oh no. So I'm going to show you a node first. So by the way, I don't know how many people know this, but so node is just it's the Chrome V8 JavaScript engine that you can run like on your computer. Because the history of JavaScript is it was this browser-only language. But in recent years, JavaScript has just completely exploded. It's on every platform, so lots of people know it because they program JavaScript to do stuff in the browser. And now it's getting on more and more platforms. So with Node, we've had it on servers and stuff. Node's been around for several years. Microsoft recently released Win.js, so you can do JavaScript in Windows. So anyway, Node is the other sort of engine or whatever for JavaScript that Bitcore sort of naturally supports. So I'm going to use Node here to show some examples. Am I in the right directory? Yeah. Okay, so normally if you want to install Bitcore, if you already have Node installed, just do npm install Bitcore, like that. I won't do it because it takes several seconds to install. So let me show you how to use it. All you do is normal using a library in Node, var bitcore equals require bitcore. And so I want to show you just some really straightforward examples. So for generating like a new public-private key pair, I'll do var key equals bitcore dot key dot generate sync. Should have worked. So I've just generated a new random private key. So this uses OpenSSL for the entropy and stuff to make the random private key, and it generates the associated public key. And so I can do things like, I'll show you how to get the address. So I've generated a new private key, new public key, and there's also an associated address with this. So I can do, let's call it address equals bitcore address dot, I believe it is from pub key, key dot public. That should work. Well, maybe not. Bitcore dot address, no method from pub key. Oh, I spelled it wrong. There we go. So I just generated the address for that public key that I just created. So this is what it is. This is Bitcore. I'm just using it from Node. If you write your application, this is how you use it. Var bitcore equals require bitcore, and you have access to all this functionality. So now I want to show you, because it's not just Node, it's also the browser. So I want to show you it working in the browser. Let me get that open real quick. And for that, we have this helpful live demo right on the Bitcore. Are you guys, maybe you couldn't see what I just typed in. Are you guys able to make this stuff out? Can you see this text? Okay. Okay, so right here, this is just a live demo we have on the bitcore.io website. So all this does is, and I don't recommend doing things this way, but it's just a simple example. It generates a brain wallet from this password, an example of an insecure password. And all it does is, that's the password, generate the new private key, generate the public key associated with it, and get the address and print it out. And there you go. That's the brain wallet. So now I want to do some other stuff. You can actually edit this. So I'm going to give you guys some more examples. So I want to show you BIP32. So BIP32 is this way of hierarchical deterministic wallets. So you can start with, somebody can generate a new master private key, give you the master extended public key, from which you can generate more public keys without them having to randomly generate a new private key or something. So this is how you do that. Var BIP32 equals, make a new bitcore.bip32. And what I'll do is, let's see, let's print out the extended public key string. And I think this will work. Bitcore, new Bitcore, BIP32. And there we go. So what I did was I just generated a new random BIP32. So what it does is in the background it generates its own master private key, and then I printed out the extended public key associated with that. So with BIP32 you can do things like I'll just derive a new private key from this. So BIP32.derive m/10 dot extended. Okay, so what I did there was, here's public key number 1. I know you can't see it, it's a long random looking string, but public key number 1, and then here's one of the public keys that depends on it. So that's it. So Bitcore works in Node, it works in the browser, it's fully featured, we have these advanced Bitcoin features with it. So now, let's go back to my presentation here. Node and the browser. All right, so that's pretty much what I wanted to talk about, except now I want to explain some of the sort of background and motivation for everything that we're doing with respect to open source software. So, BitPay is primarily a payment processor. So we make it easy for merchants to accept Bitcoin. And we have an API that merchants use to create invoices and accept Bitcoin payments. So why are we, what does this open source software have anything to do with our main business? Well, we're trying to improve the overall Bitcoin world. We believe that open source is win-win. By contributing to the Bitcoin world, we get stuff back. Like I mentioned, the guy who developed this Electrum deterministic addresses and just gave that to Bitcore, so now we all win. We have that, everybody else has that. So it's win-win, and I like to say there are 3 principles of crypto finance that we're following with this open source software that we're doing. Voluntary, decentralized, and open source. So voluntary, I look at it this way in the Bitcoin world. So Bitcoin's innovation in a way is that it prevents counterfeiting. Well, let's compare Bitcoin to fiat currencies. In fiat currencies, the way you prevent counterfeiting, if you prevent it, is by putting people in prison if they counterfeit money, right? And Bitcoin solves this problem a very different way. Bitcoin solves counterfeited money by just making it mathematically impossible to counterfeit new Bitcoins. So there's no force involved in Bitcoin, it's voluntary. No one's forcing you to use anything, there's no violence or anything involved in Bitcoin. It's also decentralized, there's no central party or central organization that you have to depend on to use Bitcoin. So if there's no central party to fail, there's no Mt. Gox that can, well, in the Bitcoin ecosystem, in the economy, there can be a Mt. Gox, but Bitcoin itself has no central party like that. And of course, it's open source, which means anybody can contribute to it, anybody can see it, anybody can learn from it, take ideas from it, make them somewhere else, and give those ideas back to it. And so I think that successful projects in this world of what I call crypto finance follow all three of these principles. And I think that if you don't follow these principles, that's fine. But eventually somebody will create a project that follows these principles, and they're going to win because they have the incentive of the whole population behind those projects. So that's what we're doing. It's, in a nutshell, it's a win-win. It's good for us to do this. It's good for everybody. And I also want to talk about JavaScript for a second. So the title of my talk was How to Make Bitcoin Apps for 7 billion people, all 7 billion people, with Bitcore. And at BitPay, we choose JavaScript very deliberately. First of all, I think JavaScript is a very nice language. I like it. It's a very functional language. I personally enjoy using JavaScript. But that's not really the reason why I use it. I use JavaScript because it's everywhere. Pretty much every device that people has a web browser on it, so you can run JavaScript. So it's everywhere. By using JavaScript, you can reach the most people. And I don't think everybody quite has a computing device yet, but I think we're getting very close to that. In the near future, only more people are going to have a smartphone or a computer or whatever where they have JavaScript running. So if you want to make an app that changes the world by reaching as many people as possible, JavaScript is, in my opinion, the best language to use to do that. So that's it. That's all I wanted to talk about. Check out our GitHub page, github.com/bitpay. So I've talked about just two projects, Bitcore and Copay, but we have many other open source projects that are all on our GitHub page. So check that stuff out, and that's it. That's all I have to say.
Okay, we've got time for a few questions. Put your hands up if you want to ask Ryan a question, and Severin or John will come find you. And I'll stand up here and direct it, so just catch my attention, I'll point them to you.
Yeah, thanks a lot for the presentation, it was great. I actually had two questions. One was, I was interested about the client-side JavaScript cryptography. You mentioned there were limitations there, and I didn't know if you had more to say on that in terms of if that's going to be a separate project and what library that might use. And the second question is, do you do any projects related to open transactions?
Okay, so with respect to the first question on the cryptography in the browser, so we use the same cryptography that comes from Stephen Thomas originally. I don't think he wrote it. I'm actually not sure who originally wrote the cryptography that we use in the browser. But for what it's worth, we've been started investigating this recently because as we've worked with Copay, we've realized the slowness of the cryptography in the browser is really important. So even things like signing a transaction, when you do things like the way we handle pay-to-script hash multi-sig transactions is you have to do things like you have to sort the public keys, you have to sort the signatures, you have to make sure the signatures are in the right order. And there's just a bunch of stuff going on in the background that it all adds up, and it ends up being slow, noticeably slow. It takes like a second or a couple seconds. Lately we've been looking at a few other libraries. So the most important things are, in fact, actually, there's another person out there in the real world who did some studies of Bitcore and tested just the speed of things. He tested the speed of BIP32. And most of the slowness of BIP32 was in the multiplication. So like big number times like a group point. That was like 80% of the time in calculating a new BIP32 private key. So that's just crypto. That's like one of the basic operations of crypto and Bitcoin is that group multiplication. So there's another guy who's, again, name I can't remember, but it's the same guy who won the Cloudflare Heartbleed challenge. He has his own like Big Num library and elliptic curve library. And he was trying to get us to use that. And so I've started looking at that. We might convert to his library because he was saying it was fast. You know, it's 10 times faster or whatever at that particular operation. So we might convert to that. I'm personally looking at this like it's probably my personal next priority in Bitcore, just because it's so noticeable that it's slow. The other thing I want to mention is the Stanford library. Stanford has a really good library that does everything we need. So we've also been looking at that one as another potential replacement. So I'm not sure what we'll end up doing, but the cryptography in the browser is just a very important element of Bitcore that we are sort of actively researching and are probably going to be significantly changing soon. So that's the first question. The second question was on open transactions. So with open transactions is this suite of tools for doing all sorts of financial stuff using cryptography. So it's its own like protocols and stuff. Like it's not really a Bitcoin project, but because it's financial and because it uses cryptography, there's a lot of overlap. And it lets you do things like I don't know, sell stocks or something like that. Like it's that type of like financial stuff that goes beyond just money. So we don't do anything with open transactions. And I can't see that being integrated into Bitcore just because open transactions itself is significantly different than Bitcoin. It's very different technology. However, there are other ideas to do things like colored coins, counterparty. There are decentralized financial stuff on top of the blockchain where you can use Bitcoin technology to do financial stuff. And that's an area we are exploring. We're not like actively jumping in and trying to do stuff there yet. But that's the type of thing I can see, I don't know, 6 months down the line or something like that, after we've solved our cryptography problem, after we've gotten all these other more high priority problems out of the way, we'll absolutely be looking at these more advanced uses of Bitcoin for other financial things besides just money. So it's absolutely something we're looking at. So
over here on the right.
Yeah, I keep seeing like a lot of these open source Bitcoin projects, and I'm all about that. But I'm just wondering, like, what are your guys' plans for monetizing the product, if any of these projects? Like, there's 6 of you guys behind it. Presumably, I don't know, you have to monetize it.
Sure, yeah. So first of all, with BitPay, we have our core business, and so we charge merchants to accept Bitcoin. So merchants pay us a monthly fee. The transaction fees are 0, so we destroy credit cards because it's not 5% or whatever, it's 0% plus a monthly fee. So at BitPay, we have a solid business, so we can do things where we can explore new projects like with CoPay and Bitcore, where we don't necessarily know how we're going to earn money from it now. But there are countless ways we could conceivably monetize this stuff in the future. So one example is, our multi-sig stuff, there are already companies, like there's a company called BitGo that does key signing, where they have like a 2 of 3 multi-sig wallet, and they will sign one of your keys. And I don't know what their business model is exactly. I think they charge for that service or something for businesses. Now, I don't think that's in our plans, but it's the type of idea using this open source software that we could do some new business like that. There are lots of other examples. Another example would be escrow, charging people to sort of have like in a multi-sig transaction, charging people who want to buy a large ticket item, charging them to look at the transaction, like it goes into like a 2 of 3 multi-sig transaction, and if the person actually gets the product that they were promised, then you sign the transaction and it gets paid to the merchant. Otherwise, you sign the opposite transaction, refunding the customer. And so it's something else you could charge for. So there are lots of, and that's just an idea, but there are lots of other ideas like this involving the technologies that we're developing that we could use. Was your question more for BitPay, or was it for other people who want to monetize this stuff?
No, I just meant those projects like BitPay, yeah.
Okay.
And I guess in regards to the merchants, like which merchants would be like the early adopters, I guess, for paying?
That's a great question. So with respect to like, okay, so the escrow idea that I talked about, I'm not sure what merchants would use that. Actually, I know that with the escrow idea, we've gotten like comments from people who buy large ticket items who want to do something like that. So it's not so much the merchant as it would be the customer, the consumer that would want to buy that product. So there are, yeah, at this point though, these are all ideas. I'm just, we have no particular, we're not going to start a new business or something imminently. But all those things are ideas that we have floating in the back of our heads as we work on all this stuff. Also, let me just add, again, we don't necessarily have to monetize these ideas. If BitPay's central business remains strong, where we charge merchants to accept Bitcoin, we can fund these open source projects and let ourselves and other people use it without having to charge for it. So we're not necessarily going to be looking at alternative businesses if our central business remains strong.
Any more? Hands up. All right.
All right.
Thank you, Ryan.
Thanks.
So, our final speaker of the day is going to talk to us about working with some slightly more high-level tools, talking about APIs from companies like Coinbase or blockchain.info without having to work with the low-level tools that we've been seeing so far. So Zack Ferland is a friend of mine. He's actually, although he's a Northeastern student, he's been one of the most actively involved members of the MIT Bitcoin Club. He may have less experience than our other speakers, but he is very accomplished. He's already won multiple prizes in different hackathons, building on these APIs, doing stuff with Bitcoin. And he spent time working in Italy, and he was a hack star for Techstars. He's currently working on some Bitcoin-related projects and is going to be interning this summer at Circle Internet Financial with Sean Neville, who we had earlier today. Please help me welcome Zack Ferland.
This on? This on? Yeah.
You're good to go.
This is good?
Yep, we're almost ready.
Awesome.
All right, good to go.
All right, great. Hey guys. Almost here. Anyways, so I'll be talking today about building with Bitcoin from a student perspective. And basically the goal of this talk is I want to show that it's simple to build with Bitcoin. And it's going to be based off APIs. So the premise is it's going to be simpler but also limited. The whole goal of this talk is to get basically college students excited about building cool stuff with Bitcoin. So I'll tell you my story, some of the projects I did, and we'll talk about APIs as a base for that. So I'm Zack Ferland. I'm also Zack Ferland on Twitter. Dan basically gave the whole intro of what I've done before. I was in Italy, and while I was in Italy, I had some friends there who were starting to build stuff with Bitcoin. Before that, I knew a bit about Bitcoin, but I didn't really, I got the basic idea. And he was building some stuff and some different projects. And he kind of got me into that next level. And that's what's cool about events like this, especially for students, I guess students, especially developers, from getting a basic idea to actually understanding enough and wanting to start building stuff. So I was excited, for sure. I don't know how, I'm surprised about the interest so far at universities. And so, and after that, I wanted to build something. But I realized I didn't know anything. And there was no books to help me. There's a bunch of resources at different places. There's no code school, zombies for Bitcoin, no lessons, courses, none of that. So I mean, at first I had no idea where I wanted to go. So I ended up on Reddit, of course. And that was somewhat useful, be able to piece some things together. So yeah, I finally made it to the code, to the docs, to the wiki, to the forum, and some blogs. Get a basic idea of what the space was like and what kind of things I could do. So I did 2 projects this semester when I returned from Italy. Both of them are at a hackathon. Hackathon's a great place to build stuff, especially for students. Pull all the buddies together, and we put out that time to build something planned before. And they're also both built with 2 different APIs. The APIs are a great way to build stuff for hackathons because it takes some of some logic away from the other stuff you want to do. It allows you to build in short time frames. And not only that, Bitcoin APIs are a great way to get started with Bitcoin. So the reasons for that is, one, especially with Bitcoin, it abstracts a lot of the protocol away, which is a plus but also negative. But when you're starting out, it makes it simple, so you don't have to worry about, you have a basic idea of everything, but you don't have to worry about some of the more specifics. And the APIs just give you basic endpoints to do a lot of the simple functions or transactions that you want to do. Simplify security. Basically, with my background, I've only done, this is the end of my sophomore year. I don't have an extensive background. With security, with dealing with anything else, I didn't want to deal, I want to build applications where I have to deal with other people's Bitcoin. I can barely, keep mine secure right now. 3, compliance. I don't know we had some talks today. I don't know the regulatory landscape too well. And this abstracts some of that away as well. It makes it easy for extra features such as, for some of my apps, I wanted users to be able to take BTC to USD and vice versa. And that's one more thing I didn't have to deal with when I was building. And then lastly, it takes care of a lot of the back-end stuff so you can focus on design. For me, that was a plus. I'm mostly a front-end engineer and designer. And Bitcoin's not, a lot of the problems with Bitcoin, it's not just a background, it's not just a technical thing, but it's also largely user experience problem that to solve, an educational thing. So the first thing was a Bitcoin accepting Keurig machine. We built this at HackMIT. And basically what we did is we tore it apart. That's the inside of it. And then we, up on the left sides, the top buttons, basically hijacked those buttons and took an Arduino Uno with a Wi-Fi shield and simulated a button click for making the coffee. And then so once we had that, we could make a coffee over Wi-Fi. Then we added an IR sensor in the back so we could see if a cup was there. So basically a user could pay with Bitcoin, then it would check if a cup was there, and then it would start making a coffee. And then we integrated with BitPay on the web server. So this is like the basic screen, pay with Bitcoin and donated coffee. The donated coffee was, right before we pitched it at the hackathon, we put it up on Reddit and also let people donate coffees. So they could use that as well to make a coffee. And we just would run this on the iPad on the side or on the iPhone. And then BitPay keeps it nice and simple with just this, so a user could just pay like that. And using the API is really simple, and this was the perfect case for this. We didn't have time to build out using Bitcoin D or Bitcoin J or any of our own implementations. So using BitPay was as simple as this. Like this is an example in Ruby. We were running on Rails. So basically you just make post or get requests to different endpoints. And with BitPay, we were just able to create the invoice with just the API key, price, and currency. Make a post request, and then we get this JSON object return of an invoice. And the important things are the ID, URL, and the status. And then with that, after you have your callback URL, which BitPay makes post requests to the given URL on any status change of the invoice. So we were just looking for when the status changed to paid. And then we finally put the whole thing back together, and we ended up with this thing. And strapped on the back was the Arduino Uno and the Wi-Fi shield. And it was like the iPad on the side. And then the next project was Coinery, and this is for another hackathon as well. This was for the Coinbase hackathon recently. This one ended up getting 3rd place and a nice 3K extra worth of Bitcoin. And the idea of this is a simple way for users to sell digital products and accept Bitcoin. It's based a little bit on Gumroad and their overlay. So basically, they upload digital files, and this is built off Coinbase, so you just sign up your Coinbase account. Add description, add price, And then you get the piece of code or a URL. And you can share the URL and get a stack page like this, or embed the piece of code in your site and get this overlay. And then a user could buy Bitcoin just like this, very similar to BitPay's. And this is built backbone, Ruby on Rails, and the Coinbase API. The main part here is the Coinbase API, and that allows us to do a few things. Mainly, first, authentication. They just follow the OAuth 2 protocol, so it's simple enough, rather than running our own authentication to pass that on to them. And then merchant services. So for this instance, you can easily accept Bitcoin. You can easily have the invoices. They have buttons similar to BitPay as well. And then buy and sell BTC. You can implement this with specific endpoints as well. So if you want to build a service where you don't want to deal with this, a user could easily transfer their Bitcoin to USD or USD to BTC. And lastly, it offers the possibility to do just basic transactions in general. You can send Bitcoin to any address or that. So for transactional and merchant service APIs, there's a few options. The main ones are Coinbase, BitPay are the ones I've used at least. There's also blockchain, and as we said before, blockchain has a few different options. Of course, there's many more. There's ones doing multi-sig now, and as Bitcoin develops more in general in the community, there's starting to be a lot more different options for that. And then for exploring the blockchain is blockchain.info. I think many speakers have already talked to that enough today. And Insight, which was based on Bitcore. And you can roll one of those from GitHub. They have enough docs to simply start it up, and then just a REST API that you can interface with. So there's many cons to using APIs as well. Like we said, most of the pros are also cons. Security. It's great that you can pass that risk on to someone else, but also depends who that third party is. So depending on your competency, that could be a con or a pro. But the main thing is they're very, very limited. Right now, within the scope of Bitcoin, the APIs are only currency-based, which already makes it limited compared to the things you could do with the blockchain. But they also only offer very limited kind of transactions, just accepting Bitcoin, sending Bitcoin to different users. But the main, and so I mean, I would encourage people definitely to dive deeper into those APIs at some point. Like we went over most of the options today. You can run Bitcoin J, Bitcoin D, and those are kind of similar if you can run one of those. But the main point I wanted to make was APIs make it simple to start. So of course, as a student, it seems like a good spot to start at. And it's great. I think communities like the MIT Bitcoin Club also make it easier to start than it was before. And it's not just technical, a lot of things with Bitcoin. So when we're using API, we can focus on front-end, solving some front-end stuff, solving stuff around user experience and around the education around Bitcoin, because we want to get users to be able to trust it. And so I'm going to end it with, basically we have everything now. As a community developer, we have all these APIs to do many of the things we want to do with currency, and I'm sure there'll be ones for using the blockchains in different ways after. So I'm basically going to end it with, so don't wait. Let's start building cool stuff with Bitcoin. That's it.
Thank you, Zack. All right. Who's got questions? Questions for Zack? Who's thinking about working on a project, maybe use one of these APIs? Yes, right here.
Just wondering, have you ever taken a look at the local Bitcoins API?
No, I have not.
Oh, okay. It's pretty cool, I recommend it.
Have you built anything with it?
Yeah.
Other people? Yes, no? Okay. Okay, thank you, Zack. One more round of applause for Zack Ferland.
Thank you.
Today, was a tremendous day. We started off with the basics of Bitcoin, the simple tools you can use to own, store, and transact. We ended up gaining an understanding of cutting-edge research into cryptocurrencies and learning about tools we can use to build applications at a global scale. That is amazing. We'd like to take a moment to recognize all of you for coming today and taking part in this.
We'd also like to thank the speakers for taking the time to be with us here today. We can give them a round of applause, but first we should take a moment to think about why they took time out of their schedules, away from their families, and far from their homes to be here. Those who spoke to you today have a firm belief in democratized transactions, that they're essential technology for the future of humanity. They also have faith in the MIT community's ability to innovate and to help bring this new technology to the broader world. It is with this faith that they have invested their time with us.
So let us thank them properly, not only with our applause in this ephemeral but historic moment, but by doing what MIT does best, building a better future. We'd also like to thank all of the volunteers who put in lots of effort today to make this happen. So please, big round of applause for all of them. This marks the end of the presentations, but the day isn't over quite yet. We'd like to invite all of you over to the Greer Room, which is 34101. We'll have people guiding you in the back, which is going to be a reception sponsored by the MIT Society of Women Engineers, and they'll have a special talk prepared for you there. Thank you.
Thank you all for coming. We'll see you in the Greer Room.